Section 0 of the Metamorphoses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thomas Copeland. The Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. Introduction. Probably no Roman writer has revealed himself more frankly in his works than has Publius Ovidius Naso. Indeed, the greater part of our knowledge of him is gained from his own writings. References to his parentage, his early education, his friends, his work, his manner of life, his reverses, all lie scattered freely through his pages. Especially is this true of the Amores and of the two groups of poems written from his exile. The Metamorphoses are naturally free from biographical material. Not content with occasional references, the poet has taken care to leave to posterity a somewhat extended and formal account of his life. From this, Tristia 4:10, we learn that he was born in Sulmo, in the Pelignian country, 43 B.C., of well-to-do parents of equestrian rank, and that he had one brother, exactly 1 year older than himself. His own bent from early childhood was towards poetry, but in this he was opposed by his practical father, who desired that both his sons should prepare for the profession of the law, a desire with which both brothers complied, but the younger with only half-hearted and temporary devotion. Having reached the age of manhood, young Ovid found public life utterly distasteful to him, and now that he was his own master, he gave loose rein to his poetic fancy, and abandoned himself to the enjoyment of the gay social life of Rome. He soon gained admission to the choice circle of the poets of his day, paying unlimited devotion to the masters of his art, and quickly becoming himself the object of no small admiration on the part of younger poets. His youthful poems soon gained fame among the people also, and his love poems became the popular lyrics of the town. Though extremely susceptible to the influences of love, he proudly boasts that his private life was above reproach. He contracted 2 unhappy marriages in his youth, but his third marriage was a lasting joy to him. And now his father and his mother died. The poet, while deeply mourning their loss with true filial devotion, still cannot but rejoice that they died before that disgrace came upon him which was to darken his own life and the lives of all whom he loved. For now, as the early frosts of age were beginning to whiten his locks, in the year 8 of our era, a sudden calamity fell upon him, no less than an imperial decree against him of perpetual banishment to the far-off shores of the Euxine Sea. The cause of this decree he only hints at, but he gives us to understand that it was an error of his judgment and not of his heart. Note: Augustus, indeed, gave as his reason the immorality of Ovid's love poems, but this is generally supposed to be only a cloak for a more personal and private reason. Return to text. Exiled to savage Tomi, far from home and friends and the delights of his beloved Rome, he was forced to live in a rigorous climate, an unlovely land, amidst a society of uncultured semi-savages. His chief solace was the cultivation of his art, and in this he spent the tiresome days. He ends his autobiography with a strain of thanksgiving to his muse, and a prophecy of his worldwide fame and literary immortality. Though Ovid says that he strove to bear his misfortunes with a manly fortitude, the poems of his exile abound in plaintive lamentations at his hard lot, petitions to his friends in Rome, and unmanly subserviency to Augustus, and later to Tiberius, in the hope of gaining his recall. These, however, were all in vain, and he died at Tomi in A.D. 18, after a banishment of nearly 10 years. Ovid's greatest work, the fruit of the best years of the prime of his life, when his imagination had ripened and his poetic vigor was at its height, was the Metamorphoses, finished in A.D. 7, just before his banishment. In the poet's own judgment, however, the poem was not finished, and in his despair on learning of his impending exile, he burned his manuscript. He himself tells us of his motive for this rash act, Tristia 1:7. On departing from Rome, I burned this poem as well as many others of my works, either because I was disgusted with poetry, which had proved my bane, or because this poem was still rough and unfinished. But fortunately copies of this great work still survived in the hands of friends, and in this letter he begs his friends now to publish it, and at the same time he begs his readers to remember that the poem has never received its author's finishing touches, and so to be lenient in their judgment of it. In the Metamorphoses, Ovid attempts no less a task than the linking together into one artistically harmonious whole all the stories of classical mythology. And this he does, until the whole range of wonders, miraculous changes, hence the name Metamorphoses, is passed in review, from the dawn of creation, when chaos was changed by divine fiat into the orderly universe, down to the very age of the poet himself, when the soul of Julius Caesar was changed to a star and set in the heavens among the immortals. Every important myth is at least touched upon, and though the stories differ widely in place and time, there is no break in the sequence of narration. The poet has seized upon every possible thread of connection as he passes on from cycle to cycle of story, and where this connection is lacking, by various ingenious and artistic devices, a connecting link is found. The poem thus forms a manual of classical mythology, and is the most important source of mythical lore for all writers since Ovid's time. This is the real tangible service which he has done the literary world. Many of these stories could now be obtained from the sources whence Ovid himself drew them, from Homer, Hesiod, the Greek tragedians, the Alexandrine poets, and many others, and yet many stories, but for him, would have been lost to us, and all of them he has so vivified by his strong poetic imagination that they have come down to us with added freshness and life. The classic myths have always had a strong fascination for later writers, and so numerous are both passing and extended references to these in English literature, and especially in the poets, that he who reads without a classical background reads with many lapses of his understanding and appreciation. While the English poets have, of course, drawn from all classic sources, they are indebted for their mythology largely to Ovid. The poet would have been accessible after 1567 even to writers not versed in Latin, for in that year Golding's translation of Ovid appeared. An admirable study of the influence of classical myth on the writings of Shakespeare has been made. Note, Classical Mythology and Shakespeare, by Robert Kilburn Root, New York, Henry Holt & Company, 1903, return to text, in which the author finds that Shakespeare was thoroughly familiar with the myths, and makes very free use of them. We read, "Though the number of definite allusions in Shakespeare is smaller than that of the vague ones, they are yet sufficiently numerous to admit of satisfactory conclusions. Of these allusions, for which a definite source can be assigned, it will be found that an overwhelming majority are directly due to Ovid, while the remainder, with few exceptions, are from Virgil. Throughout, the influence of Ovid is at least 4 times as great as that of Virgil. The whole character of Shakespeare's mythology is essentially Ovidian." What is true of Shakespeare is still more true of numerous other English poets in respect of their use of classical mythology. They do not always indeed use the myths in Ovid's manner, which is that of one whose sole attention is on the story, which he tells with eager interest, simply for the sake of telling, and yet such earlier classicists as Spenser and Milton, note, see The Classical Mythology of Milton's English Poems, by Charles Grosvenor Osgood, New York, Henry Holt & Company, 1900, return to text, have so thoroughly imbibed the spirit of the classics that they deal with the classic stories quite as subjectively as Ovid himself. But among later English poets we find a tendency to objectify the myths, to rationalize them, to philosophize upon them, draw lessons from them, and even to burlesque them. Perhaps the most interesting development of all is found in our own time, a decided tendency to revamp the classical stories, though not always in the classical spirit, a kind of pre-Raphaelite movement in poetry. Prominently in this class of poets should be named Walter Savage Landor, Edmund Gosse, Lewis and William Morris, and Frederick Tennyson, while many others have caught the same spirit and written in the same form. The Latin text of this edition is based on that of Ewald, published by Messer Weidemann of Berlin, who have generously given permission to use it. All deviations of any importance from Ewald's text have been noted, and Ewald's readings given with their sources. Chicago, March 1915. End of section 0. Section 1 of the Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Thomas Copeland. Book 1. My mind is bent to tell of bodies changed into new forms. Ye gods, for you yourselves have wrought the changes, breathe on these my undertakings, and bring down my song in unbroken strains from the world's very beginning, even unto the present time. Before the sea was, and the lands, and the sky that hangs over all, the face of nature showed alike in her whole round, which state have men called chaos. A rough, unordered mass of things, nothing at all save lifeless bulk and warring seeds of ill-matched elements heaped in one. No sun as yet shone forth upon the world, nor did the waxing moon renew her slender horns. Not yet did the earth hang poised by her own weight in the circumambient air, nor had the ocean stretched her arms along the far reaches of the lands. And though there was both land and sea and air, no one could tread that land nor swim that sea, and the air was dark. No form of things remained the same. All objects were at odds, for within one body cold things strove with hot, and moist with dry, soft things with hard, things having weight with weightless things. God, or kindlier nature, composed this strife, for he rent asunder land from sky, and sea from land, and separated the ethereal heavens from the dense atmosphere. When thus he had released these elements, and freed them from the blind heap of things, he set them each in its own place, and bound them fast in harmony. The fiery, weightless element that forms heaven's vault leaped up and made place for itself upon the topmost height. Next came the air in lightness and in place. The earth was heavier than these, and, drawing with it the grosser elements, sank to the bottom by its own weight. The streaming water took the last place of all, and held the solid land confined in its embrace. When he, whoever of the gods it was, had thus arranged in order and resolved that chaotic mass, and reduced it, thus resolved, to cosmic parts, he first moulded the earth into the form of a mighty ball, so that it might be of like form on every side. Then he bade the waters to spread abroad, to rise in waves beneath the rushing winds, and fling themselves around the shores of the encircled earth. Springs, too, and huge stagnant pools and lakes he made, and hemmed down-flowing rivers within their shelving banks, whose waters, each far remote from each, are partly swallowed by the earth itself, and partly flow down to the sea, and being thus received into the expanse of a freer flood, beat now on shores instead of banks. Then did he bid plains to stretch out, valleys to sink down, woods to be clothed in leafage, and the rock-ribbed mountains to arise. And as the celestial vault is cut by 2 zones on the right and 2 on the left, and there is a 5th zone between, hotter than these, so did the providence of God mark off the enclosed mass with the same number of zones, and the same tracts were stamped upon the earth. The central zone of these may not be dwelt in by reason of the heat. Deep snow covers 2. 2 he placed between, and gave them temperate climate, mingling heat with cold. The air hung over all, which is as much heavier than fire as the weight of water is lighter than the weight of earth. There did the Creator bid the mists and clouds to take their place, and thunder, that should shake the hearts of men, and winds, which with the thunderbolts make chilling cold. To these also the world's Creator did not allot the air, that they might hold it everywhere. Even as it is, they can scarce be prevented, though they control their blasts, each in his separate tract, from tearing the world to pieces. So fiercely do these brothers strive together. But Eurus drew off to the land of the dawn and the realms of Araby, and where the Persian hills flush beneath the morning light. The western shores, which glow with the setting sun, are the place of Zephyrus, while bristling Boreas betook himself to Scythia in the farthest north. The land far opposite is wet with constant fog and rain, the home of Auster, the south wind. Above these all he placed the liquid, weightless ether, which has naught of earthly dregs. Scarce had he thus parted off all things within their determined bounds, when the stars, which had long been lying hid, crushed down beneath the darkness, began to gleam throughout the sky. And that no region might be without its own forms of animate life, the stars and divine forms occupied the floor of heaven. The sea fell to the shining fishes for their home. Earth received the beasts, and the mobile air the birds. A living creature of finer stuff than these, more capable of lofty thought, one who could have dominion over all the rest, was lacking yet. Then man was born. Whether the God who made all else, designing a more perfect world, made man of his own divine substance, or whether the new earth, but lately drawn away from heavenly ether, retained still some elements of its kindred sky, that earth which the son of Iapetus mixed with fresh running water, and moulded into the form of the all-controlling gods. And though all other animals are prone, and fix their gaze upon the earth, he gave to man an uplifted face, and bade him stand erect, and turn his eyes to heaven. So then the earth, which had but lately been a rough and formless thing, was changed and clothed itself with forms of men, before unknown. Golden was that first age, which, with no one to compel, without a law of its own will, kept faith and did the right. There was no fear of punishment, no threatening words were to be read on brazen tablets, no suppliant throng gazed fearfully upon its judge's face, but without judges lived secure. Not yet had the pine tree, felled on its native mountains, descended thence into the watery plain to visit other lands. Men knew no shores except their own. Not yet were cities begirt with steep moats. There were no trumpets of strait, no horns of curving brass, no swords or helmets. There was no need at all of armed men, for nations, secure from war's alarms, passed the years in gentle ease. The earth herself, without compulsion, untouched by hoe or ploughshare, of herself gave all things needful. And men, content with food which came with no one seeking, gathered the arbute fruit, strawberries from the mountain sides, cornel cherries, berries hanging thick upon the prickly bramble, and acorns fallen from the spreading tree of Jove. Then spring was everlasting, and gentle zephyrs with warm breath played with the flowers that sprang unplanted. Anon the earth untilled brought forth her stores of grain, and the fields, though unfallowed, grew white with the heavy bearded wheat. Streams of milk and streams of sweet nectar flowed, and yellow honey was distilled from the verdant oak. After Saturn had been banished to the dark land of death, and the world was under the sway of Jove, the silver race came in, lower in the scale than gold, but of greater worth than yellow brass. Jove now shortened the bounds of the old-time spring, and through winter, summer, variable autumn, and brief spring, completed the year in 4 seasons. Then first the parched air glared white with burning heat, and icicles hung down congealed by freezing winds. In that age men first sought the shelter of houses. Their homes had heretofore been caves, dense thickets, and branches bound together with bark. Then first the seeds of grain were planted in long furrows, and bullocks groaned beneath the heavy yoke. Next after this, and third in order, came the brazen race, of sterner disposition, and more ready to fly to arms, savage, but not yet impious. The age of hard iron came last. Straightway all evil burst forth into this age of baser vein. Modesty and truth and faith fled the earth, and in their place came tricks and plots and snares, violence and cursed love of gain. Men now spread sails to the winds, though the sailor as yet scarce knew them, and keels of pine, which long had stood upon high mountain sides, now leaped insolently over unknown waves, and the ground, which had hitherto been a common possession like the sunlight and the air, the careful surveyor now marked out with long-drawn boundary line. Not only did men demand for the bounteous fields the crops and sustenance they owed, but they delved as well into the very bowels of the earth, and the wealth which the Creator had hidden away and buried deep amidst the very Stygian shades was brought to light, wealth that pricks men on to crime. And now baneful iron had come, and gold more baneful than iron. War came, which fights with both, and brandished in its bloody hands the clashing arms. Men lived on plunder. Guest was not safe from host, nor father-in-law from son-in-law. Even among brothers 'twas rare to find affection. The husband longed for the death of his wife, she of her husband. Murderous stepmothers brewed deadly poisons, and sons inquired into their father's years before the time. Piety lay vanquished, and the maiden Astrea, last of the immortals, abandoned the blood-soaked earth. And that high heaven might be no safer than the earth, they say that the giants essayed the very throne of heaven, piling huge mountains one on another, clear up to the stars. Then the Almighty Father hurled his thunderbolts, shattered Olympus, and dashed Pelion down from underlying Ossa. When those dread bodies lay o'erwhelmed by their own bulk, they say that Mother Earth, drenched with their streaming blood, informed that warm gore anew with life, and, that some trace of her former offspring might remain, she gave it human form. But this new stock, too, proved contemptuous of the gods, very greedy for slaughter and passionate. You might know that they were sons of blood. When Saturn's son from his high throne saw this, he groaned, and recalling the infamous revels of Lycaon's table, a story still unknown because the deed was new, he conceived a mighty wrath worthy of the soul of Jove, and summoned a council of the gods. Naught delayed their answer to the summons. There is a highway, easily seen when the sky is clear. 'Tis called the Milky Way, famed for its shining whiteness. By this way the gods fare to the halls and royal dwelling of the mighty Thunderer. On either side, the palaces of the gods of higher rank are thronged with guests through folding doors flung wide. The lesser gods dwell apart from these. Fronting on this way, the illustrious and strong heavenly gods have placed their homes. This is the place which, if I may make bold to say it, I would not fear to call the Palatia of high heaven. So, when the gods had taken their seats within the marble council chamber, the king himself, seated high above the rest and leaning on his ivory sceptre, shook thrice and again his awful locks, wherewith he moved the land and sea and sky. Then he opened his indignant lips, and thus spoke he. I was not more troubled than now for the sovereignty of the world, when each one of the serpent-footed giants was in act to lay his 100 hands upon the captive sky. For although that was a savage enemy, their whole attack sprung from one body and one source. But now, wherever old ocean roars around the earth, I must destroy the race of men. By the infernal streams that glide beneath the earth through Stygian groves, I swear that I have already tried all other means. But that which is incurable must be cut away with the knife, lest the untainted part also draw infection. I have demigods, rustic divinities, nymphs, fauns, and satyrs, and sylvan deities upon the mountain slopes. Since we do not yet esteem them worthy the honour of the place in heaven, let us at least allow them to dwell in safety in the lands allotted them. Or do you think that they will be safe when against me, who wield the thunderbolt, who have and rule you as my subjects, Lycaon, well known for savagery, has laid his snares? All trembled, and with eager zeal demanded him who had been guilty of such bold infamy. So when an impious band was mad to blot out the name of Rome with Caesar's blood, the human race was dazed with a mighty fear of sudden ruin, and the whole world shuddered in horror. Nor is the loyalty of thy subjects, Augustus, less pleasing to thee than that was to Jove. After he by word and gesture had checked their outcry, all held their peace. When now the clamour had subsided, checked by his royal authority, Jove once more broke the silence with these words: He has indeed been punished, have no care for that. But what he did, and what his punishment, I will relate. An infamous report of the age had reached my ears. Eager to prove this false, I descended from high Olympus, and as a god disguised in human form, travelled up and down the land. It would take too long to recount how great impiety was found on every hand. The infamous report was far less than the truth. I had crossed Nala, bristling with the lairs of beasts, Cyllene, and the pine groves of chill Lycius. Thence I approached the seat and inhospitable abode of the Arcadian king, just as the late evening shades were ushering in the night. I gave a sign that a god had come, and the common folk began to worship me. Lycaon at first mocked at their pious prayers, and then he said, I will soon find out, and that by a plain test, whether this fellow be god or mortal, nor shall the truth be at all in doubt. He planned that night, while I was heavy with sleep, to kill me by an unexpected murderous attack. Such was the experiment he adopted to test the truth. And not content with that, he took a hostage who had been sent by the Molossian race, cut his throat, and some parts of him still warm with life he boiled, and others he roasted over the fire. But no sooner had he placed these before me on the table, than I with my avenging bolt o'erthrew the house upon its master and on his guilty household. The king himself flies in terror, and, gaining the silent fields, howls aloud, attempting in vain to speak. His mouth of itself gathers foam, and with his accustomed greed for blood, he turns against the sheep, delighting still in slaughter. His garments change to shaggy hair, his arms to legs. He turns into a wolf, and yet retains some traces of his former shape. There is the same grey hair, the same fierce face, the same gleaming eyes, the same picture of beastly savagery. One house has fallen, but not one house alone has deserved to perish. Wherever the plains of earth extend, wild fury reigns supreme. You would deem it a conspiracy of crime. Let them all pay, and quickly too, the penalties which they have deserved. So stands my purpose. When he had done, some proclaimed their approval of his words, and added fuel to his wrath, while others played their parts by giving silent consent. And yet they all grieved over the threatened loss of the human race, and asked what would be the state of the world bereft of mortals. Who would bring incense to their altars? Was he planning to give over the world to the wild beasts to despoil? As they thus questioned, their king bade them be of good cheer, for the rest should be his care. For he would give them another race of wondrous origin, far different from the first. And now he was in act to hurl his thunderbolts against the whole world, but he stayed his hand in fear lest perchance the sacred heavens should take fire from so huge a conflagration, and burn from pole to pole. He remembered also that 'twas in the fates that a time would come when sea and land, the unkindled palace of the sky, and the beleaguered structure of the universe should be destroyed by fire. And so he laid aside the bolts which Cyclopean hands had forged. He preferred a different punishment, to destroy the human race beneath the waves, and to send down rain from every quarter of the sky. Straightway he shuts the north wind up in the cave of Aeolus, and all blasts soever that put the clouds to flight. But he lets the south wind loose. Forth flies the south wind with dripping wings, his awful face shrouded in pitchy darkness. His beard is heavy with rain, water flows in streams down his hoary locks, dark clouds rest upon his brow, while his wings and garments drip with dew. And when he presses the low-hanging clouds with his broad hands, a crashing sound goes forth, and next the dense clouds pour forth their rain. Iris, the messenger of Juno, clad in robes of many hues, draws up water and feeds it to the clouds. The standing grain is overthrown. The crops which have been the object of the farmer's prayers lie ruined, and the hard labor of the tedious year has come to naught. The wrath of Jove is not content with the waters from his own sky. His sea-god brother aids him with auxiliary waves. He summons his rivers to council. When these have assembled at the palace of their king, he says, "Now is no time to employ a long harangue. Put forth all your strength, for there is need. Open wide your doors, away with all restraining dikes, and give full rein to all your river steeds." So he commands, and the rivers return, uncurve their mountains' mouths, and in unbridled course go racing to the sea. Neptune himself smites the earth with his trident. She trembles, and at the stroke flings open wide a way for the waters. The rivers overleap all bounds and flood the open plains. And not alone orchards, crops, and herds, men and dwellings, but shrines as well, and their sacred contents do they sweep away. If any house has stood firm, and has been able to resist that huge misfortune undestroyed, still do the overtopping waves cover its roof, and its towers lie hid beneath the flood. And now the sea and land have no distinction. All is sea, but a sea without a shore. Here one man seeks a hilltop in his flight, another sits in his curved skiff, plying the oars where lately he has ploughed. One sails over the fields of grain or the roof of his buried farmhouse, and one takes fish caught in the elm tree's top. And sometimes it chanced that an anchor was embedded in a grassy meadow, or the curving keels brushed over the vineyard tops. And where but now the slender goats had browsed, the ugly sea-calves rested. The Nereids are amazed to see beneath the waters groves and cities and the haunts of men. The dolphins invade the woods, brushing against the high branches, and shake the oak trees as they knock against them on their course. The wolf swims among the sheep, while tawny lions and tigers are borne along by the waves. Neither does the power of his lightning stroke avail the boar, nor his swift limbs the stag, since both are alike swept away by the flood. And the wandering bird, after long searching for a place to alight, falls with weary wings into the sea. The sea in unchecked liberty has now buried all the hills, and strange waves now beat upon the mountain peaks. Most living things are drowned outright. Those who have escaped the water, slow starvation at last o'ercomes through lack of food. The land of Phocis separates the Boeotian from the Aegean fields, a fertile land, while still it was a land. But at that time it was but a part of the sea, a broad expanse of sudden waters. There Mount Parnassus lifts its 2 peaks skyward, high and steep, piercing the clouds. When here Deucalion and his wife, borne in a little skiff, had come to land, for the sea had covered all things else. They first worshipped the Corician nymphs and the mountain deities, and the goddess, fate-revealing Themis, who in those days kept the oracles. There was no better man than he, none more scrupulous of right, nor than she was any woman more reverent of the gods. When now Jove saw that the world was all one stagnant pool, and that only one man was left from those who were but now so many thousands, and that but one woman too was left, both innocent and both worshippers of God, he rent the clouds asunder, and when these had been swept away by the north wind, he showed the land once more to the sky, and the heavens to the land. Then too the anger of the sea subsides, when the sea's great ruler lays by his three-pronged spear and calms the waves, and calling sea-hued Triton, showing forth above the deep his shoulders thick o'ergrown with shellfish, he bids him blow into his loud resounding conch, and by that signal to recall the floods and streams. He lifts his hollow twisted shell, which grows from the least and lowest to a broad swelling whorl, the shell which, when in mid-sea it has received the Triton's breath, fills with its notes the shores that lie beneath the rising and the setting sun. So then, when it had touched the sea-god's lips wet with his dripping beard, and sounded forth the retreat which had been ordered, 'twas heard by all the waters both of land and sea, and all the waters by which 'twas heard it held in check. Now the sea has shores, the rivers, bank full, keep within their channels. The floods subside, and hilltops spring into view. Land rises up, the ground increasing as the waves decrease. And now at length, after long burial, the trees show their uncovered tops, whose leaves still hold the slime which the flood has left. The world was indeed restored, but when Deucalion saw that it was an empty world, and that deep silence filled the desolated lands, he burst into tears, and thus addressed his wife: "O sister, O my wife, O only woman left on earth, you whom the ties of common race and family," note Petrulius Origo, see line 390. Deucalion and Pyrrha were cousins, a relationship which on the part of the woman is sometimes expressed by soror. Return to text. "You whom the ties of common race and family, whom the marriage couch has joined to me, and whom now our very perils join, of all the lands which the rising and the setting sun behold, we too are the throng. The sea holds all the rest, and even this hold which we have upon our life is not as yet sufficiently secure. Even yet the clouds strike terror to my heart. What would be your feelings now, poor soul, if the fates had willed that you be rescued all alone? How would you bear your fear alone? Who would console your grief? For be assured that if the sea held you also, I would follow you, my wife, and the sea should hold me also. Oh, would that by my father's arts I might restore the nations, and breathe, as did he, the breath of life into the moulded clay. But as it is, on us two only depends the human race. Such is the will of heaven, and we remain sole samples of mankind." He spoke, and when they had wept a while, they resolved to appeal to the heavenly power and seek his aid through sacred oracles. Without delay, side by side, they went to the waters of Cephisus' stream, which, while not yet clear, still flowed within their familiar banks. From this they took some drops and sprinkled them on head and clothing. So having done, they bent their steps to the goddess's sacred shrine, whose gables were still discolored with foul moss, and upon whose altars the fires were dead. When they had reached the temple steps, they both fell prone upon the ground, and with trembling lips kissed the chill stone, and said, "If deities are appeased by the prayers of the righteous, if the wrath of the gods is thus turned aside, O Themis, tell us by what means our race may be restored, and bring aid, O most merciful, to a world o'erwhelmed. The goddess was moved, and gave this oracle: Depart hence, and with veiled heads and loosened robes throw behind you as you go the bones of your great mother. Long they stand in dumb amaze, and first Pyrrha breaks the silence and refuses to obey the bidding of the goddess. With trembling lips she prays for pardon, but dares not outrage her mother's ghost by treating her bones as she is bid. Meanwhile they go over again the words of the oracle, which had been given so full of dark perplexities, and turn them over and over in their minds. At last Prometheus' son comforts the daughter of Epimetheus with reassuring words. Either my wit is at fault, or else, oracles are holy and never counsel guilt, our great mother is the earth, and I think that the bones which the goddess speaks of are the stones in the earth's body. 'Tis these that we are bidden to throw behind us. Although Pyrrha is moved by her husband's surmise, yet hope still wavers, so distrustful are they both as to the heavenly command. But what harm will it do to try? They go down, veil their heads, ungird their robes, and throw stones behind them, just as the goddess had bidden. And the stones, who would believe it unless ancient tradition vouched for it, began at once to lose their hardness and stiffness, to grow soft slowly, and softened to take on form. Then, when they had grown in size and become milder in their nature, a certain likeness to the human form indeed could be seen, still not very clear, but such as statues just begun out of marble have, not sharply defined, and very like roughly blocked out images. That part of them, however, which was earthy and damp, with slight moisture, was changed to flesh. But what was solid and incapable of bending became bone. That which was but now veins remained under the same name, and in a short time, through the operation of the divine will, the stones thrown by the man's hand took on the form of men, and women were made from the stones the woman threw. Hence come the hardness of our race, and our endurance of toil, and we give proof from what origin we are sprung. As to the other forms of animal life, the earth spontaneously produced these, of divers kinds, after that old moisture remaining from the flood had grown warm from the rays of the sun. The slime of the wet marshes swelled with heat, and the fertile seeds of life, nourished in that life-giving soil as in a mother's womb, grew, and in time took on some special form. So when the seven-mouthed Nile has receded from the drenched fields, and has returned again to its former bed, and the fresh slime has been heated by the sun's rays, farmers, as they turn over the lumps of earth, find many animate things, and among these some, but now begun, are upon the very verge of life. Some are unfinished and lacking in their proper parts, and ofttimes in the same body one part is alive, and the other still nothing but raw earth. For when moisture and heat unite, life is conceived, and from these two sources all living things spring. And though fire and water are naturally at enmity, still heat and moisture produce all things, and this inharmonious harmony is fitted to the growth of life. When therefore the earth, covered with mud from the recent flood, became heated up by the hot and genial rays of the sun, she brought forth innumerable forms of life. In part she restored the ancient shapes, and in part she created creatures new and strange. She indeed would have wished not to do so, but thee also she then bore, thou huge python, thou snake unknown before, who wast a terror to new created men, so huge a space of mountainside didst thou fill. This monster the god of the glittering bow destroyed with arms never before used except against does and wild she-goats, crushing him with countless darts, well-nigh emptying his quiver, till the creature's poisonous blood flowed from the black wounds. and that the fame of his deed might not perish through lapse of time, he instituted sacred games, whose contests throngs beheld, called Pythian, from the name of the serpent he had overthrown. At these games, youth who had been victorious in boxing, running, or the chariot race, received the honour of an oaken garland. For as yet the laurel tree was not, and Phoebus was wont to wreathe his temples, comely with flowing locks, with a garland from any tree. Now, the first love of Phoebus was Daphne, daughter of Peneus, the river god. It was no blind chance that gave this love, but the malicious wrath of Cupid. Delian Apollo, while still exulting over his conquest of the serpent, had seen him bending his bow with tight-drawn string, and had said, "What hast thou to do with the arms of men, thou wanton boy? That weapon befits my shoulders, for I have strength to give unerring wounds to the wild beasts, my foes, and have but now laid low the python, swollen with countless darts, covering whole acres with plague-engendering form. Do thou be content with thy torch to light the hidden fires of love, and lay not claim to my honours." And to him Venus' son replied, "Thy dart may pierce all things else, Apollo, but mine shall pierce thee, and by as much as all living things are less than deity, by so much less is thy glory than mine." So saying, he shook his wings, and, dashing upward through the air, quickly alighted on the shady peak of Parnassus. There he took from his quiver 2 darts of opposite effect. One puts to flight, the other kindles the flame of love. The one which kindles love is of gold, and has a sharp, gleaming point. The other is blunt and tipped with lead. This last the god fixed in the heart of Peneus' daughter, but with the other he smote Apollo, piercing even unto the bones and marrow. Straightway he burned with love, but she fled the very name of love, rejoicing in the deep fastnesses of the woods, and in the spoils of beasts which she had snared, vying with the virgin Phoebe. A single fillet bound her locks, all unarranged. Many sought her, but she, averse to all suitors, impatient of control and without thought for man, roamed the pathless woods, nor cared at all what hymen, love, or wedlock might be. Often her father said, "Daughter, you owe me a son-in-law," and often, "Daughter, you owe me grandsons." But she, hating the wedding torch as if it were a thing of evil, would blush rosy red over her fair face, and clinging around her father's neck with coaxing arms, would say, "Oh, father dearest, grant me to enjoy perpetual virginity." Her father has already granted this to Diana. He, indeed, yielded to her request. But that beauty of thine, Daphne, forbade the fulfilment of thy desire, and thy form fitted not with thy prayer. Phoebus loves Daphne at sight, and longs to wed her, and what he longs for, that he hopes, and his own gifts of prophecy deceive him. And as the stubble of the harvested grain is kindled, as hedges burn with the torches which some traveller has chanced to put too near, or has gone off and left at break of day, so was the god consumed with flames. So did he burn in all his heart, and feed his fruitless love on hope. He looks at her hair, hanging down her neck in disarray, and says, "What if it were arrayed?" He gazes at her eyes, gleaming like stars. He gazes upon her lips, which but to gaze on does not satisfy. He marvels at her fingers, hands, and wrists, and her arms, bare to the shoulder. And what is hid he deems still lovelier. But she flees him swifter than the fleeting breeze, nor does she stop when he calls after her, "O nymph, O Peneus' daughter, stay! I who pursue thee am no enemy. O stay! So does the lamb flee from the wolf, the deer from the lion. So do doves on fluttering wing flee from the eagle. So every creature flees its foes, but love is the cause of my pursuit. Ah me, I fear that thou wilt fall, or brambles mar thy innocent limbs, and I be cause of pain to thee. The region here is rough, through which thou hastenest. Run with less speed, I pray, and hold thy flight. I too will follow with less speed. Nay, stop, and ask who thy lover is. I am no mountain dweller, no shepherd, I, no unkempt guardian here of flocks and herds. Thou knowest not, rash one, thou knowest not whom thou fleest, and for that reason dost thou flee. Mine is the Delphian land, and Claros, Tenedos, and the realm of Patara acknowledge me as lord. Jove is my father. By me what shall be, has been, and what is, are all revealed. By me the lyre responds in harmony to song. My arrow is sure of aim, but, oh, one arrow, surer than my own, has wounded my heart, but now so fancy-free. The art of medicine is my discovery. I am called help-bringer throughout the world, and all the potency of herbs is given unto me. Alas, that love is curable by no herbs, and the arts which heal all others cannot heal their lord. He would have said more, but the maiden pursued her frightened way, and left him with his words unfinished, even in her desertion seeming fair. The winds bared her limbs, the opposing breezes set her garments a-flutter as she ran, and a light air flung her locks streaming behind her. Her beauty was enhanced by flight. But the chase drew to an end, for the youthful god would not longer waste his time in coaxing words, and urged on by love, he pursued at utmost speed. Just as when a Gallic hound has seen a hare in an open plain, and seeks his prey on flying feet, but the hare safety. He, just about to fasten on her, now, even now, thinks he has her, and grazes her very heels with his outstretched muzzle. But she knows not whether or no she be already caught, and barely escapes from those sharp fangs, and leaves behind the jaws just closing on her. So ran the god and maid. He sped by hope, and she by fear. But he ran the more swiftly, borne on the wings of love, gave her no time to rest, hung over her fleeing shoulders, and breathed on the hair that streamed over her neck. Now was her strength all gone, and pale with fear and utterly overcome by the toil of her swift flight, seeing her father's waters near, she cried, "Oh, Father, help! If your waters hold divinity, change and destroy this beauty by which I pleased all well." Scarce had she thus prayed, when a down-dragging numbness seized her limbs, and her soft sides were begirt with thin bark. Her hair was changed to leaves, her arms to branches. Her feet, but now so swift, grew fast in sluggish roots, and her head was now but a tree's top. Her gleaming beauty alone remained. But even now in this new form Apollo loved her, and placing his hand upon the trunk, he felt the heart still fluttering beneath the bark. He embraced the branches as if human limbs, and pressed his lips upon the wood. But even the wood shrank from his kisses, and the god cried out to this, "Since thou canst not be my bride, thou shalt at least be my tree. My hair, my lyre, my quiver, shall always be entwined with thee, O laurel. With thee shall Roman generals wreathe their heads, when shouts of joy shall acclaim their triumph, and long processions climb the Capitol. Thou at Augustus' portals shalt stand a trusty guardian, and keep watch over the civic crown of oak which hangs between. And as my head is ever young and my locks unshorn, so do thou keep the beauty of thy leaves perpetual." Paean was done. The laurel waved her new-made branches, and seemed to move her head-like top in full consent. There is a vale in Thessaly which steep wooded slopes surround on every side. Men call it Tempe. Through this the river Peneus flows from the foot of Pindus, with foam-flecked waters, and by its heavy fall forms clouds which drive along fine smoke-like mist, sprinkles the tops of the trees with spray, and deafens even remoter regions by its roar. Here is the home, the seat, the inmost haunt of the mighty stream. Here, seated in a cave of overhanging rock, he was giving laws to his waters and to his water-nymphs. Hither came first the rivers of his own country, not knowing whether to congratulate or console the father of Daphne. The poplar-fringed Percheos, the restless Enipeus, hoary Epidanas, gentle Emphrysus, and Aeus, and later all the rivers which, by whatsoever way their current carries them, lead down their waters, weary with wandering, into the sea. Inachus only does not come, but, hidden away in his deepest cave, he augments his waters with his tears, and, in utmost wretchedness, laments his daughter Io as lost. He knows not whether she still lives or is among the shades, but, since he cannot find her anywhere, he thinks she must be nowhere, and his anxious soul forebodes things worse than death. Now, Jove had seen her returning from her father's stream, and said, "O maiden, worthy of the love of Jove, and destined to make some husband happy, seek now the shade of these deep woods." And he pointed to the shady woods, while the sun at his zenith's height is overwarm. "But if thou fearest to go alone amongst the haunts of wild beasts, under God's protection shalt thou tread in safety even the inmost woods. Nor am I of the common gods, but I am he who holds high heaven's sceptre in his mighty hand, and hurls the roaming thunderbolts. Oh, do not flee from me," for she was already in flight. Now had she left behind the pasture fields of Lerna, and the Lycian plains thick set with trees, when the god hid the wide land in a thick dark cloud, caught the fleeing maid, and ravished her. Meanwhile Juno chanced to look down upon the midst of Argos, and marvelled that quick-rising clouds had wrought the aspect of night in the clear light of day. She knew that they were not river mists nor fogs exhaled from the damp earth, and forthwith she glanced around to see where her lord might be, as one who knew well his oft-discovered wiles. When she could not find him in the sky, she said, "Either I am mistaken, or I am being wronged." And gliding down from the top of heaven, she stood upon the earth and bade the clouds disperse. But Jove had felt beforehand his spouse's coming, and had changed the daughter of Inachus into a white heifer. Even in this form she still was beautiful. Saturnia looked a while upon the heifer in grudging admiration, then asked whose she was, and whence she came, or from what herd, as if she did not know full well. Jove lyingly declared that she had sprung from the earth, that so he might forestall all further question as to her origin. Thereupon Saturnia asked for the heifer as a gift. What should he do? 'Twere a cruel task to surrender his love, but not to do so would arouse suspicion. Shame on one side prompts to give her up, but love on the other urges not. Shame by love would have been o'ercome, but if so poor a gift as a heifer were refused to her who was both his sister and his wife, perchance she had seemed to be no heifer. Though her rival was at last given up, the goddess did not at once put off all suspicion, for she feared Jove and further treachery until she had given her over to Argus, the son of Restor, to keep for her. Now Argus' head was set about with 100 eyes, which took their rest in sleep 2 at a time in turn, while the others watched and remained on guard. In whatsoever way he stood, he looked at Io. Even when his back was turned, he had Io before his eyes. In the daytime he allowed her to graze, but when the sun had set beneath the earth, he shut her up and tied an ignominious halter round her neck. She fed on leaves of trees and bitter herbs, and instead of a couch the poor thing lay upon the ground, which was not always grassy, and drank water from the muddy streams. When she strove to stretch out suppliant arms to Argus, she had no arms to stretch, and when she attempted to voice her complaints, she only mooed. She would start with fear at the sound, and was filled with terror at her own voice. She came also to the bank of her father's stream, where she used to play, but when she saw, reflected in the water, her gaping jaws and sprouting horns, she fled in very terror of herself. Her naiad sisters knew not who she was, nor yet her father, Inachus himself. But she followed him and her sisters, and offered herself to be petted and admired. Old Inachus had plucked some grass and held it out to her. She licked her father's hand and tried to kiss it. She could not restrain her tears, and if only she could speak, she would tell her name and sad misfortune, and beg for aid. But instead of words, she did tell the sad story of her changed form with letters which she traced in the dust with her hoof. "Ah, woe is me!" exclaimed her father Inachus. And, clinging to the weeping heifer's horns and snow-white neck, "Ah, woe is me! Art thou indeed my daughter, whom I have sought o'er all the earth? Unfound, a lighter grief wast thou than found. Thou art silent, and givest me back no answer to my words. Thou only heavest deep sighs, and what alone thou canst, thou dost moo in reply. I, in blissful ignorance, was preparing marriage rites for thee, and had hopes, first of a son-in-law, and then of grandchildren. But now from the herd must I find thee a husband, and from the herd must I look for grandchildren. And even by death I may not end my crushing woes. It is a dreadful thing to be a god, for the door of death is shut to me, and my grief must go on without end." As they thus wept together, star-eyed Argus separated them, and drove the daughter, torn from her father's arms, to more distant pastures. There he perched himself apart upon a high mountain-top, where at his ease he could keep watch on every side. But now the ruler of the heavenly ones can no longer bear these great sufferings of Io, and he calls his son, whom the shining Pleiad bore, and bids him do Argus to death. Without delay Mercury puts on his winged sandals, takes in his potent hand his sleep-producing wand, and dons his magic cap. And thus arrayed, the son of Jove leaps down from sky to earth, where he removes his cap and lays aside his wings. Only his wand he keeps. With this, in the character of a shepherd, through the sequestered country paths he drives a flock of goats, which he has collected as he came along, and plays upon his reed pipe as he goes. Juno's guardsman is greatly taken with the strange sound. "You there," he calls, "whoever you are, you might as well sit beside me on this rock, for nowhere is there richer grass for the flock, and you see that there is shade convenient for shepherds." So Atlas' grandson takes his seat, and fills the passing hours with talk of many things, and by making music on his pipe of reeds he tries to overcome those watchful eyes. But Argus strives valiantly against his slumberous languor, and, though he allows some of his eyes to sleep, still he continues to watch with the others. He asks also how the reed pipe came to be invented, for at that time it had but recently been invented. Then said the god, "On Arcadia's cool mountain slopes, among the wood nymphs who dwelt on Nonacris, there was one much sought by suitors. Her sister nymphs called her Syrinx. More than once she had eluded the pursuit of satyrs and all the gods who dwell either in the bosky woods or fertile fields. But she patterned after the Delian goddess in her pursuits, and above all in her life of maidenhood. When girt after the manner of Diana, she would deceive the beholder, and could be mistaken for Latona's daughter, were not her bow of horn, were not Diana's of gold. But even so she was mistaken for the goddess. One day Pan saw her as she was coming back from Mount Lycaeus, his head wreathed with a crown of sharp pine needles, and thus addressed her. It remains still to tell what he said, and to relate how the nymph, spurning his prayers, fled through the pathless wastes until she came to a laden stream flowing peacefully along his sandy banks, how here, when the water checked her further flight, she besought her sisters of the stream to change her form, and how Pan, when now he thought he had caught Syrinx, instead of her, held naught but marsh reeds in his arms, and while he sighed in disappointment, the soft air stirring in the reeds gave forth a low and complaining sound. Touched by this wonder, and charmed by the sweet tones, the god exclaimed, "This union at least shall I have with thee." And so the pipes, made of unequal reeds, fitted together with a joining of wax, took and kept the name of the maiden. When Mercury was going on to tell this story, he saw that all those eyes had yielded and were closed in sleep. Straightway he checks his words, and deepens Argus' slumber by passing his magic wand over those sleep-faint eyes. And forthwith he smites with his hooked sword the nodding head just where it joins the neck, and sends it bleeding down the rocks, defiling the rugged cliff with blood. Argus, thou liest low. The light which thou hadst within thy many fires is all put out, and one darkness fills thy 100 eyes. Saturnia took these eyes and set them on the feathers of her bird, filling his tail with star-like jewels. Straightway she flamed with anger, nor did she delay the fulfilment of her wrath. She set a terror-bearing fury to work before the eyes and heart of her Grecian rival, planted deep within her breast a goading fear, and sent her fleeing in terror through all the world. Thou, O Nile, alone didst close her boundless toil. When she reached the stream, she flung herself down on her knees upon the river-bank. With head thrown back, she raised her face, which alone she could raise, to the high stars, and with groans and tears and agonized mooings she seemed to voice her griefs to Jove, and to beg him to end her woes. Thereupon Jove threw his arms about his spouse's neck, and begged her at last to end her vengeance, saying, "Lay aside all fear for the future. She shall never be source of grief to you again." And he called upon the Stygian pools to witness his oath. The goddess's wrath is soothed. Io gains back her former looks, and becomes what she was before. The rough hair falls away from her body, her horns disappear, her great round eyes grow smaller, her gaping mouth is narrowed, her shoulders and her hands come back, and the hoofs are gone, being changed each into 5 nails. No trace of the heifer is left in her, save only the fair whiteness of her body. And now the nymph, able at last to stand upon 2 feet, stands erect, yet fears to speak, lest she moo in the heifer's way, and with fear and trembling she resumes her long-abandoned speech. Now with fullest service she is worshipped as a goddess by the linen-robed throng. A son, Epaphus, was born to her, thought to have sprung at length from the seed of mighty Jove, and throughout the cities dwelt in temples with his mother. He had a companion of like mind and age named Phaeton, child of the sun. When this Phaeton was once speaking proudly and refused to give way to him, boasting that Phoebus was his father, the grandson of Inachus rebelled and said, "You are a fool to believe all your mother tells you, and are swelled up with false notions about your father." Phaeton grew red with rage, but repressed his anger through very shame, and carried Epaphus' insulting taunt straight to his mother Clymene. "And that you may grieve the more, mother," he said, "I, the high-spirited, the bold of tongue, had no word to say. Ashamed am I that such an insult could have been uttered, and yet could not be answered. But do you, if I am indeed sprung from heavenly seed, give me a proof of my high birth, and justify my claims to divine origin." So spoke the lad, and threw his arms around his mother's neck. begging her by his own and Merop's life, by his sister's nuptial torches, to give him some sure token of his birth. Clymene, moved, it is uncertain whether by the prayers of Phaeton, or more by anger at the insult to herself, stretched out both arms to heaven, and turning her eyes on the bright sun, exclaimed, "By the splendor of that radiant orb which both hears and sees me now, I swear to you, my boy, that you are sprung from the sun, that being whom thou behold, that being who sways the world. If I speak not the truth, may I never see him more, and may this be the last time my eyes shall look upon the light of day. But it is not difficult for you yourself to find your father's house. The place where he rises is not far from our own land. If you are so minded, go there, and ask your question of the sun himself." Phaeton leaps up in joy at his mother's words, already grasping the heavens in imagination, and after crossing his own Ethiopia and the land of Ind lying close beneath the sun, he quickly comes to his father's rising place. End of Book 1. Section 2 of the Metamorphoses, by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. This book is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Book 2, Part 1. The palace of the sun stood high on lofty columns, bright with glittering gold and bronze that shone like fire. Gleaming ivory crowned the gables above. The double folding doors were radiant with burnished silver, and the workmanship was more beautiful than the material, for upon the doors Mulciber had carved in relief the waters that enfold the central earth, the circle of the lands, and the sky that overhangs the lands. The sea holds the dark-hued gods, tuneful Triton, changeful Proteus, and Aegeon, his strong arms thrown over a pair of huge whales. Doris and her daughters, some of whom are shown swimming through the water, some sitting on a rock drying their green hair, and some riding on fishes. They have not all the same appearance, and yet not altogether different, as it should be with sisters. The land has men and cities, woods and beasts, rivers, nymphs, and other rural deities. Above these scenes was placed a representation of the shining sky, 6 signs of the zodiac on the right-hand doors, and 6 signs on the left. Now, when Clymene's son had climbed the steep path which leads thither, and had come beneath the roof of his sire, whose fatherhood had been questioned, straightway he turned him to his father's face, but halted some little space away, for he could not bear the radiance at a nearer view. Clad in a purple robe, Phoebus sat on his throne, gleaming with brilliant emeralds. To right and left stood day and month and year and century, and the hours set at equal distances. Young spring was there, wreathed with a floral crown. Summer, all unclad with garland of ripe grain. Autumn was there, stained with the trodden grape, and icy winter with white and bristly locks. Seated in the midst of these, the sun, with the eyes which behold all things, looked on the youth filled with terror at the strange new sights, and said, "Why hast thou come? What seekest thou in this high dwelling, Phaeton? A son no father need deny?" The lad replied, "O common light of this vast universe, Phoebus, my father, if thou grantest me the right to use that name, if Clymene is not hiding her shame beneath an unreal pretense, grant me a proof, my father, by which all may know me for thy true son, and take away this uncertainty from my mind." He spoke, and his father put off his glittering crown of light, and bade the boy draw nearer. Embracing him, he said, "Thou art both worthy to be called my son, and Clymene has told thee thy true origin. And that thou mayst not doubt my word, ask what boon thou wilt, that thou mayst receive it from my hand. And may that Stygian pool, whereby gods swear, but which mine eyes have never seen, be witness of my promise." Scarce had he ceased when the boy asked for his father's chariot, and the right to drive his winged horses for a day. The father repented him of his oath. Thrice and again he shook his bright head, and said, "Thy words have proved mine to have been rashly said. Would that I might retract my promise, for I confess, my son, that this alone would I refuse thee. But I may at least strive to dissuade thee. What thou desirest is not safe. Thou askest too great a boon, Phaeton, and one which does not befit thy strength and those so boyish years. Thy lot is mortal. Not for mortals is that thou askest. In thy simple ignorance thou dost claim more than can be granted to the gods themselves. Though each of them may do as he will, yet none save myself has power to take his place in my chariot of fire. Nay, even the Lord of great Olympus, who hurls dread thunderbolts with his awful hand, could not drive this chariot. And what have we greater than Jove? The first part of the road is steep, up which my steeds, in all their morning freshness, can scarce make their way. In mid-heaven it is exceeding high, whence to look down on sea and land ofttimes causes even me to tremble, and my heart to quake with throbbing fear. The last part of the journey is precipitous, and needs an assured control. Then even Tethys, who receives me in her underlying waters, is one to fear lest I fall headlong. Furthermore, the vault of heaven spins round in constant motion, drawing along the lofty stars, which it whirls at dizzy speed. I make my way against this, nor does the swift motion which overcomes all else overcome me, but I drive clear contrary to the swift current of the universe. Suppose thou hast my chariot, what wilt thou do? Wilt thou be able to make thy way against the whirling poles, that their swift axis sweep thee not away? Perhaps, too, thou deemest there are groves there, and cities of the gods, and temples full of rich gifts. Nay, the course lies amid lurking dangers and fierce beasts of prey, and though thou shouldst hold the way, and not go straying from the course, still shalt thou pass the horned bull full in thy path, the Himenian archer, the maw of the raging lion, the scorpion, curving his savage arms in long sweeps, and the crab, reaching out in the opposite direction. Nor is it an easy thing for thee to control the steeds, hot with those strong fires which they have within their breasts, which they breathe out from mouth and nostrils. Scarce do they suffer my control when their fierce spirits have become heated, and their necks rebel against the reins. But do thou, O son, beware lest I be the giver of a fatal gift to thee, and while still there is time, amend thy prayer. Dost thou in sooth seek sure pledges that thou art son of mine? Behold, I give sure pledges by my very fear. I show myself thy father by my fatherly anxiety. See, look upon my face, and oh, that thou couldst look into my heart as well, and understand a father's cares therein. Then look around, see all that the rich world holds, and from those great and boundless goods of land and sea and sky ask anything. Nothing will I deny thee. But this one thing I beg thee not to ask, which, if rightly understood, is a bane instead of blessing. A bane, my Phaeton, dost thou ask as boon. Why dost thou throw thy coaxing arms about my neck, thou foolish boy? Nay, doubt it not, it shall be given. We have sworn it by the Styx, whatever thou dost choose. But, oh, make wiser choice. The father's warning ended, yet he fought against the words, and urged his first request, burning with desire to drive the chariot. So then the father, delaying as far as might be, led forth the youth to the high chariot, the work of Vulcan. Its axle was of gold, the pole of gold. Its wheels had golden tires and a ring of silver spokes. Along the yoke, Chrysolites and jewels set in fair array gave back their bright glow to the reflected rays of Phoebus. Now, while the ambitious Phaeton is gazing in wonder at the workmanship, behold, Aurora, who keeps watch in the reddening dawn, has opened wide her purple gates, and her courts glowing with rosy light. The stars all flee away, and the morning star closes their ranks as, last of all, he departs from his watchtower in the sky. When Titan saw him setting, and the world grow red, and the slender horns of the waning moon fading from sight, he bade the swift hours to yoke his steeds. The goddesses quickly did his bidding, and led the horses from the lofty stalls, breathing forth fire and filled with ambrosial food, and they put upon them the clanking bridles. Then the father anointed his son's face with a sacred ointment, and made it proof against the devouring flames, and he placed upon his head the radiant crown, heaving deep sighs the while, presaging woe, and said, If thou canst at least obey these thy father's warnings, spare the lash, my boy, and more strongly use the reins. The horses hasten of their own accord. The hard task is to check their eager feet. And take not thy way straight through the 5 zones of heaven. The true path runs slantwise with a wide curve, and, confined within the limits of 3 zones, avoids the southern heavens and the far north as well. This be thy route. The tracks of my wheels thou wilt clearly see, and, that the sky and earth may have equal heat, go not too low, nor yet direct thy course along the top of heaven. For if thou goest too high, thou wilt burn up the skies, if too low, the earth. In the middle is the safest path, and turn not off too far to the right towards the writhing serpent, nor on the left where the altar lies low in the heavens guide thy wheel. Hold on between the two. I commit all else to fortune, and may she aid thee and guide thee better than thou dost thyself. While I am speaking, dewy night has reached her goal on the far western shore. We may no longer delay. We are summoned. Behold, the dawn is glowing, and the shadows all have fled. Here, grasp the reins, or if thy purpose still may be amended, take my counsel, not my chariot, while still thou canst, while still thou dost stand on solid ground, before thou hast mounted to the car which thou hast in ignorance foolishly desired. Let me give light to the world, which thou mayst see in safety. But the lad has already mounted the swift chariot, and standing proudly, he takes the reins with joy into his hands, and thanks his unwilling father for the gift. Meanwhile the son's swift horses, Pyrois, Eos, Aethon, and the 4th Phlegon, fill all the air with their fiery whinnying, and paw impatiently against their bars. When Tethys, ignorant of her grandson's fate, dropped these, and gave free course through the boundless skies, the horses dashed forth, and with swift flying feet rent the clouds in their path, and borne aloft upon their wings, they passed the east winds that have their rising in the same quarter. But the weight was light, not such as the horses of the sun could feel, and the yoke lacked its accustomed burden, and, as curved ships without their proper ballast roll in the waves, and, unstable because too light, are borne out of their course, so the chariot, without its accustomed burden, gives leaps into the air, is tossed aloft, and is like a riderless car. When they feel this, the team run wild and leave the well-beaten track, and fare no longer in the same course as before. The driver is panic-stricken. He knows not how to handle the reins entrusted to him, nor where the road is, nor, if he did know, would he be able to control the steeds. Then, for the first time, the cold bears grew hot with the race of the sun, and tried, though all in vain, to plunge into the forbidden sea. And the serpent, which lies nearest the icy pole, ever before harmless because sluggish with the cold, now grew hot, and conceived great frenzy from that fire. They say that you also, Boortes, fled in terror, slow though you were, and held back by your clumsy ox-cart. But when the unhappy Phaeton looked down from the top of heaven, and saw the lands lying far, far below, he grew pale, his knees trembled with sudden fear, and over his eyes came darkness through excess of light. And now he would prefer never to have touched his father's horses, and repents that he has discovered his true origin, and prevailed in his prayer. Now, eager to be called the son of Merops, he is borne along just as a ship driven before the headlong blast, whose pilot has let the useless rudder go, and abandoned the ship to the gods and prayers. What shall he do? Much of the sky is now behind him, but more is still in front. His thought measures both, and now he looks forward to the west, which he is destined never to reach, and at times back to the east. Dazed, he knows not what to do. He neither lets go the reins nor can he hold them, and he does not even know the horses' names. To add to his panic fear, he sees scattered everywhere in the sky strange figures of huge and savage beasts. There is one place where the scorpion bends out his arms into two bows, and with tail and arms stretching out on both sides, he spreads over the space of 2 signs. When the boy sees this creature reeking with black poisonous sweat, and threatening to sting him with his curving tail, bereft of wits from chilling fear, down he dropped the reins. When the horses feel these lying on their backs, they break loose from their course, and with none to check them, they roam through unknown regions of the air. Wherever their impulse leads them, there they rush aimlessly, knocking against the stars set deep in the sky, and snatching the chariot along through uncharted ways. Now they climb up to the top of heaven, and now, plunging headlong down, they course along nearer the earth. The moon, in amazement, sees her brother's horses running below her own, and the scorched clouds smoke. The earth bursts into flame, the highest parts first, and splits into deep cracks, and its moisture is all dried up. The meadows are burned to white ashes, the trees are consumed, green leaves and all, and the ripe grain furnishes fuel for its own destruction. But these are small losses which I am lamenting. Great cities perish with their walls, and the vast conflagration reduces whole nations to ashes. The woods are ablaze with the mountains. Athos is ablaze, Cilician Taurus, and Molus, and Iti, and Ida, dry at last, but hitherto covered with springs, and Helicon, haunt of the Muses, and Haemus, not yet linked with the name of Oeagrus. Etna is blazing boundlessly with flames now doubled, and twin-peaked Parnassus, and Eryx, Cynthus, and Othrys, and Rhodope, at last destined to lose its snows, Mimas, Endinima, Mycale, and Carthyron, famed for sacred rites. Nor does its chilling clime save Scythia. Caucasus burns, and Osso with Pindus, and Olympus greater than both, and the heaven-piercing Alps, and cloud-capped Apennines. Then indeed does Phaeton see the earth aflame on every hand. He cannot endure the mighty heat, and the air he breathes is like the hot breath of a deep furnace. The chariot he feels growing white hot beneath his feet. He can no longer bear the ashes and whirling sparks, and is completely shrouded in the dense hot smoke. In this pitchy darkness he cannot tell where he is or whither he is going, and is swept along at the will of his flying steeds. It was then, as men think, that the peoples of Ethiopia became black-skinned, since the blood was drawn to the surface of their bodies by the heat. Then also Libya became a desert, for the heat dried up her moisture. Then the nymphs with dishevelled hair bewailed their fountains and their pools. Boeotia mourns the loss of Dirce, Argus Amymone, Corinth her Piraean spring. Nor do rivers, whose lot had given them more spacious channels, remain unscathed. The Dawn's waters steam, old Peneus too, Mysian Caicus, and swift Ismenus, and Arcadian Erymanthus, Xanthus, destined once again to burn, tawny Lycormas, and Meander, playing along upon its winding way. Thracian Melos and Laconian Eurotas, Babylonian Euphrates burns, Orontes burns, and swift Thermodon. The Ganges, Phasis, Danube, Alpheus boils, Spercheius banks are aflame, the golden sands of Tagus melt in the intense heat, and the swans, which had been wont to throng the Maeonian streams in tuneful company, are scorched in mid-Caister. The Nile fled in terror to the ends of the earth, and hid its head, and it is hidden yet. The 7 mouths lie empty, filled with dust. 7 broad channels, all without a stream. The same mischance dries up the Thracian rivers, Hebrus and Strymon, also the rivers of the west, the Rhine, Rhone, Po, and the Tiber, to whom had been promised the mastery of the world. Great cracks yawn everywhere, and the light, penetrating to the lower world, strikes terror into the infernal king and his consort. Even the sea shrinks up, and what was but now a great watery expanse is a dry plain of sand. The mountains, which the deep sea had covered before, spring forth, and increase the numbers of the scattered Cyclades. The fish dive to the lowest depths, and the dolphins no longer dare to leap curving above the surface of the sea into their wonted air. The dead bodies of sea calves float with upturned belly on the water's top. They say that Nereus himself and Doris and her daughters were hot as they lay hid in their caves. Thrice Neptune essayed to lift his arms and august face from out the water. Thrice did he desist, unable to bear the fiery atmosphere. Not so all-fostering Earth, who, encircled as she was by sea, amid the waters of the deep, amid her fast-contracting streams, which had crowded into her dark bowels and hidden there, though parched by heat, heaved up her smothered face. Raising her shielding hand to her brow, and causing all things to shake with her mighty trembling, she sank back a little lower than her wonted place, and then in awful tone she spoke. "If this is thy will, and I have deserved all this, why, O king of all the gods, are thy lightnings idle? If I must die by fire, O let me perish by thy fire, and lighten my suffering by thought of him who sent it. I scarce can open my lips to speak these words." The hot smoke was choking her. "See my singed hair, and all ashes in my eyes, all ashes over my face. Is this the return, this the reward thou payest for my fertility and dutifulness, that I bear the wounds of the crooked plough and mattock, tormented year in, year out, that I provide kindly pasturage for the flocks, grain for mankind, incense for the altars of the gods? But grant that I have deserved destruction. What has the sea, what has thy brother done? Why are the waters which fell to him by the 3rd lot so shrunken, and so much further from thy sky? But if no consideration for thy brother, nor yet for me, has weight with thee, at least have pity on thy own heavens. Look around, the heavens are smoking from pole to pole. If the fire shall weaken these, the homes of the gods will fall in ruins. See, Atlas himself is troubled, and can scarce bear up the white-hot vault upon his shoulders. If the sea perish, and the land, and the realms of the sky, then are we hurled back to primeval chaos. Save from the flames whatever yet remains, and take thought for the safety of the universe." So spoke the earth, and ceased, for she could no longer endure the heat. And she retreated into herself, and into the depths nearer the land of shades. But the Almighty Father, calling on the gods to witness, and him above all who had given the chariot, that unless he bring aid, all things will perish by a grievous doom, mounts on high to the top of heaven, whence it was his wont to spread the clouds over the broad lands, whence he stirs his thunders and flings his hurling bolts. But now he has no clouds wherewith to overspread the earth, nor any rains to send down from the sky. He thundered, and balancing in his right hand a bolt, flung it from beside the ear the charioteer, and hurled him from the car, and from life as well, and thus quenched fire with blasting fire. The maddened horses leap apart, wrench their necks from the yoke, and break away from the parted reins. Here lie the reins, there the axle, torn from the pole. In another place the spokes of the broken wheels and fragments of the wrecked chariot are scattered far and wide. But Phaeton, fire ravaging his ruddy hair, is hurled headlong, and falls with a long trail through the air, as sometimes a star from the clear heavens, although it does not fall, still seems to fall. Him, far from his native land in another quarter of the globe, Eridanus receives, and bathes his steaming face. The Naiads in that western land consign his body, still smoking with the flames of that forked bolt, to the tomb, and carve this epitaph upon his stone. Here Phaeton lies, in Phoebus' car he fared, and though he greatly failed, more greatly dared. The wretched father, sick with grief, hid his face, and, if we are to believe report, one whole day went without the sun. But the burning world gave light, and so, even in that disaster, was there some service. But Clymene, after she had spoken whatever could be spoken in such woe, melancholy and distraught, and tearing her breast, wandered over the whole earth, seeking first his lifeless limbs, then his bones. His bones at last she found, but buried on a river bank in a foreign land. Here she prostrates herself upon the tomb, drenches the dear name carved in the marble with her tears, and fondles it against her breast. The Heliades, her daughters, join in her lamentation, and pour out their tears in useless tribute to the dead. With bruising hands, beating their naked breasts, they call night and day upon their brother, who never more will hear their sad laments, and prostrate themselves upon his sepulchre. 4 times had the moon with waxing crescents reached her full orb, but they, as was their habit, for use had established habit, were mourning still. Then one day the eldest, Phaethusa, when she would throw herself upon the grave, complained that her feet had grown cold and stark, and when the fair Lampetia tried to come to her, she was held fast as by sudden roots. The third, making to tear her hair, found her hands plucking at foliage. One complained that her ankles were encased in wood, another that her arms were changing to long branches, and while they look on those things in amazement, bark closes round their loins, and by degrees their waists, breasts, shoulders, hands, and all that was free were their lips calling upon their mother. What can the frantic mother do but run, as impulse carries her, now here, now there, and print kisses on their lips? That is not enough. She tries to tear away the bark from their bodies, and breaks off slender twigs with her hands, but as she does this, bloody drops trickle forth as from a wound, and each one, as she is wounded, cries out, "Oh, spare me, mother, spare, I beg you, 'tis my body that you are tearing in the tree. And now farewell." The bark closed over her latest words. Still their tears flow on, and these tears, hardened into amber by the sun, drop down from the new-made trees. The clear river receives them, and bears them onward, one day to be worn by the brides of Rome. Cycnus, the son of Sthenelus, was a witness of this miracle. Though he was kin to you, O Phaeton, by his mother's blood, he was more closely joined to you by affection. He, abandoning his kingdom, for he ruled over the peoples and great cities of Liguria, went weeping and lamenting along the green banks of the Eridanus, and through the woods which the sisters had increased. And as he went, His voice became thin and shrill. White plumage hid his hair, and his neck stretched far out from his breast. A web-like membrane joined his reddened fingers, wings clothed his sides, and a blunt beak his mouth. So Cycnus became a strange new bird, the swan. But he did not trust himself to the upper air, and Jove, since he remembered the fiery bolt which the god had unjustly hurled. His favourite haunts were the still pools and spreading lakes, and, hating fire, he chose the water for his home, as the opposite of flame. Meanwhile, Phoebus sits in gloomy mourning garb, shorn of his brightness, just as when he is darkened by eclipse. He hates himself in the light of day, gives over his soul to grief adds rage, and refuses to do service to the world. Enough, he says, from time's beginning has my lot been unrestful. I am weary of my endless and unrequited toils. Let any else who chooses drive the chariot of light. If no one will, and all the gods confess that it is beyond their power, let Jove himself do it, that sometime at least, while he essays to grasp my reins, he may lay aside the bolts that are destined to rob fathers of their boys. Then will he know, when he has himself tried the strength of those fiery-footed steeds, that he who failed to guide them well did not deserve death. As he thus speaks, all the gods stand around him, and beg him humbly not to plunge the world in darkness. Jove himself seeks to excuse the bolt he hurled, and to his prayers adds threats in royal style. Then Phoebus yokes his team again, wild and trembling still with fear, and in his grief fiercely plies them with lash and goad. Fiercely he plies them, reproaching and taxing them with the death of their master, his son. End of Book 2, Part 1. End of Section 2. Section 3 of the Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Book 2, Part 2. But now the Almighty Father makes a round of the great battlements of heaven, and examines to see if anything has been loosened by the might of fire. When he sees that these are firm with their immortal strength, he inspects the earth and the affairs of men. Yet Arcadia, above all, is his more earnest care. He restores her springs and rivers, which hardly dare yet to flow. He gives grass again to the ground, leaves to the trees, and bids the damaged forests grow green again. And as he came and went upon his tasks, he chanced to see a certain Arcadian nymph, and straightway the fire he caught grew hot to his very marrow. She had no need to spin soft wools, nor to arrange her hair in studied elegance. A simple brooch fastened her gown, and a white fillet held her loose-flowing hair. And in this garb, now with a polished spear, and now a bow in her hand, was she arrayed as one of Phoebe's warriors. Nor was any nymph who roamed over the slopes of Minolis in higher favour with her goddess than was she. But no favour is of long duration. The sun was high o'erhead, just beyond his zenith, when the nymph entered the forest that all years had left unfelled. Here she took her quiver from her shoulder, unstrung her tough bow, and lay down upon the grassy ground, with her head pillowed on her painted quiver. When Jove saw her there, tired out and unprotected, "Here, surely," he said, "my consort will know nothing of my guile, or if she learned it, well bought are taunts at such a price." Straightway he put on the features and dress of Diana, and said, "Dear maid, best loved of all my followers, where hast thou been hunting to-day?" The maiden arose from her grassy couch, and said, Hail thou, my goddess, greater far than Jove, I say, though he himself should hear. Jove laughed to hear her, rejoicing to be prized more highly than himself, and he kissed her lips, not modestly, nor as a maiden kisses. When she began to tell him in what woods her hunt had been, he broke in upon her story with an embrace, and by this outrage betrayed himself. She in truth struggled against him with all her girlish might. Hadst thou been there to see, Saturnia, thy judgment were more kind. But whom could a girl o'ercome, or who could prevail against Jove? Jupiter won the day, and went back to the sky. She loathed the forest and the woods that knew her secret. As she retraced her path, she almost forgot to take up the quiver with its arrows, and the bow she had hung up. But see, Diana with her train of nymphs approaches along the slopes of Menalus, proud of her trophies of the chase. She sees our maiden and calls to her. At first she flees in fear, lest this should be Jove in disguise again. But when she sees the other nymphs coming too, she is reassured and joins the band. Alas, how hard it is not to betray a guilty conscience in the face. She walks with downcast eyes, not, as was her wont, close to her goddess, and leading all the rest. Her silence and her blushes give clear tokens of her plight. And were not Diana herself a maid, she could know her guilt by 1,000 signs. It is said that the nymphs knew it. 9 times since then the crescent moon had grown full-orbed, when the goddess, worn with the chase, and overcome by the hot sun's rays, came to a cool grove through which a gently murmuring stream flowed over its smooth sands. The place delighted her, and she dipped her feet into the water. Delighted too with this, she said to her companions, "Come, no one is near to see. Let us disrobe and bathe us in the brook." The Arcadian blushed, and while all the rest obeyed, she only sought excuses for delay. But her companions forced her to comply, and there her shame was openly confessed. As she stood terror-stricken, vainly striving to hide her state, Diana cried, "Begone, and pollute not our sacred pool," and so expelled her from her company. The great Thunderer's wife had known all this long since, but she had put off her vengeance until a fitting time. And now that time was come. For to add a sting to Juno's hate, a boy, Arcas, had been born of her rival. Whereto, when she turned her angry mind and her angry eyes, "See there," she cried, "nothing was left, adulteress, than to breed a son, and publish my wrong by his birth, a living witness to my lord's shame. But thou shalt suffer for it. Yea, for I will take away thy beauty, wherewith thou dost delight thyself, forward girl, and him who is my husband." So saying, she caught her by the hair full in front, and flung her face foremost to the ground. And when the girl stretched out her arms in prayer for mercy, her arms began to grow rough with black shaggy hair. Her hands changed into feet tipped with sharp claws, and her lips, which but now Jove had praised, were changed to broad ugly jaws. And that she might not move him with entreating prayers, her power of speech was taken from her, and only a harsh, terrifying growl came hoarsely from her throat. Still her human feelings remained, though she was now a bear. With constant moanings she shows her grief, stretches up such hands as are left her to the heavens, and, though she cannot speak, still feels the ingratitude of Jove. Ah, how often, not daring to lie down in the lonely woods, she wandered before her home and in the fields that had once been hers. How often was she driven over the rocky waves by the baying of hounds, and, huntress though she was, fled in affright before the hunters. Often she hid at sight of the wild beasts, forgetting what she was, and though herself a bear, shuddered at sight of other bears which she saw on the mountain slopes. She even feared the wolves, although her own father Lycaon ran with the pack. And now Arcas, Lycaon's grandson, had reached his 15th year, ignorant of his mother's plight. While he was hunting the wild beasts, seeking out their favourite haunts, hemming the Arcadian woods with his close-wrought nets, he chanced upon his mother, who stopped still at sight of Arcas, and seemed like one that recognized him. He shrank back at those unmoving eyes that were fixed for ever upon him, and feared he knew not what. And when she tried to come nearer, he was just in the act of piercing her breast with his wound-dealing spear, but the Omnipotent stayed his hand, and together he removed both themselves and the crime, and together, caught up through the void in a whirlwind, he set them in the heavens, and made them neighbouring stars. Then indeed did Juno's wrath wax hotter still, when she saw her rival shining in the sky, and straight went down to Tethys, venerable goddess of the sea, and to old Ocean, whom oft the gods hold in reverence. When they asked her the cause of her coming, she began, "Do you ask me why I, the Queen of Heaven, am here? Another queen has usurped my heaven. Count my word false, if tonight, when darkness has obscured the sky, you see not new constellations fresh set to outrage me, in the place of honour in highest heaven, where the last and shortest circle encompasses the utmost pole. And is there any reason now why any one should hesitate to insult Juno, and should fear my wrath, who do but help where I would harm? Oh, what great things have I accomplished! What unbounded power is mine! She whom I drove out of human form has now become a goddess. So do I punish those who wrong me. Such is my vaunted might. It only remains for him to release her from her bestial form and restore her former features, as he did once before in Argive Io's case. Why, now that I am deposed, should he not wed, and set her in my chamber, and become Lycaon's son-in-law? But do you, if the insult to your foster child moves you, debar these bears from your green pools, disown stars which have gained heaven at the price of shame, and let not that harlot bathe in your pure stream." The gods of the sea granted her prayer, and Saturnia, mounting her swift chariot, was borne back through the yielding air by her gaily decked peacocks, peacocks but lately decked with the slain Argus eyes, at the same time that thy plumage, talking raven, though white before, had been suddenly changed to black. For he had once been a bird of silvery white plumage, so that he rivaled the spotless doves, nor yielded to the geese, which one day were to save the capital with their watchful cries, nor to the river-loving swan. But his tongue was his undoing. Through his tongue's fault the talking bird, which once was white, was now the opposite of white. In all Thessaly there was no fairer maid than Coronis of Larissa. She surely found favour in thy eyes, O Delphic god, so long as she was chaste, or undetected. But the bird of Phoebus discovered her unchastity, and was posting with all speed, hard-hearted telltale, to his master to disclose the sin he had spied out. The gossiping crow followed him on flapping wings and asked the news. But when he heard the real object of the trip, he said, "'Tis no profitable journey you are taking, my friend. Scorn not the forewarning of my tongue. See what I used to be, and what I am now, and then ask the reason for it. You will find that good faith was my undoing. Once upon a time a child was born, named Erichthonius, a child without a mother. Him Pallas hid in a box woven of Actaean osiers, and gave this to the 3 daughters of double-shaped Cecrops, with the strict command not to look upon her secret. Hidden in the light leaves that grew thick over an elm, I set myself to watch what they would do. 2 of the girls, Pandrosos and Herse, watched the box in good faith, but the 3rd, Aglauros, called her sisters cowards, and with her hand undid the fastenings, and within they saw a baby boy and a snake stretched out beside him. I went and betrayed them to the goddess, and for my pains I was turned out of my place as Minerva's attendant and put after the bird of night. My punishment ought to be a warning to all birds not to invite trouble by talking too much. But perhaps, you say, she did not seek me out of her own accord, when I asked no such thing? Well, you may ask Pallas herself. Though she be angry with me now, she will not deny that, for all her anger, it is a well-known story. I once was a king's daughter, child of the famous Coroneus in the land of Phocus, and, nay, scorn me not, rich suitors sought me in marriage. But my beauty proved my bane. For once, while I paced, as is my wont, along the shore with slow steps over the sand's top, the god of the ocean saw me and grew hot, and when his prayers and coaxing words proved but waste of time, he offered force and pursued. I ran from him, leaving the hard-packed beach, and was quickly worn out, but all to no purpose, in the soft sand beyond. Then I cried out for help to gods and men, but my cries reached no mortal ear. But the virgin goddess heard a virgin's prayer and came to my aid. I was stretching my arms to heaven, when my arms began to darken with light feathers. I strove to cast my mantle from my shoulders, but it was feathers too, which had already struck their roots deep into my skin. I tried to beat my bare breasts with my hands, but I found I had now neither breasts nor hands. I would run, and now the sand did not retard my feet as before, but I skimmed lightly along the top of the ground, and soon I floated on the air, soaring high, and so I was given to Minerva to be her blameless comrade. But of what use was that to me, if, after all, Nictimene, who was changed into a bird because of her vile sins, has been put in my place? Or have you not heard the tale all Lesbos knows too well, how Nictimene outraged the sanctity of her father's bed, and, bird though she now is, still conscious of her guilt, she flees the sight of men and light of day, and tries to hide her shame in darkness, outcast by all from the whole radiant sky? In reply to all this, the raven said, On your own head, I pray, be the evil that warning pretends. I scorn the idle presage, continued on his way to his master, and then told him that he had seen Coronis lying beside the youth of Thessaly. When that charge was heard, the laurel glided from the lover's head. Together countenance and colour changed, and the quill dropped from the hand of the god. And as his heart became hot with swelling anger, he seized his accustomed arms, strung his bent bow from the horns, and transfixed with unerring shaft the bosom which had been so often pressed to his own. The smitten maid groaned in agony, and as the arrow was drawn out, her white limbs were drenched with her red blood. "'Twas right, O Phoebus," she said, "that I should suffer thus from you. But first I should have borne my child. But now 2 of us shall die in one." And while she spoke, her life ebbed out with her streaming blood, and soon her body, its life all spent, lay cold in death. The lover, alas, too late repents his cruel act. He hates himself because he listened to the tale, and was so quick to break out in wrath. He hates the bird by which he has been compelled to know the offence that brought his grief. Bow and hand he hates, and with that hand the hasty arrows too. He fondles the fallen girl, and too late tries to bring help and to conquer fate, but his healing arts are exercised in vain. When his efforts were of no avail, and he saw the pyre made ready with the funeral fires which were to consume her limbs, then indeed, for the cheeks of the heavenly gods may not be wet with tears, from his deep heart he uttered piteous groans, such groans as the young cow utters when before her eyes the hammer, high poised from beside the right ear, crashes with its resounding blow through the hollow temples of her suckling calf. The god pours fragrant incense on her unconscious breast, gives her the last embrace, and performs all the fit offices unfitly for the dead. But that his own son should perish in the same funeral fires he cannot brook. He snatched the unborn child from his mother's womb, and from the devouring flames, and bore him for safe keeping to the cave of two-formed Chiron. But the raven, which had hoped only for reward from his truth-telling, he forbade to take their place among white birds. Meantime the centaur was rejoicing in his foster child of heavenly stock, glad at the honor which the task brought with it, when lo, there comes his daughter, her shoulders overmantled with red gold locks, whom once the nymph Chariclo, bearing her to him upon the banks of the swift stream, had called thereafter Ocyroe. She was not satisfied to have learnt her father's art, but she sang prophecy. So when she felt in her soul the prophetic madness, and was warmed by the divine fire prisoned in her breast, she looked upon the child and cried, O child, health-bringer to the whole world, speed thy growth. Often shall mortal bodies owe their lives to thee, and to thee shall it be counted right to restore the spirits of the departed. But having dared this once in scorn of the gods, from power to give life a second time, thou shalt be stayed by thy grandsire's lightning. So from a god shalt thou become but a lifeless corpse. But from this corpse shalt thou again become a god, and twice renew thy fates. Thou also, dear father, who art now immortal, and destined by the law of thy birth to last through all the ages, shalt some day long for power to die, when thou shalt be in agony with all thy limbs burning with the fatal Hydra's blood. But at last, from immortal, the gods shall make thee capable of death, and the three goddesses shall loose thy thread. Still other fates remained to tell, but suddenly she sighed deeply, and with flowing tears said, The fates forestall me, and forbid me to speak more. My power of speech fails me. Not worth the cost were those arts which have brought down the wrath of heaven upon me. I would that I had never known the future. Now my human shape seems to be passing. Now grass pleases as food. Now I am eager to race around the broad pastures. I am turning into a mare, my kindred shape. But why completely? Surely my father is half human. Even while she spoke, the last part of her complaint became scarce understood, and her words were all confused. Soon they seemed neither words, nor yet the sound of a horse, but as of one trying to imitate a horse. At last she clearly whinnied, and her arms became legs, and moved along the ground. Her fingers drew together, and one continuous light hoof of horn bound together the 5 nails of her hand. Her mouth enlarged, her neck was extended, the train of her gown became a tail, and her locks, as they lay roaming over her neck, were become a mane on the right side. Now was she changed alike in voice and feature, and this new wonder gave her a new name as well. The half-divine son of Philyra wept and vainly called on thee for aid, O Lord of Delphi. For thou couldst not revoke the edict of mighty Jove, nor, if thou couldst, wast thou then at hand. In those days thou wast dwelling in Elis and the Messenian fields. Thy garment was a shepherd's cloak, thy staff a stout stick from the wood, and a pipe made of 7 unequal reeds was in thy hand. And while thy thoughts were all of love, and while thou didst discourse sweetly on the pipe, the cattle thou wast keeping strayed, 'tis said, all unguarded into the Pylian fields. There Maia's son spied them, and by his native craft drove them into the woods, and hid them there. Nobody saw the theft except one old man well known in that neighborhood, called Battus by all the countryside. He, as a hired servant of the wealthy Neleus, was watching a herd of blooded mares in the glades and rich pasture fields thereabouts. Mercury feared his tattling, and, drawing him aside with cajoling hand, said, "Whoever you are, my man, if anyone should chance to ask you if you have seen any cattle going by here, say that you have not, and that your kindness may not go unrewarded, you may choose out a sleek heifer for your pay." And he gave him the heifer forthwith. The old man took it and replied, "Go on, stranger, and feel safe. That stone will tell of your theft sooner than I." And he pointed out a stone. The son of Jove pretended to go away, but soon came back with changed voice and form, and said, "My good fellow, if you have seen any cattle going along this way, help me out, and don't refuse to tell about it, for they were stolen. I'll give you a cow and a bull into the bargain if you'll tell." The old man, tempted by the double reward, said, "You'll find them over there at the foot of that mountain." And there, true enough, they were. Mercury laughed him to scorn, and said, "Would you betray me to myself, you rogue? Me to my very face?" So saying, he turned the faithless fellow into a flinty stone, which even to this day is called touchstone, and the old reproach still rests upon the undeserving flint. The god of the caduceus had taken himself hence on level wings, and now, as he flew, he was looking down upon the Munician fields, the land that Minerva loves, and the groves of the learned Lyceum. That day chanced to be a festival at Pallas, when young maidens bore to their goddess temple mystic gifts in flower-wreathed baskets on their heads. The winged god saw them as they were returning home, and directed his way towards them, not straight down, but sweeping in such a curve as when the swift kite has spied the fresh-slain sacrifice, afraid to come down while the priests are crowded around the victim, and yet not venturing to go quite away, he circles around in air, and on flapping wings greedily hovers over his hoped-for prey. So did the nimble Mercury fly round the Athenian hill, sweeping in circles through the same spaces of air. As Lucifer shines more brightly than all the other stars, and as the golden moon outshines Lucifer, so much was Herse more lovely than all the maidens round her, the choice ornament in the solemn procession of her comrades. The son of Jove was astounded at her beauty, and hanging in mid-air he caught the flames of love. As when a leaden bullet is thrown by a balearic sling, it flies along, is heated by its motion, and finds heat in the clouds which it had not before. Mercury now turns his course, leaves the air, and flies to earth, nor seeks to disguise himself. Such is the confidence of beauty. Yet, though that trust be lawful, he assists it none the less with pains. He smooths his hair, arranges his robe so that it may hang neatly, and so that all the golden border will show. He takes care to have in his right hand his smooth wand, with which he brings on sleep or drives it away, and to have his winged sandals glittering on his trim feet. In a retired part of the house were 3 chambers, richly adorned with ivory and tortoise-shell. The right-hand room of these Pandrosos occupied, Aglauros the left, and Herse the room between. Aglauros first saw the approaching god, and made so bold as to ask his name and the cause of his visit. He, grandson of Atlas and Pleione, replied, "I am he who carry my father's messages through the air. My father is Jove himself, nor will I conceal why I am here. Only do you consent to be true to your sister, and to be called the aunt of my offspring? I have come here for Herse's sake. I pray you favor a lover's suit." Aglauros looked at him with the same covetous eyes with which he had lately peeped at the secret of the golden-haired Minerva, and demanded a mighty weight of gold as the price of her service. Meantime she compelled him to leave the palace. The warrior goddess now turned her angry eyes upon her, and breathed sighs so deep and perturbed that her breast and the aegis that lay upon her breast shook with her emotion. She remembered that this was the girl who had, with profaning hands, uncovered the secret at the time when, contrary to her command, she looked upon the son of the Lemnian without mother born. And now she would be in favour with the god and with her sister, and rich besides with the gold which, in her greed, she had demanded. Straightway Minerva sought out the cave of Envy, filthy with black gore. Her home was hidden away in a deep valley, where no sun shines and no breeze blows. A gruesome place, and full of a numbing chill. No cheerful fire burns there, and the place is wrapped in thick black fog. When the warlike maiden goddess came to the cave, she stood without, for she might not enter that foul abode, and beat upon the door with end of spear. The battered doors flew open, and there, sitting within, was Envy, eating snake's flesh, the proper food of her venom. At the horrid sight the goddess turned away her eyes. But that other rose heavily from the ground, leaving the snake's carcasses half consumed, and came forward with sluggish step. When she saw the goddess, glorious in form and armour, she groaned aloud, and shaped her countenance to match the goddess' sigh. Pallor o'erspreads her face, and her whole body seems to shrivel up. Her eyes are all awry, her teeth are foul with mould. Green poisonous gall o'erflows her breast, and venom drips down from her tongue. She never smiles, save at the sight of another's troubles. She never sleeps, disturbed with wakeful cares. Unwelcome to her is the sight of men's success, and with the sight she pines away. She gnaws and is gnawed, herself her own punishment. Although she detested the loathsome thing, yet in curt speech Tritonia spoke to her. Infect with your venom one of Cecrop's daughters. Such the task I set. I mean Aglauros. Without more words she fled the creature's presence, and, pushing her spear against the ground, sprang lightly back to heaven. The hag, eyeing her askance as she flees, mutters awhile, grieving to think on the goddess' joy of triumph. Then she takes her staff, thick set with thorns, and, wrapped in a mantle of dark cloud, sets forth. Wherever she goes, she tramples down the flowers, causes the grass to wither, blasts the high waving trees, and taints with the foul pollution of her breath whole peoples, cities, homes. At last she spies Tritonia's city, splendid with art and wealth and peaceful joy. And she can scarce restrain her tears at the sight, because she sees no cause for others' tears. But, having entered the chamber of Cecrop's daughter, she performed the goddess' bidding, touched the girl's breast with her festering hand, and filled her heart with pricking thorns. Then she breathed pestilential, poisonous breath into her nostrils, and spread black venom through her very heart and bones. And, to fix a cause for her grief, Envy pictured to her imagination her sister's blessed marriage, and the god in all his beauty, magnifying the excellence of everything. Maddened by this, Aglauros eats her heart out in secret misery. Careworn by day, careworn by night, she groans and wastes away most wretchedly, with slow decay, like ice touched by the fitful sunshine. She is consumed by envy of Hercules' happiness, just as when a fire is set under a pile of weeds, which give out no flames and waste away with slow consumption. She often longed to die, that she might not behold such happiness, often to tell it as 'twere a crime to her stern father. At last she sat down at her sister's threshold, to prevent the god's entrance when he should come. And when he coaxed and prayed with his most honeyed words, "Have done," she said, "for I shall never stir from here till I have foiled your purpose." "We'll stand by that bargain," Mercury quickly replied, and with a touch of his heavenly wand he opened the door. At this the girl struggled to get up, but found the limbs she bends in sitting made motionless with dull heaviness. She strove to stand erect, but her knees had stiffened, A numbing chill stole through her limbs, and her flesh was pale and bloodless. And, as an incurable cancer spreads its evil roots ever more widely and involves sound with infected parts, so did a deadly chill little by little creep to her breast, stopping all vital functions and choking off her breath. She no longer tried to speak, and if she had tried, her voice would have found no way of utterance. Her neck was changed to stone, her features had hardened. There she sat, a lifeless statue. Nor was the stone white in color, her soul had stained it black. When Mercury had inflicted this punishment on the girl for her impious words and spirit, he left the land of Pallas behind him, and flew to heaven on outflung pinions. Here his father calls him aside, and, not revealing his love affair as the real reason, he says, "My son, always faithful to perform my bidding, delay not, but swiftly in accustomed flight glide down to earth, and seek out the land that looks up at your mother's star from the left. The natives call it the land of Sidon. There you are to drive down to the seashore the herd of the king's cattle, which you will see grazing at some distance on the mountainside." He spoke, and quickly the cattle were driven from the mountain and headed for the shore, as Jove had directed, to a spot where the great king's daughter was accustomed to play in company with her Tyrian maidens. Majesty and love do not go well together, nor tarry long in the same dwelling place. And so the father and ruler of the gods, who wields in his right hand the three-forked lightning, whose nod shakes the world, laid aside his royal majesty along with his sceptre, and took upon him the form of a bull. In this form he mingled with the cattle, lowed like the rest, and wandered around, beautiful to behold on the young grass. His color was white as the untrodden snow, which had not yet been melted by the rainy south wind. The muscles stood rounded upon his neck, a long dewlap hung down in front. His horns were small, but perfect in shape, as if carved by an artist's hand, cleaner and more clear than pearls. His brow and eyes would inspire no fear, and his whole expression was peaceful. Agenor's daughter looked at him in wondering admiration, because he was so beautiful and friendly. But although he seemed so gentle, she was afraid at first to touch him. Presently she drew near and held out flowers to his snow-white lips. The disguised lover rejoiced, and as a foretaste of future joy, kissed her hands. Even so, he could scarce restrain his passion. And now he jumps sportively about on the grass, now lays his snowy body down on the yellow sands, and when her fear has little by little been allayed, he yields his breast for her maiden hands to pat, and his horns to entwine with garlands of fresh flowers. The princess even dares to sit upon his back, little knowing upon whom she rests. The god, little by little, edges away from the dry land, and sets his borrowed hoofs in the shallow water. Then he goes further out, and soon is in full flight with his prize on the open ocean. She trembles with fear, and looks back at the receding shore, holding fast a horn with one hand, and resting the other on the creature's back. And her fluttering garments stream behind her in the wind. End of Book 2, Part 2. End of Section 3. Section 4 of the Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Book 3. And now, the god, having put off disguise of the bull, owned himself for what he was, and reached the fields of Crete. But the maiden's father, ignorant of what had happened, bids his son Cadmus go and search for the lost girl, and threatens exile as a punishment if he does not find her, pious and guilty by the same act. After roaming over all the world in vain, for who could search out the secret loves of Jove, Agenor's son becomes an exile, shunning his father's country and his father's wrath. Then in suppliant wise he consults the oracle of Phoebus, seeking thus to learn in what land he is to settle. Phoebus replies, "A heifer will meet you in the wilderness, one who has never worn the yoke or drawn the crooked plough. Follow where she leads, and where she lies down to rest upon the grass, there see that you build your city's walls, and call the land Boeotia." Note, the land of the heifer. Return to text. Hardly had Cadmus left the Castalian grotto when he saw a heifer moving slowly along, all unguarded, and wearing on her neck no mark of service. He follows in her track with deliberate steps, silently giving thanks the while to Phoebus for showing him the way. And now the heifer had passed the fords of Cephisus and the fields of Panope, when she halted, and lifting towards the heavens her beautiful head, with its spreading horns, she filled the air with her lowings, and then, looking back upon those who were following close behind, she kneeled and let her flank sink down upon the fresh young grass. Cadmus gave thanks, reverently pressed his lips upon the stranger land, and greeted the unknown mountains and the plains. With intent to make sacrifice to Jove, he bade his attendants hunt out a spring of living water for libation. There was a primeval forest there, scarred by no axe, and in its midst a cave, thick set about with shrubs and pliant twigs. With well-fitted stones it fashioned a low arch, whence poured a full-welling spring, and deep within dwelt a serpent sacred to Mars. The creature had a wondrous golden crest, fire flashed from his eyes, his body was all swollen with venom, his triple tongue flickered out and in, and his teeth were ranged in triple row. When with luckless steps the wayfarers of the Tyrian race had reached this grove, they let down their vessels into the spring, breaking the silence of the place. At this the dark serpent thrust forth his head out of the deep cave, hissing horribly. The urns fell from the men's hands, their blood ran cold, and horror-struck they were seized with a sudden trembling. The serpent twines his scaly coils in rolling knots, and with a spring curves himself into a huge bow, and lifted high by more than half his length into the unsubstantial air, he looks down upon the whole wood, as huge, could you see him all, as is that serpent in the sky that lies outstretched between the twin bears. He makes no tarrying, but seizes on the Phoenicians, whether they are preparing for fighting or for flight, or whether very fear holds both in check. Some he slays with his fangs, some he crushes in his constricting folds, and some he stifles with the deadly corruption of his poisoned breath. The sun had reached the middle heavens, and drawn close the shadows, and now Cadmus, wondering what has delayed his companions, starts out to trace them. For shield he has a lion's skin, for weapon a spear with glittering iron point, and a javelin, and, better than all weapons, a courageous soul. When he enters the wood and sees the corpses of his friends all slain, and victorious above them their huge-bodied foe licking their piteous wounds with bloody tongue, he cries, "O ye poor forms, most faithful friends! Either I shall avenge your death, or be your comrade in it." So saying, he heaved up a massive stone with his right hand, and with mighty effort hurled its mighty bulk. Under such a blow high ramparts would have fallen, towers and all, but the serpent went unscathed, protected against that strong stroke by his scales as by an iron doublet, and by his hard dark skin. But that hard skin cannot withstand the javelin too, which now is fixed in the middle fold of his tough back, and penetrates with its iron head deep into his flank. The creature, mad with pain, twists back his head, views well his wound, and bites at the spear shaft fixed therein. Then, when by violent efforts he had loosened this all round, with difficulty he tore it out, but the iron head remained fixed in the backbone. Then, indeed, fresh fuel was added to his native wrath. his throat swells with full veins, and white foam flecks his horrid jaws. The earth resounds with his scraping scales, and such rank breath as he exhales from the Stygian cave befouls the tainted air. Now he coils in huge spiral folds, now shoots up, straight and tall as a tree. Now he moves on with huge rush, like a stream in flood, sweeping down with his breast the trees in his path. Cadmus gives way a little, receiving his foe's rushes on the lion skin, and holds in check the ravening jaws with his spear point thrust well forward. The serpent is furious, bites vainly at the hard iron, and catches the sharp spearhead between his teeth. And now from his venomous throat the blood begins to trickle, and stains the green grass with spattered gore. But the wound is slight, because the serpent keeps backing from the thrust, drawing away his wounded neck, and by yielding keeps the stroke from being driven home, nor allows it to go deeper. But Cadmus follows him up, and presses the planted point into his throat, until at last an oak tree stays his backward course, and neck and tree are pierced together. The oak bends beneath the serpent's weight, and the stout trunk groans beneath the lashings of his tail. While the conqueror stands gazing on the huge bulk of his conquered foe, suddenly a voice sounds in his ears. He cannot tell whence it comes, but he hears it saying, "Why, O son of Agenor, dost thou gaze on the serpent thou hast slain? Thou too shalt be a serpent for men to gaze on." Long he stands there with quaking heart and pallid cheeks, and his hair rises up on end with chilling fear. But behold, the hero's helper, Pallas, gliding down through the high air, stands beside him, and she bids him plough the earth and plant therein the dragon's teeth, destined to grow into a nation. He obeys, and having opened up the furrows with his deep-sunk plough, he sows in the ground the teeth as he is bid, a man-producing seed. Then, a thing beyond belief, the ploughed ground begins to stir, and first there spring up from the furrows the points of spears, then helmets with colored plumes waving, next shoulders of men, and breasts and arms laden with weapons come up, and the crop grows with the shields of warriors. So when on festal days the curtain in the theatre is raised, figures of men rise up, showing first their faces, then little by little all the rest, until at last, drawn up with steady motion, the entire forms stand revealed, and plant their feet upon the curtain's edge. Frightened by this new foe, Cadmus was preparing to take his arms. "Take not your arms," one of the earth-sprung brood cried out, "and take no part in our fratricidal strife." So saying, with his hard sword he clave one of his earth-born brothers, fighting hand to hand, and instantly he himself was felled by a javelin thrown from far. But he also who had slain this last had no longer to live than his victim, and breathed forth the spirit which he had but now received. The same dire madness raged in them all, and in mutual strife by mutual wounds these brothers of an hour perished. And now the youth, who had enjoyed so brief a span of life, lay writhing on their mother earth warm with their blood, all save 5. One of these was Echion, who at Pallas' bidding dropped his weapons to the ground, and sought and made peace with his surviving brothers. These the Sidonian wanderer had as comrades in his task when he founded the city granted him by Phoebus' oracle. And now Thebes stood complete. Now thou couldst seem, O Cadmus, even in exile a happy man. Thou hast obtained Mars and Venus too, as parents of thy bride. Add to this blessing children worthy of so noble a wife, so many sons and daughters, the pledges of thy love, and grandsons too, now grown to budding manhood. But of a surety man's last day must ever be awaited, and none be counted happy till his death, till his last funeral rites are paid. One grandson of thine, Actaeon, midst all thy happiness, first brought thee cause of grief, upon whose brow strange horns appeared, and whose dogs greedily lapped their master's blood. But if you seek the truth, you will find the cause of this in Fortune's fault, and not in any crime of his. For what crime had mere mischance? 'Twas on a mountain stained with the blood of many slaughtered beasts. Midday had shortened every object's shade, and the sun was at equal distance from either goal. Then young Actaeon with friendly speech thus addressed his comrades of the chase, as they fared through the trackless wastes. Both nets and spears, my friends, are dripping with our quarry's blood, and the day has given us good luck enough. When once more Aurora, borne on her saffron car, shall bring back the day, we will resume our proposed task. Now Phoebus is midway in his course, and cleaves the very fields with his burning rays. Cease then your present task, and bear home the well-wrought nets. The men performed his bidding, and ceased their toil. There was a vale in that region, thick grown with pine and cypress with their sharp needles. 'Twas called Gargaphe, the sacred haunt of high-girt Diana. In its most secret nook there was a well-shaded grotto, wrought by no artist's hand. But nature by her own cunning had imitated art, for she had shaped a native arch of the living rock and soft tufa. A sparkling spring with its slender stream babbled on one side, and widened into a pool girt with grassy banks. Here the goddess of the wild woods, when weary with the chase, was wont to bathe her maiden limbs in the crystal water. On this day, having come to the grotto, she gives to the keeping of her armor-bearer among her nymphs her hunting spear, her quiver, and her unstrung bow. Another takes on her arm the robe she has laid by. Two unbind her sandals from her feet. But Theban Crocole, defter than the rest, binds into a knot the locks which have fallen down her mistress' neck, her own locks streaming free the while. Others bring water, Nephele, Hyale, and Rhanes, Psacus, and Phiale, and pour it out from their capacious urns. And while Titania is bathing there in her accustomed pool, lo, Cadmus' grandson, his day's toil deferred, comes wandering through the unfamiliar woods with unsure footsteps, and enters Diana's grove, for so fate would have it. As soon as he entered the grotto, bedewed with fountain spray, the naked nymphs smote upon their breasts at sight of the man, and filled all the grove with their shrill sudden cries. Then they thronged around Diana, seeking to hide her body with their own. But the goddess stood head and shoulders over all the rest, and red as the clouds which flush beneath the sun's slant rays, red as the rosy dawn, were the cheeks of Diana as she stood there in view without her robes. Then, though the band of nymphs pressed close about her, she stood turning aside a little, and cast back her gaze. And though she would fain have had her arrows ready, what she had she took up, the water, and flung it into the young man's face. And as she poured the avenging drops upon his hair, she spoke these words, foreboding his coming doom: "Now you are free to tell that you have seen me all unrobed, if you can tell." No more than this she spoke, but on the head which she had sprinkled she caused to grow the horns of the long-lived stag, stretched out his neck, sharpened his ear-tips, gave feet in place of hands, changed his arms into long legs, and clothed his body with a spotted hide. And last of all she planted fear within his heart. Away in flight goes Autonoe's heroic son, marveling to find himself so swift of foot. But when he sees his features and his horns in a clear pool, "Oh, woe is me," he tries to say, but no words come. He groans, the only speech he has, and tears course down his changeling cheeks. Only his mind remains unchanged. What is he to do? Shall he go home to the royal palace, or shall he stay skulking in the woods? Shame blocks one course, and fear the other. But while he stands perplexed, he sees his hounds. Note: tigress, might, white, soot, Spartan, whirlwind, swift, Cyprian, wolf, grasper, black, shag, fury, white tooth, barker, black hare, beast killer, mountaineer. Return to text. And first comes Melampus and keen-scented Icnobates, baying loud on the trail. Icnobates a Cretan dog, Melampus a Spartan. Then others come rushing on, swifter than the wind, Pamphagus, Dorceus, and Oribacus, Arcadians all, staunch Nebrophanus, fierce Theron and Lelaps, Pterolas the swift of foot, and keen-scented Agre, savage Hyleus, but lately ripped up by a wild boar, the wolf-dog Nape, and the trusty shepherd Poeminus, Harpaea with her 2 pups, Sicyonian Ladon, thin in the flanks, Dromus, Canacee, Stycte, Tigris, Alce, white-haired Leucon, black Aspolus, Lacon, renowned for strength, and fleet Aiello, Thoas and swift Lycisce, with her brother Cyprius, Harpalos, with a white spot in the middle of his black forehead, Melanius and shaggy Lachne. 2 dogs from a Cretan father and a Spartan mother, Labros and Agriados, shrill-tongued Hylactor, and others whom it were too long to name. The whole pack, keen with the lust of blood, over crags, over cliffs, over trackless rocks, where the way is hard, where there is no way at all, follow on. He flees over the very ground where he is oft-time pursued. He flees, the pity of it, his own faithful hounds. He longs to cry out, I am Actaeon, recognize your own master. But words fail his desire. All the air resounds with their baying. And first Melanchites fixes his fangs in his back. Theridamas next, Oresitrophus has fastened on his shoulder. They had set out later than the rest, but by a short cut across the mountain had outstripped their course. While they hold back their master's flight, the whole pack collects, and all together bury their fangs in his body, till there is no place left for further wounds. He groans and makes a sound which, though not human, is still one no deer could utter, and fills the heights he knows so well with mournful cries. And now, down on his knees in suppliant attitude, just like one in prayer, he turns his face in silence towards them, as if stretching out beseeching arms. But his companions, ignorant of his plight, urge on the fierce pack with their accustomed shouts, looking all around for Actaeon, and call, each louder than the rest, for Actaeon, as if he were far away. He turns his head at the sound of his name, and complain that he is absent and is missing, through sloth the sight of the quarry brought to bay. Well, indeed, might he wish to be absent, but he is here, and well might he wish to see, not to feel, the fierce doings of his own hounds. They throng him on every side, and plunging their muzzles in his flesh, mangle their master under the deceiving form of the deer. Nor, as they say, till he had been done to death by many wounds, was the wrath of the quiver-bearing goddess appeased. Common talk wavered this way and that. To some the goddess seemed more cruel than was just. Others called her act worthy of her austere virginity. Both sides found good reasons for their judgment. Jove's wife alone spake no word either in blame or praise, but rejoiced in the disaster which had come to Agenor's house. For she had now transferred her anger from her Tyrian rival, note, Europa, whose story has already been told, return to text, to those who shared her blood. And lo, a fresh pang was added to her former grievance, and she was smarting with the knowledge that Semele was pregnant with a seed of mighty Jove. Words of reproach were rising to her lips, but what, she cried, have I ever gained by reproaches? 'Tis she must feel my wrath. Herself, if I am duly called most mighty Juno, must I attack, if I am fit to wield in my hand the jeweled scepter, if I am Queen of Heaven, the sister and the wife of Jove, at least his sister. And yet methinks she is content with his stolen love, and the insult to my bed is but for a moment. But she has conceived, That still was lacking, and bears plain proof of her guilt in her full womb, and seeks, a fortune that has scarce been mine, to be made a mother from Jove. So great is her trust in beauty. But I will cause that trust to mock her. I am no daughter of Saturn, if she go not down to the Stygian pool, plunged thither by her Jupiter himself." On this she rose from her seat, and, wrapped in a saffron cloud, she came to the home of Semele. But before she put aside her concealing cloud, she feigned herself an old woman, whitening her hair at the temples, furrowing her skin with wrinkles, and walking with bowed form and tottering steps. She spoke also in the voice of age, and became even as Beroe, the Epidaurian nurse of Semele. When, after gossiping about many things, they came to mention of Jove's name, the old woman sighed and said, "I pray that it be Jupiter, but I am afraid of all such doings. Many, pretending to be gods, have found entrance into modest chambers, but to be Jove is not enough. Make him prove his love, if he is true Jove, as great and glorious as he is when welcomed by heavenly Juno. So great and glorious, pray him grant thee his embrace, and first don all his splendors." In such wise did Juno instruct the guileless daughter of Cadmus. She, in her turn, asked Jove for a boon, unnamed. The god replied, "Choose what thou wilt, and thou shalt suffer no refusal. And, that thou mayst be more assured, I swear it by the divinity of the seething Styx, whose godhead is the fear of all the gods." Rejoicing in her evil fortune, too much prevailing and doomed to perish through her lover's compliance, Semele said, "In such guise as Saturnia beholds thee when thou seekest her arms in love, so show thyself to me." The god would have checked her even as she spoke, but already her words had sped forth into uttered speech. He groans, for neither can she recall her wish, nor he his oath. And so, in deepest distress, he ascends the steeps of heaven, and with his beck drew on the mists that followed. Then, mingling clouds and lightnings and blasts of wind, he took last the thunder, and that fire that none can escape. And yet, whatever way he can, he essays to lessen his own might, nor arms himself now with that bolt with which he had hurled down from heaven Typhoeus of the 100 hands, for that weapon were too deadly. But there is a lighter bolt, to which the Cyclops' hands had given a less devouring flame, a wrath less threatening. The gods call them his second armory. With these in hand, he enters the palace of Agenor's son, the home of Semele. Her mortal body bore not the onrush of heavenly power, and by that gift of wedlock she was consumed. The babe, still not wholly fashioned, is snatched from the mother's womb, and, if report may be believed, sewed up in his father's thigh, there to await its full time of birth. In secret his mother's sister, Ino, watched over his infancy. Thence he was confided to the nymphs of Nysa, who hid him in their cave, and nurtured him with milk. Now, while these things were happening on the earth by the decrees of fate, when the cradle of Bacchus, twice born, was safe, it chanced that Jove, as the story goes, while warmed with wine, put care aside, and bandied good-humoured jests with Juno in an idle hour. "I maintain," said he, "that your pleasure in love is greater than that which we enjoy." She held the opposite view, and so they decided to ask the judgment of wise Tiresias. He knew both sides of love, for once with a blow of his staff he had outraged 2 huge serpents mating in the green forest, and, wonderful to relate, from man he was changed into a woman, and in that form spent 7 years. In the 8th year he saw the same serpents again, and said, "Since in striking you there is such magic power as to change the nature of the giver of the blow, now will I strike you once again." So saying, he struck the serpents, and his former state was restored, and he became as he had been born. He, therefore, being asked to arbitrate the playful dispute of the gods, took sides with Jove. Saturnia, they say, grieved more deeply than she should, and than the issue warranted, and condemned the arbitrator to perpetual blindness. But the Almighty Father, for no god may undo what another god has done, in return for his loss of sight, gave Tiresias the power to know the future, lightening the penalty by the honor. He, famed far and near through all the Boeotian towns, gave answers that none could censure to those who sought his aid. The first to make trial of his truth and assured utterances was the nymph Liriope, whom once the river god Cephisus embraced in his winding stream and ravished while imprisoned in his waters. When her time came, the beauteous nymph brought forth a child, whom a nymph might love even as a child, and named him Narcissus. When asked whether this child would live to reach well-ripened age, the seer replied, "If he ne'er knows himself." Long did the saying of the prophet seem but empty words, but what befell proved its truth, the event, the manner of his death, the strangeness of his infatuation. For Narcissus had reached his 16th year, and might seem either boy or man. Many youths and many maidens sought his love, but in that slender form was pride so cold that no youth, no maiden touched his heart. Once, as he was driving the frightened deer into its nets, a certain nymph of strange speech beheld him, resounding echo, who could neither hold her peace when others spoke, nor yet begin to speak till others had addressed her. Up to this time Echo had form, and was not a voice alone, and yet, though talkative, she had no other use of speech than now, only the power out of many words to repeat the last she heard. Juno had made her thus. For often, when she might have surprised the nymphs in company with her lord upon the mountain-sides, Echo would cunningly hold the goddess in long talk until the nymphs were fled. When Saturnia realized this, she said to her, "That tongue of thine, by which I have been tricked, shall have its power curtailed, and enjoy the briefest use of speech." The event confirmed her threat. Nevertheless, she does repeat the last phrases of a speech, and returns the words she hears. Now, when she saw Narcissus wandering through the fields, she was inflamed with love, and followed him by stealth. And the more she followed, the more she burned by a nearer flame, as when quick-burning sulphur, smeared round the tops of torches, catches fire from another fire brought near. Oh, how often does she long to approach him with alluring words, and make soft prayers to him! But her nature forbids this, nor does it permit her to begin. But as it allows, she is ready to await the sounds to which she may give back her own words. By chance the boy, separated from his faithful companions, had cried, "Is anyone here?" And "Here," cried Echo back. Amazed, he looks around in all directions, and with loud voice cries, "Come!" and "Come!" she calls him, calling. He looks behind him, and seeing no one coming, calls again, "Why do you run from me?" and hears in answer his own words again. He stands still, deceived by the answering voice, and "Here let us meet," he cries. Echo, never to answer other sound more gladly, cries, "Let us meet." And to help her own words, she comes forth from the woods, that she may throw her arms around the neck she longs to clasp. But he flees at her approach, and fleeing says, "Hands off, embrace me not. May I die before I give you power o'er me." "I give you power o'er me," she says, and nothing more. Thus spurned, she lurks in the woods, hides her shamed face among the foliage, and lives from that time on in lonely caves. But still, though spurned, her love remains and grows on grief. Her sleepless cares waste away her wretched form. She becomes gaunt and wrinkled, and all moisture fades from her body into the air. Only her voice and her bones remain, then only voice, for they say that her bones were turned to stone. She hides in woods, and is seen no more upon the mountain-sides, but all may hear her, for voice, and voice alone, still lives in her. Thus had Narcissus mocked her, thus had he mocked other nymphs of the waves or mountains, thus had he mocked the companies of men. At last one of these scorned youth, lifting up his hands to heaven, prayed, "So may he himself love, and not gain the thing he loves." The goddess Nemesis heard his righteous prayer. There was a clear pool with silvery bright water, to which no shepherds ever came, or she-goats feeding on the mountain side, or any other cattle, whose smooth surface neither bird nor beast nor falling bough ever ruffled. Grass grew all around its edge, fed by the water near, and a coppice that would never suffer the sun to warm the spot. Here the youth, worn by the chase and the heat, lies down, attracted thither by the appearance of the place and by the spring. While he seeks to slake his thirst, another thirst springs up, and while he drinks, he is smitten by the sight of the beautiful form he sees. He loves an unsubstantial hope, and thinks that substance which is only shadow. He looks in speechless wonder at himself, and hangs there motionless in the same expression, like a statue carved from Parian marble. Prone on the ground, he gazes at his eyes, twin stars, and his locks, worthy of Bacchus, worthy of Apollo, on his smooth cheeks, his ivory neck, the glorious beauty of his face, the blush mingled with snowy white. All things, in short, he admires, for which he is himself admired. Unwittingly he desires himself. He praises, and is himself what he praises, and while he seeks, is sought. Equally he kindles love, and burns with love. How often did he offer vain kisses on the elusive pool! How often did he plunge his arms into the water, seeking to clasp the neck he sees there, but did not clasp himself in them. What he sees he knows not, but that which he sees he burns for, and the same delusion mocks and allures his eyes. Oh, fondly foolish boy, why vainly seek to clasp a fleeting image? What you seek is nowhere, but turn yourself away, and the object of your love will be no more. That which you behold is but the shadow of a reflected form, and has no substance of its own. With you it comes, with you it stays, and it will go with you, if you can go. No thought of food or rest can draw him from the spot, but, stretched on the shaded grass, he gazes on that false image with eyes that cannot look their fill, and through his own eyes perishes. Raising himself a little, and stretching his arms to the trees, he cries, "Did any one, O ye woods, ever love more cruelly than I? You know, for you have been the convenient haunts of many lovers. Do you, in the ages past, for your life is one of centuries, remember any one who has pined away like this? I am charmed, and I see, but what I see and what charms me I cannot find. So great a delusion holds my love, and to make me grieve the more, no mighty ocean separates us, no long road, no mountain ranges, no city walls with close shut gates. By a thin barrier of water we are kept apart. He himself is eager to be embraced, for often as I stretch my lips towards the loosened wave, so often with upturned face he strives to lift his lips to mine. You would think he could be touched, so small a thing it is that separates our loving hearts. Whoever you are, come forth hither. Why, O peerless youth, do you elude me, or whither do you go when I strive to reach you? Surely my form and age are not such that you should shun them, and me too, the nymphs of love. Some ground for hope you offer with your friendly looks, and when I have stretched out my arms to you, you stretch yours too. When I have smiled, you smile back, and I have often seen tears when I weep on your cheeks. My becks you answer with your nod, and, as I suspect from the movement of your sweet lips, you answer my words as well, but words which do not reach my ears. Oh, I am he. I have felt it. I know now my own image. I burn with love of my own self. I both kindle the flames and suffer them. What shall I do? Shall I be wooed or woo? Why woo at all? What a desire I have! The very abundance of my riches beggars me. Oh, that I might be parted from my own body, and, strange prayer for a lover, I would that what I love were absent from me. And now grief is sapping my strength. But a brief space of life remains to me, and I am cut off in my life's prime. Death is nothing to me, for in death I shall leave my troubles. I would he that is loved might live longer, but as it is, we two shall die together in one breath. He spoke, and half distraught turned again to the same image. His tears ruffled the water, and dimly the image came back from the troubled pool. As he saw it thus depart, he cried, "Oh, whither do you flee? Stay here, and desert not him who loves thee, cruel one. Still may it be mine to gaze on what I may not touch, and by that gaze feed my unhappy passion." While he thus grieves, he plucks away his tunic at its upper fold, and beats his bare breast with pallid hands. His breast, when it is struck, takes on a delicate glow, just as apples sometimes, though white in part, flush red in other part, or as grapes hanging in clusters take on a purple hue when not yet ripe. As soon as he sees this, when the water has become clear again, he can bear no more, but as the yellow wax melts before a gentle heat, as hoar-frost melts before the warm morning sun, so does he, wasted with love, pine away, and is slowly consumed by its hidden fire. No longer has he that ruddy color mingling with the white, no longer that strength and vigor, and all that lately was so pleasing to behold. Scarce does his form remain, which once Echo had loved so well. But when she saw it, though still angry and forgetful, she felt pity, and as often as the poor boy says, "Alas!" again with answering utterance she cries, "Alas!" and as his hands beat his shoulders, she gives back the same sounds of woe. His last words, as he gazed into the familiar spring, were these, "Alas, dear boy, vainly beloved!" And the place gave back his words. And when he said, "Farewell, farewell," said Echo too. He drooped his weary head on the green grass, and death sealed the eyes that marveled at their master's beauty. And even when he had been received into the infernal abodes, he kept on gazing on his image in the Stygian pool. His Naiad sisters beat their breasts, and shore their locks in sign of grief for their dear brother. The Dryads too lamented, and Echo gave back their sounds of woe. And now they were preparing the funeral pile, the brandished torches and the bier, but his body was nowhere to be found. In place of his body they find a flower, its yellow center girt with white petals. When this story was noised abroad, it spread the well-deserved fame of the seer throughout the cities of Greece, and great was the name of Tiresias. Yet Echion's son Pentheus, the scoffer at gods, alone of all men flouted the seer, laughed at the old man's words of prophecy, and taunted him with his darkness and loss of sight. But he, shaking his hoary head in warning, said, "How fortunate wouldst thou be if this light were dark to thee also, so that thou mightst not behold the rites of Bacchus. For the day will come, nay, I foresee 'tis near, when the new god shall come hither, Liber, son of Semele. Unless thou worship him as is his due, thou shalt be torn into 1,000 pieces, and scattered everywhere, and shalt with thy blood defile the woods, and thy mother and thy mother's sisters. So shall it come to pass, for thou shalt refuse to honor the god, and shalt complain that in my blindness I have seen all too well." Even while he speaks, the son of Echion flings him forth, but his words did indeed come true, and his prophecies were accomplished. The god is now come, and the fields resound with the wild cries of revellers. The people rush out of the city in throngs, men and women, old and young, nobles and commons, all mixed together, and hasten to celebrate the new rites. What madness, ye sons of the serpent's teeth, ye seed of Mars, has dulled your reason? Pentheus cries. Can clashing cymbals, can the pipe of crooked horn, can shallow tricks of magic, women's shrill cries, wine-heated madness, vulgar throngs, and emptied drums, can all these vanquish men, for whom real war with its drawn swords, the blare of trumpets and lines of glittering spears had no terrors? You, ye elders, should I give you praise, who sailed the long reaches of the sea and planted here your Tyre, here your wandering Penates, and who now permit them to be taken without a struggle? Or you, ye young men of fresher age and nearer to my own, for whom once 'twas seemly to bear arms and not the thyrsus, to be sheltered by helmets and not garlands, be mindful, I pray, from what seed you are sprung, and show the spirit of the serpent, who in his single strength killed many foes. For his fountain and his pool he perished, but do you conquer for your glory's sake. He did to death brave men. Do you but put to flight unmanly men, and save your ancestral honor. If it be the fate of Thebes not to endure for long, I would the enginery of war and heroes might batter down her walls, and that sword and fire might roar around her. Then should we be unfortunate, but our honor without stain. We should bewail, not seek to conceal our wretched state. Then our tears would be without shame. But now our Thebes shall fall before an untried boy, whom neither arts of war assist, nor spears, nor horsemen, but whose weapons are scented locks, soft garlands, purple and gold inwoven in embroidered robes. But forthwith, only do you stand aside, I will force him to confess that his father's name is borrowed, and his sacred rites a lie. Did Acrisius have spirit enough to despise his empty godhead, and to shut the gates of Argos in his face? And shall Pentheus and all Thebes tremble at this wanderer's approach? Go, quickly, this to his slaves, go bring this plotter hither, and in chains. Let there be no dull delay to my bidding. His grandsire addresses him in words of reprimand, and Athamas, and all his counselors, and they vainly strive to curb his will. He is all the more eager for their warning. His mad rage is fretted by restraint, and grows apace, and their very efforts at control but make him worse. So have I seen a river, where nothing obstructed its course, flow smoothly on with but a gentle murmur, but where it was held in check by dams of timber and stone set in its way, foaming and boiling it went, fiercer for the obstruction. But now the slaves come back, all covered with blood, and when their master asks where Bacchus is, they say that they have not seen him. But this companion of his, they say, this priest of his sacred rites, we have taken, and they deliver up, his hands bound behind his back, one of Etruscan stock, a votary of Bacchus. Him Pentheus eyes awhile with gaze made terrible by his wrath, and with difficulty withholding his hand from punishment, he says, Thou, fellow, doomed to perish, and by thy death to serve as a warning to others, tell me thy name, thy parents, and thy country, and why thou dost devote thyself to this new cult. He fearlessly replies, My name is Acoetes, and my country is Maeonia. My parents were but humble folk. My father left me no fields or sturdy bullocks to till them, no woolly sheep, no cattle. He himself was poor, and used to catch fish with hook and line and rod, and draw them leaping from the stream. His craft was all his wealth, and when he passed it on to me, he said, Take this craft, 'tis all my fortune. Be you my heir and successor in it. And in dying he left me nothing but the waters. This alone can I call my heritage. Soon, that I might not always stay planted on the selfsame rocks, I learned to steer ships with guiding hand. I studied the stars, the rainy constellation of the Iolenian goat, Digiti, the Hyades, the bears. I learned the winds and whence they blow. I learned what harbours are best for ships. It chanced that while making for Delos, I was driven out of my course to the shore of Chios, and made the land with well-skilled oars. Light leaping, we landed on the wet shore and spent the night. As soon as the eastern sky began to redden, I rose and bade my men go for fresh water, showing them the way that led to the spring. For my own task, from a high hill I observed the direction of the wind, then called my comrades and started back on board. "Lo, here we are!" cried Opheltes, first of all the men, bringing with him a prize, so he considered it, which he had found in a deserted field, a little boy with form beautiful as a girl's. He seemed to stagger, as if o'ercome with wine and sleep, and could scarce follow him who led. I gazed on his garb, his face, his walk, and all I saw seemed more to me than mortal. This I perceived, and said to my companions, "What divinity is in that mortal body I know not, but assuredly a divinity is therein. Whoever thou art, be gracious unto us, and prosper our undertakings. Grant pardon also to these men." "Pray not for us," said Dictys, than whom none was more quick to climb the topmost yard and slide down on firm-grasped rope. Libys seconded this speech. So did yellow-haired Melanthus, the lookout, and Alcimedon and Epopius, who by his voice marked the time for the rowers, and urged on their flagging spirits. And all the rest approved, so blind and heedless was their greed for booty. "And yet I shall not permit this ship to be defiled by such sacrilege," I said. "Here must my authority have greater weight." And I resisted their attempt to come on board. Then did Lycabas break out into wrath, the most reckless man of the crew, who, driven from Tuscany, was suffering exile as a punishment for the foul crime of murder. He, while I withstood him, tore at my throat with his strong hands, and would have hurled me overboard, if, scarce knowing what I did, I had not clung to a rope that held me back. The godless crew applauded Lycabas. Then at last Bacchus, for it was he, as if aroused from slumber by the outcry, and as if his wine-dimmed senses were coming back, said, "What are you doing? Why this uproar? And tell me, ye sailor men, how did I get here, and whither are you planning to take me?" "Be not afraid," said Proreus. "Tell me what port thou wish to make, and you shall be set off at any place you choose." "Then turn your course to Naxos," said Liber. "That is my home, and there shall you find yourselves a friendly land." By the sea and all its gods the treacherous fellows swore that they would do this, and bade me get the painted vessel under sail. Naxos lay off upon the right, and as I was setting my sails towards the right, Opheltes said, "What are you doing, you fool? What madness?" And each one for himself supplied the words. "Holds you! Take the left tack." The most of them, by nods and winks, let me know what they wanted, and some whispered in my ear. I could not believe my senses, and I said to them, "Then let someone else take the helm," and declared that I would have nor part nor lot in their wicked scheme. They all cried out upon me, and kept up their wrathful mutterings, and one of them, Ithalion, broke out, "I'd have you know the safety of us all does not depend on you alone." So saying, he came and took my place at the helm, and, leaving the course for Naxos, steered off in another direction. Then the god, in mockery of them, as if he had just discovered their faithlessness, looked out upon the sea from the curved stern, and in seeming tears cried out, "These are not the shores you promised me, you sailor men, and this is not the land I sought. What have I done to be so treated? And what glory will you gain if you, grown men, deceive a little boy? If you, so many, overcome just one?" I was long since in tears, but the godless crew mocked my tears, and swept the seas with speeding oars. Now by the god himself I swear, for there is no god more surely near than he, that what I speak is truth, though far beyond belief. The ship stands still upon the waves, as if a dry dock held her. The sailors, in amaze, redouble their striving at the oars, and make all sail, hoping thus to speed their way by twofold power. But ivy twines and clings about the oars, creeps upward with many a back-flung catching fold, and decks the sails with heavy hanging clusters. The god himself, with his brow garlanded with clustering berries, waves a wand wreathed with ivy leaves. Around him lie tigers, the forms, though empty all, of lynxes and of fierce spotted panthers. The men leap overboard, driven on by madness or by fear. And first Medon's body begins to grow dark, and his back to be bent in a well-marked curve. Lycabas starts to say to him, "Into what strange creature are you turning?" But as he speaks, his own jaws spread wide, his nose becomes hooked, and his skin becomes hard and covered with scales. But Libes, while he seeks to ply the sluggish oars, sees his hands suddenly shrunk in size to things that can no longer be called hands at all, but fins. Another, catching at a twisted rope with his arms, finds he has no arms, and goes plunging backwards with limbless body into the sea. The end of his tail is curved like the horns of a half-moon. They leap about on every side, sending up showers of spray. They emerge from the water only to return to the depths again. They sport like a troop of dancers, tossing their bodies in wanton sport, and drawing in and blowing out the water from their broad nostrils. Of but now 20 men, for the ship bore so many, I alone remained. And as I stood quaking and trembling with cold fear, and hardly knowing what I did, the god spoke words of cheer to me, and said, "Be of good courage, and hold on your course to Naxos. Arrived there, I have joined the rites, and am one of the Bacchanalian throng." Then Pentheus said, "We have lent ear to this long rambling tale, that by such delay our anger might lose its might. Ye slaves, now hurry him away, rack his body with fearsome tortures, and so send him down to Stygian night." Straightway Acoetes the Tyrrhenian was dragged out and shut up in a strong dungeon. And while the slaves were getting the cruel instruments of torture ready, the iron, the fire, of their own accord the doors flew open wide. Of their own accord, with no one loosing them, the chains fell from the prisoner's arms. But Pentheus stood fixed in his purpose. He no longer sent messengers, but went himself to where Kithaeron, the chosen seat for the god's sacred rites, was resounding with songs and the shrill cries of worshippers. As a spirited horse snorts when the brazen trumpet with tuneful voice sounds out the battle, and his eagerness for the fray waxes hot, so did the air, pulsing with the long-drawn cries, stir Pentheus, and the wild uproar in his ears heated his wrath white-hot. About midway of the mountain, bordered with thick woods, was an open plain, free from trees, in full view from every side. Here, as Pentheus was spying with profane eyes upon the sacred rites, his mother was the first to see him, first to rush madly on him, first with hurled thyrsus to smite her son. "Ho, there! My sisters, come!" she cried. "See that huge boar prowling in our fields. Now must I rend him." The whole mad throng rush on him. From all sides they come and pursue the frightened wretch. Yes, frightened now, and speaking milder words, cursing his folly, and confessing that he has sinned. Sore wounded, he cries out, "Oh, help my Aunt Autonoe! Let the ghost of Actaeon move your heart." She knows not who Actaeon is, and tears the suppliant's right arm away. I know, in frenzy, reins away his left. And now the wretched man has no arms to stretch out in prayer to his mother, but, showing his mangled stumps where his arms have been torn away, he cries, "Oh, mother, see!" Agave howls madly at the sight, and tosses her head with wildly streaming hair. Off she tears his head, and holding it in bloody hands, she yells, "See, comrades, see my toil and its reward of victory!" Not more quickly are leaves, when touched by the first cold of autumn, and now lightly clinging, whirled from the lofty tree by the wind, than is Pentheus torn limb from limb by those impious hands. Taught by such a warning, the Thebans throng the new god's sacred rites, burn incense, and bow down before his shrines. End of Book 3. End of Section 4. Section 5 of the Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Book 4. But not Minyas' daughter Alcithoe. She will not have the gods' holy revels admitted. Nay, so bold is she that she denies Bacchus to be Jove's son, and her sisters are with her in the impious deed. The priest had bidden the people to celebrate a Bacchic festival. All serving women must be excused from toil. With their mistresses they must cover their breasts with the skins of beasts. They must loosen the ribbons of their hair, and with garlands upon their heads they must hold in their hands the vine-wreathed thyrsus. And he had prophesied that the wrath of the god would be merciless if he were disregarded. The matrons and young wives all obey, put by weaving and work-baskets, leave their tasks unfinished. They burn incense, calling on Bacchus, naming him also Bromius, note, the noisy one, return to text. Laius, note, the deliverer from care, return to text. Son of the thunderbolt, twice born, child of two mothers, they hail him as Nicias also, note, of Nisa, a city in India, connected traditionally with the infancy of Bacchus, return to text. Thyonius of the unshorn locks, note, son of Thyone, the name given to his mother Semele after her translation to the skies, return to text. Linnaeus, note, god of the winepress, return to text. Planter of the joy-giving vine. Nyctalius, note, so named from the fact that his orgies were celebrated in the night, return to text. Father Elelius, note, from the wild cries uttered by his worshippers in the orgies, return to text. Iacchus, note, a name identified with Bacchus, return to text. And Euhan, and all the many names besides by which thou art known, O Liber, note, either from Liber the free, or from Libo, he to whom libations of wine are poured, return to text. Throughout the towns of Greece. For thine is unending youth, eternal boyhood. Thou art the most lovely in the lofty sky. Thy face is virgin-seeming, if without horns thou stand before us. The Orient owns thy sway, even to the bounds where remotest Ganges laves swart India. Pentheus thou didst destroy, thou awful god, and Lycurgus, armed with the two-edged battle-axe, impious were they both, and didst hurl the Tuscan sailors into the sea. Lynxes with bright reins harnessed draw thy car. Bacchant women and satyrs follow thee, and that old man who, drunk with wine, supports his staggering limbs on his staff, and clings weakly to his misshapen ass. Where'er thou goest, glad shouts of youths and cries of women echo round, with drum of tambourine, the cymbals clash, and the shrill piping of the flute. O be thou with us, merciful and mild, the Theban women cry, and perform the sacred rites as the priest bids them. The daughters of Minyas alone stay within, marring the festival, and out of due time ply their household tasks, spinning wool, thumbing the turning threads, or keep close to the loom and press their maidens with work. Then one of them, drawing the thread the while with deft thumb, says, while other women are deserting their tasks and thronging this so-called festival, let us also, who keep to Pallas, a truer goddess, lighten with various talk the serviceable work of our hands, and to beguile the tedious hours, let us take turns in telling stories, while all the others listen. The sisters agree, and bid her be first to speak. She mused a while which she should tell of many tales, for very many she knew. She was in doubt whether to tell of thee, Dercetus of Babylon, who, as the Syrians believe, changed to a fish, all covered with scales, and swims in a pool, or how her daughter, changed to a pure white dove, spent her last years perched on high battlements, or how a certain nymph, by incantation and herbs too potent, changed the bodies of some boys into mute fishes, and at last herself became a fish, or how the mulberry tree, which once had borne white fruit, now has fruit dark red from the bloody stain. The last seems best. This tale, not commonly known as yet, she tells, spinning her wool the while. Pyramus and Thisbe, he the most beautiful youth, and she loveliest maid of all the East, dwelt in houses side by side, in the city which Semiramis is said to have surrounded with walls of brick. Their nearness made the first steps of their acquaintance. In time love grew, and they would have been joined in marriage too, but their parents forbade. Still, what no parents could forbid, sore smitten in heart, they burned with mutual love. They had no go-between, but communicated by nods and signs, and the more they covered up the fire, the more it burned. There was a slender chink in the party wall of the two houses, which it had at some former time received when it was building. This chink, which no one had ever discovered through all these years, but what does love not see? You lovers first discovered, and made it the channel of speech. Safe through this your loving words used to pass in tiny whispers. Often, when they had taken their positions, on this side Thisbe and Pyramus on that, and when each in turn had listened eagerly for the other's breath, "Oh, envious wall," they would say, "why do you stand between lovers? How small a thing 'twould be for you to permit us to embrace each other, or, if this be too much, to open for our kisses. But we are not ungrateful. We owe it to you, we admit, that a passage is allowed by which our words may go through to loving ears." So, separated all to no purpose, they would talk, and as night came on they said good-bye, and printed, each on his own side of the wall, kisses that did not go through. The next morning had put out the starry beacons of the night, and the sun's rays had dried the frosty grass. They came together at the accustomed place. Then, first in low whispers, they lamented bitterly, then decided, when all had become still that night, to try to elude their guardian's watchful eyes and steal out of doors, and when they had gotten out, they would leave the city as well, and, that they might not run the risk of missing one another as they wandered in the open country, they were to meet at Ninus' tomb and hide in the shade of a tree. Now there was a tree there, hanging full of snow-white berries, a tall mulberry, and not far away was a cool spring. They liked the plan, and slow the days seemed to go. But at last the sun went plunging down beneath the waves, and from the same waves the night came up. Now Thisbe, carefully opening the door, steals out through the darkness, seen of none, and arrives duly at the tomb with her face well veiled, and sits down under the trysting tree. Love made her bold. But see, here comes a lioness, her jaws all dripping with the blood of fresh slain cattle, to slake her thirst at the neighboring spring. Far off under the rays of the moon, Babylonian Thisbe sees her, and flees with trembling feet into the deep cavern, and as she flees, she leaves her cloak on the ground behind her. When the savage lioness has quenched her thirst by copious draughts of water, returning to the woods, she comes by chance upon the light garment, but without the girl herself, and tears it with bloody jaws. Pyramus, coming out a little later, sees the tracks of the beast plain in the deep dust, and grows deadly pale at the sight. But when he saw the cloak, too, smeared with blood, he cried, "One night shall bring two lovers to death. But she of the two was more worthy of long life. On my head lies all the guilt. Oh, I have been the cause of your death, poor girl, in that I bade you come forth by night into this dangerous place, and did not myself come hither first." Come, rend my body and devour my guilty flesh with your fierce fangs, O all ye lions who have your lairs beneath this cliff. But 'tis a coward's part merely to pray for death. He picks up Thisbe's cloak and carries it to the shade of the trysting tree, and while he kisses the familiar garment and bedews it with his tears, he cries, "Drink now my blood too." So saying, he drew the sword which he wore girt about him, plunged the blade into his side, and straightway with his dying effort drew the sword from his warm wound. As he lay stretched upon the earth, the spouting blood leaped high, just as when a pipe is broken at a weak spot in the lead, and through the small hissing aperture sends spurting forth long streams of water, cleaving the air with its jets. The fruit of the tree, sprinkled with the blood, was changed to a dark red color, and the roots, soaked with his gore, also tinged the hanging berries with the same purple hue. And now comes Thisbe from her hiding-place, still trembling, but fearful also that her lover will miss her. She seeks for him, both with eyes and soul, eager to tell him how great peril she has escaped. And while she recognizes the place and the shape of the well-known tree, still the color of its fruit mystifies her. She doubts if it be this. While she hesitates, she sees somebody's limbs writhing on the bloody ground, and starts back, paler than boxwood, and shivering like the sea when a slight breeze ruffles its surface. But when after a little while she recognizes her lover, she smites her innocent arms with loud blows of grief, and tears her hair, and, embracing the well-beloved form, she fills his wounds with tears, mingling these with his blood. And as she kissed his lips, now cold in death, she wailed, "O my Pyramus, what mischance hath reft you from me? Pyramus, answer me. 'Tis your dearest Thisbe calling you. Oh, listen, and lift your drooping head." At the name of Thisbe, Pyramus lifted his eyes, now heavy with death, and having looked upon her face, closed them again. Now when she saw her own cloak, and the ivory scabbard empty of the sword, she said, "'Twas your own hand, and your love, poor boy, that took your life. I too have a hand, brave for this one deed. I too have love. This shall give me strength for the fatal blow. I will follow you in death, and men shall say that I was the most wretched cause and comrade of your fate. Whom death alone had power to part from me, not even death shall have power to part from me. O wretched parents, mine and his, be ye entreated of this by the prayers of us both, that you begrudge us not, that we, whom faithful love, whom the hour of death has joined, should be laid together in the same tomb. And do you, O tree, who now shade with your branches the poor body of one, and soon will shade two, keep the marks of our death, and always bear your fruit of a dark color, meet for mourning, as a memorial of our double death." She spoke, and, fitting the point beneath her breast, she fell forward on the sword, which was still warm with her lover's blood. Her prayers touched the gods and touched the parents, for the color of the mulberry fruit is dark red when it is ripe, and all that remained from both funeral pyres rests in a common urn. The tale was done. Then, after a brief interval, Leuconoe began, while her sisters held their peace. Even the sun, who with his central light guides all the stars, has felt the power of love. The sun's loves we will relate. This god was first, 'tis said, to see the shame of Mars and Venus. This god sees all things first. Shocked at the sight, he revealed her sin to the goddess' husband, Vulcan, Juno's son, and where it was committed. Then Vulcan's mind reeled, and the work upon which he was engaged fell from his hands. Straightway he fashioned a net of fine links of bronze, so thin that they would escape detection of the eye. Not the finest threads of wool would surpass that work, no, not the web which the spider lets down from the ceiling beam. He made the web in such a way that it would yield to the slightest touch, the least movement, and then he spread it deftly over the couch. Now, when the goddess and her paramour had come thither, by the husband's art and by the net so cunningly prepared, they were both caught and held fast in each other's arms. Straightway Vulcan the Lemnian opened wide the ivory doors and invited in the other gods. There lay the two in chains, disgracefully, and some one of the merry gods prayed that he might be so disgraced. The gods laughed, and for a long time this story was the talk of heaven. But the goddess of Cythera did not forget the one who had spied on her, and took fitting vengeance on him. And he that betrayed her stolen love was equally betrayed in love. What now avail, O son of Hyperion, thy beauty and brightness and radiant beams? For thou, who dost inflame all lands with thy fires, art thyself inflamed by a strange fire. Thou, who shouldst behold all things, dost gaze on Leucothea alone, and on one maiden dost thou fix those eyes which belong to the whole world. Anon too early dost thou rise in the eastern sky, and anon too late dost thou sink beneath the waves, and through thy long lingering over her dost prolong the short wintry hours. Sometimes thy beams fail utterly, thy heart's darkness passing to thy rays, and darkened thou dost terrify the hearts of men. Nor is it that the moon has come twixt thee and earth that thou art dark. 'Tis that love of thine alone that makes thy face so wan. Thou delightest in her alone. Now neither Clymene seems fair to thee, nor the Maid of Rhodes, nor Aeaean Circe's mother, though most beautiful, nor Clytie, who, although scorned by thee, still seeks thy love, and even now bears its deep wounds in her heart. Leucothea makes thee forgetful of them all, she whom most fair Eurynome bore in the land of spices. But after the daughter came to womanhood, as the mother surpassed all in loveliness, so did the daughter surpass her. Her father, Orpheus, ruled over the cities of Persia, himself the seventh in line from ancient Belus. Beneath the western skies lie the pastures of the sun's horses. Here not common grass, but ambrosia is their food. On this their bodies, weary with their service of the day, are refreshed and gain new strength for toil. While here his horses crop their celestial pasturage, and night takes her turn of toil, the god enters the apartments of his love, assuming the form of Eurynome, her mother. There he discovers Leucothea, surrounded by her 12 maidens, spinning fine wool with whirling spindle. Then, having kissed her, just as her mother would have kissed her dear daughter, he says, "Mine is a private matter. Retire, ye slaves, and let not a mother want the right to a private speech." The slaves obey, and now the god, when the last witness has left the room, declares, "Lo, I am he who measure out the year, who behold all things, by whom the earth beholds all things, the world's eye. I tell thee, thou hast found favor in my sight." The nymph is filled with fear. Distaff and spindle fall unheeded from her limp fingers. Her very fear becomes her. Then he, no longer tarrying, resumes his own form and his wonted splendor. But the maiden, though in terror at this sudden apparition, yet overwhelmed by his radiance, at last, without protest, suffers the ardent wooing of the god. Clytie was jealous, for love of the sun still burned uncontrolled in her. Burning now with wrath at the sight of her rival, she spread abroad the story, and especially to the father did she tell his daughter's shame. He, fierce and merciless, unheeding her prayers, unheeding her arms stretched out to the sun, and unheeding her cry, he overbore my will. With brutal cruelty buried her deep in the earth, and heaped on the spot a heavy mound of sand. The son of Hyperion rent this with his rays, and made a way by which you might put forth your buried head, but too late, for now, poor nymph, you could not lift your head, crushed beneath the heavy earth, and you lay there a lifeless corpse. Not more pitiful than that sight, they say, did the driver of the swift steeds see since Phaeton's burning death. He tried indeed by his warm rays to recall those death-cold limbs to the warmth of life, but since grim fate opposed all his efforts, he sprinkled the body and the ground with fragrant nectar, and, preluding with many words of grief, he said, "In spite of fate shalt thou reach the upper air." Straightway the body, soaked with the celestial nectar, melted away, and filled the earth around with its sweet fragrance. Then did a shrub of frankincense, with deep-driven roots, rise slowly through the soil, and its top cleaved the mound. But Clytie, though love could excuse her grief, and grief her tattling, was sought no more by the great light-giver, nor did he find aught to love in her. For this cause she pined away, her love turned to madness. Unable to endure her sister nymphs, beneath the open sky, by night and day, she sat upon the bare ground, naked, bareheaded, unkempt. For 9 whole days she sat, tasting neither drink nor food, her hunger fed by naught save pure dew and tears, and moved not from the ground. Only she gazed on the face of her god as he went his way, and turned her face towards him. They say that her limbs grew fast to the soil, and her deathly pallor changed in part to a bloodless plant, but in part was red, and a flower much like a violet came where her face had been. Still, though roots hold her fast, she turns ever towards the sun, and, though changed herself, preserves her love unchanged. The storyteller ceased. The wonderful tale had held their ears. Some of the sisters say that such things could not happen. Others declare that true gods can do anything. But Baucis is not one of these. Alcithoe is next called for, when the sisters have become silent again. Running her shuttle swiftly through the threads of her loom, she said, "I will pass by the well-known love of Daphnis, the shepherd boy of Ida, whom a nymph, in anger at her rival, changed to stone, so great is the burning smart which jealous lovers feel. Nor will I tell how once Scython, the natural laws reversed, lived of changing sex, now woman and now man. How you also, Kelmus, now adamant, were once most faithful friend of little Jove. How the Curetes sprang from copious showers, how Crocus and his beloved Smilax were changed into tiny flowers. All these stories I will pass by, and will charm your minds with a tale that is pleasing because new. How the fountain of Salmacis is of ill repute, how it enervates with its enfeebling waters, and renders soft and weak all men who bathe therein, you shall now hear. The cause is hidden, but the enfeebling power of the fountain is well known. A little son of Hermes and of the goddess of Cythera the Naiads nursed within Ida's caves. In his fair face mother and father could be clearly seen. His name also he took from them. When 15 years had passed, he left his native mountains and abandoned his foster mother Ida, delighting to wander in unknown lands and to see strange rivers, his eagerness making light of toil. He came even to the Lycian cities and to the Carians, who dwell hard by the land of Lycia. Here he saw a pool of water crystal clear to the very bottom. No marshy reeds grew there, no unfruitful swamp grass, nor spiky rushes. It is clear water. But the edges of the pool are bordered with fresh grass and herbage ever green. A nymph dwells in the pool, one that loves not hunting, nor is wont to bend the bow, or strive with speed of foot. She only of the Naiads follows not in swift Diana's train. Often, 'tis said, her sisters would chide her, "Salmacis, Take now either hunting spear or painted quiver, and vary your ease with the hardships of the hunt. But she takes no hunting spear, no painted quiver, nor does she vary her ease with the hardships of the hunt, but at times she bathes her shapely limbs in her own pool, often combs her hair with a boxwood comb, often looks in the mirror-like waters to see what best becomes her. Now, wrapped in a transparent robe, she lies down to rest on the soft grass or the soft herbage. Often she gathers flowers, and on this occasion, too, she chanced to be gathering flowers when she saw the boy, and longed to possess what she saw. Not yet, however, did she approach him, though she was eager to do so, until she had calmed herself, until she had arranged her robes, and composed her countenance, and taken all pains to appear beautiful. Then did she speak. "O youth, most worthy to be believed a god, if thou art indeed a god, thou must be Cupid, or, if thou art mortal, happy are they who gave thee birth. Blessed is thy brother, fortunate indeed any sister of thine, and thy nurse who gave thee suck. But far, oh, far happier than they all is she, if any be thy promised bride, if thou shalt deem any worthy to be thy wife. If there be any such, let mine be stolen joy. If not, may I be thine, thy bride, and may we be joined in wedlock." The maiden said no more, but the boy blushed rosy red, for he knew not what love is. But still the blush became him well. Such colour have apples hanging in sunny orchards, or painted ivory. Such has the moon, eclipsed, red under white, when brazen vessels clash vainly for her relief. When the nymph begged and prayed for at least a sister's kiss, and was in act to throw her arms round his snowy neck, he cried, "Have done, or I must flee and leave this spot, and you." Salmacis trembled at this threat, and said, "I yield the place to you, fair stranger," and, turning away, pretended to depart. But even so she often looked back, and deep in a neighbouring thicket she hid herself, crouching on bended knees. But the boy, freely, as if unwatched and alone, walks up and down on the grass, dips his toes in the lapping waters and his feet. Then, quickly, charmed with the coolness of the soothing stream, he threw aside the thin garments from his slender form. Then was the nymph as one spellbound, and her love kindled as she gazed at the naked form. Her eyes shone bright as when the sun's dazzling face is reflected from the surface of a glass held opposite its rays. Scarce can she endure delay, scarce bear her joy postponed, so eager to hold him in her arms, so madly incontinent. He, clapping his body with hollow palms, dives into the pool, and, swimming with alternate strokes, flashes with gleaming body through the transparent flood, as if one should encase ivory figures or white lilies in translucent glass. "I win, and he is mine," cries the Naiad, and, casting off all her garments, dives also into the waters. She holds him fast, though he strives against her, steals reluctant kisses, fondles him, touches his unwilling breast, clings to him on this side and on that. At length, as he tries his best to break away from her, she wraps him round with her embrace, as a serpent, when the king of birds has caught her and is bearing her on high, which, hanging from his claws, wraps her folds round his head and feet, and entangles his flapping wings with her tail. Or as the ivy oft-times embraces great trunks of trees, or as the sea polyp holds its enemy caught beneath the sea, its tentacles embracing him on every side. The son of Atlas resists as best he may, and denies the nymph the joy she craves, but she holds on and clings as if grown fast to him. "Strive as thou may, wicked boy," she cries, "still shall you not escape me. Grant me this, ye gods, and may no day ever come that shall separate him from me, or me from him." The gods heard her prayer, for their two bodies, joined together as they were merged in one, with one face and form for both. As when one grafts a twig on some tree, he sees the branches grow one, and with common life come to maturity, so were these two bodies knit in close embrace. They were no longer two, nor such as to be called one woman and one man. They seemed neither, and yet both. When now he saw that the waters into which he had plunged had made him but half man, and that his limbs had become enfeebled there, stretching out his hands and speaking, though not with manly tones, Hermaphroditus cried, "O grant this boon, my father and my mother, to your son, who bears the names of both. Whoever comes into this pool as man, may he go forth half man, and may he weaken at touch of the water." His parents heard the prayer of their two-formed son, and charged the waters with that uncanny power. Alcithui was done, but still did the daughters of Minyas ply their tasks, despising the god and profaning his holy day, when suddenly unseen timbrels sounded harshly in their ears, and flutes with curving horns and tinkling cymbals. The air was full of the sweet scent of saffron and of myrrh, and past all belief their weft turned green, the hanging cloth changed into vines of ivy. Part became grapevines, and what were but now threads became clinging tendrils. Vine leaves sprang out along the warp, and bright-hued clusters matched the purple tapestry. And now the day was ended, and the time was come when you could not say 'twas dark or light. It was the borderland of night, yet with a gleam of day. Suddenly the whole house seemed to tremble, the oil-fed lamps to flare up, and all the rooms to be ablaze with ruddy fires, while ghostly beasts howled round. Meanwhile the sisters are seeking hiding-places through the smoke-filled rooms, in various corners trying to avoid the flames and glare of light. And while they seek to hide, a skinny covering overspreads their slender limbs, and thin wings enclose their arms. And in what fashion they have lost their former shape, they know not for the darkness. No feathered pinions uplift them, yet they sustain themselves on transparent wings. They try to speak, but utter only the tiniest sound, as befits their shriveled forms, and give voice to their grief in thin squeaks. Houses, not forests, are their favorite haunts, and hating the light of day, they flit by night, and from late eventide derive their name. Note, vespertiliones, creatures that flit about in the twilight, i.e., bats. Return to text. Then truly was the divinity of Bacchus acknowledged throughout all Thebes, and his mother's sister Ino would be telling of the wonderful powers of the new god everywhere. She alone of all her sisters knew naught of grief, except what she felt for them. She, proud of her children, of her husband Athamas, and proud above all of her divine foster son, is seen by Juno, who could not bear the sight. "That child of my rival," she said, communing with herself, "had power to change the Myonian sailors, and plunge them in the sea, to cause the flesh of a son to be torn in pieces by his own mother, and to enwrap the 3 daughters of Minyas with strange wings, and shall not be given to Juno, save to bemoan her wrongs still unavenged. Does that suffice me? Is this my only power? But he himself teaches me what to do. 'Tis proper to learn even from an enemy. To what length madness can go he has proved enough, and to spare by the slaughter of Pentheus. Why should not Ino be stung to madness too, and urged by her fury go where her kinswomen have led the way? There is a down-sloping path, by deadly yew trees shaded, which leads through dumb silence to the infernal realms. The sluggish Styx there exhales its vaporous breath, and by that way come down the spirits of the new dead, shades of those who have received due funeral rites. This is a wide-extending waste, wan and cold, and the shades newly arrived know not where the road is which leads to the Stygian city, where lies the dread palace of black Dis. This city has 1,000 wide approaches and gates open on all sides. And as the ocean receives the rivers that flow down from all the earth, so does this place receive all souls. It is not too small for any people, nor does it feel the accession of a throng. There wander the shades, bloodless, without body and bone. Some throng the forum, some the palace of the underworld king. Others ply some craft in imitation of their former life. Thither, leaving her abode in heaven, Saturnian Juno endured to go. So much did she grant to her hate and wrath. When she made entrance there, and the threshold groaned beneath the weight of her sacred form, Cerberus reared up his threefold head, and uttered his threefold baying. The goddess summoned the Furies, sisters born of night, divinities deadly and implacable. Before hell's closed gates of adamant they sat, combing the while black snakes from their hair. When they recognized Juno approaching through the thick gloom, the goddesses arose. This place is called the accursed place. Here Tityos offered his vitals to be torn, lying stretched out over 9 broad acres. Thy lips can catch no water, Tantalus, and the tree that overhangs ever eludes thee. Thou, Sisyphus, dost either push or chase the rock that must always be rolling down the hill again. There whirls Ixion on his wheel, both following himself and fleeing all in one, and the Belides, for daring to work destruction on their cousin husbands, with unremitting toil, seek again and again the waters, only to lose them. On all these Saturnia looks with frowning eyes, but especially on Ixion. Then, turning her gaze from him to Sisyphus, she says, Why does this of all the brothers suffer unending pains, while Athamas dwells proudly in a rich palace? Athamas, who with his wife has always scorned my godhead. And she explains the causes of her hatred, and of her journey hither, and what she wants. What she wanted was that the house of Cadmus should fall, and that the Fury sisters should drive Athamas to madness. Commands, promises, prayers she poured out all in one, and begged the goddesses to aid her. When Juno had done, Tisiphone, just as she was, shook her tangled grey locks, tossed back the straggling snakes from her face, and said, There is no need of long explanations. Consider done all that you ask. Leave this unlovely realm, and go back to the sweeter airs of your native skies. Juno went back, rejoicing, and as she was entering heaven, Iris, the daughter of Thaumas, sprinkled her ore with purifying water. Straightway the fell Tisiphone seized a torch which had been steeped in gore, put on a robe red with dripping blood, girt round her waist a writhing snake, and started forth. Grief went along with her, terror and dread, and madness too, with quivering face. She stood upon the doomed threshold. They say the very doorposts of the house of Aeolus, note the father of Athamas, return to text, shrank away from her. The polished oaken doors grew dim, and the sun hid his face. Ino was mad with terror at the monstrous sight, and her husband Athamas was filled with fear. They made to leave their palace, but the baleful Fury stood in their way and blocked their exit. And stretching her arms, wreathed with vipers, she shook out her locks. Disturbed, the serpents hissed horribly. A part lay on her shoulders, part twined round her breast, hissing, vomiting venomous gore, and darting out their tongues. Then she tears away 2 serpents from the midst of her tresses, and with deadly aim hurls them at her victims. The snakes go gliding over the breasts of Ino and of Athamas, and breathe upon them their pestilential breath. No wounds their bodies suffer, 'tis their minds that feel the deadly stroke. The Fury, not content with this, had brought horrid poisons too, froth of Cerberus' jaws, the venom of the Hydra, strange hallucinations and utter forgetfulness, crime and tears, mad love of slaughter, all mixed together with fresh blood and green hemlock juice, and brewed in a brazen cauldron. And while they stood quaking there, over the breasts of both she poured this maddening poison brew, and made it sink to their being's core. Then, catching up her torch, she whirled it rapidly round and round, and kindled fire by the swiftly moving fire. So, her task accomplished, and her victory won, she retraced her way to the unsubstantial realm of mighty Dis, and there laid off the serpent she had worn. Straightway cried Athamas, the son of Aeolus, madly raving in his palace halls, "Ho, my comrades! Spread the nets here in these woods. I saw here but now a lioness with her 2 cubs," and madly pursued his wife's tracks, as if she were a beast of prey. His son Learchus, laughing and stretching out his little hands in glee, he snatched from the mother's arms, and whirling him round and round through the air like a sling, he madly dashed the baby's head against a rough rock. Then the mother, stung to madness too, either by grief or by the sprinkled poison's force, howled wildly, and, quite bereft of sense, with hair streaming, she fled away, bearing thee, little Melicerta, in her naked arms, and shouting, "Ho, Bacchus!" as she fled. At the name of Bacchus, Juno laughed in scorn, and said, "So may your foster son ever bless you." A cliff o'erhung the sea, the lower part of which had been hollowed out by the beating waves, and sheltered the waters underneath from the rain. Its top stood high and sharp, and stretched far out in front over the deep. To this spot, for madness had made her strong, Ino climbed, and, held by no natural fears, she leaped with her child far out above the sea. The water where she fell was churned white with foam. But Venus, pitying the undeserved sufferings of her granddaughter, thus addressed her uncle with coaxing words, "O Neptune, god of waters, whose power is second to heaven alone, I ask great things, I know, but do thou pity these my friends, whom thou seest plunged in the broad Ionian sea, and receive them among thy sea deities. Some favor is due to me from the sea, if in its sacred depths my being sprang once from foam, and in the Greek tongue I have a name from this." Neptune consented to her prayer, and, taking from Ino and her son all that was mortal, gave them a being to be revered, changing both name and form, for he called the new god Palemon, and his goddess mother Leucothoi. The Theban women who had been Ino's companions followed on her track as best they could, and saw her last act from the edge of the rock. Nothing doubting that she had been killed, in mourning for the house of Cadmus, they beat their breasts with their hands, tore their hair, and rent their garments. And they upbraided Juno, saying that she was unjust and too cruel to the woman who had wronged her. Juno could not brook their reproaches, and said, "I will make yourselves the greatest monument of my cruelty." No sooner said than done. For she who had been most devoted to the queen cried, "I shall follow my queen into the sea," and was just about to take the leap when she was unable to move at all, and stood fixed fast to the rock. A second, while she was preparing again to smite her breasts, as she had been doing, felt her lifted arms grow stiff. Another had by chance stretched out her hands towards the waters of the sea, but now 'twas a figure of stone that stretched out hands to those same waters. Still another, plucking at her hair to tear it out, you might see with sudden stiffened fingers still in act to tear. Each turned to stone, and kept the pose in which she was overtaken. Still others were changed to birds, and they also, once Theban women, now on light wings skim the water over that pool. Cadmus was all unaware that his daughter and little grandson had been changed to deities of the sea. Overcome with grief at the misfortunes which had been heaped upon him, and awed by the many portents he had seen, he fled from the city which he had founded, as if the fortune of the place and not his own evil fate were overwhelming him. Driven on through long wanderings, at last his flight brought him, with his wife, to the borders of Illyria. Here, overborne by the weight of woe and age, they reviewed the early misfortunes of their house and their own troubles. Cadmus said, "Was that a sacred serpent which my spear transfixed long ago, when fresh come from Sidon I scattered his teeth on the earth, seed of a strange crop of men? If it be this the gods have been avenging with such unerring wrath, I pray that I too may be a serpent, and stretch myself in long snaky form. Even as he spoke, he was stretched out in long snaky form. He felt his skin hardening and scales growing on it, while iridescent spots besprinkled his darkening body. He fell prone upon his belly, and his legs were gradually moulded together into one, and drawn out into a slender pointed tail. His arms yet remained. While they remained, he stretched them out, and with tears flowing down his still human cheeks, he cried, "Come near, O come, my most wretched wife, and while still there is something left of me, touch me. Take my hand, while I have a hand, while still the serpent does not usurp me quite." He wanted to say much more, but his tongue was of a sudden cleft in two. Words failed him, and whenever he tried to utter some sad complaint, it was a hiss. This was the only voice which nature left him. Then his wife, smiting her naked breasts with her hands, cried out, "O Cadmus, stay, unhappy man, and put off this monstrous form. Cadmus, what does this mean? Where are your feet? Where are your shoulders and your hands, your color, face, and, while I speak, your everything? Why, O ye gods of heaven, do you not change me also into the same serpent form?" She spoke. He licked his wife's face, and glided into her dear breasts as if familiar there, embraced her, and sought his wonted place about her neck. All who were there, for they had comrades with them, were filled with horror, but she only stroked the sleek neck of the crested dragon, and suddenly there were two serpents there with intertwining folds, which after a little while crawled off and hid in the neighboring woods. Now also, as of yore, they neither fear mankind nor wound them, mild creatures, remembering what once they were. But both in their altered form found great comfort in their grandson, whom conquered India now worshipped, whose temples Greece had filled with adoring throngs. There was one only, Acrisius, the son of Abas, sprung from the same stock, who forbade the entrance of Bacchus within the walls of his city, Argos, who violently opposed the god, and did not admit that he was the son of Jove. Nor did he admit that Perseus was son of Jove, whom Danae had conceived of a golden shower. And yet, such is the power of truth, Acrisius in the end was sorry that he had repulsed the god, and had not acknowledged his grandson. The one had now been received to a place in heaven, but the other, bearing the wonderful spoil of the snake-haired monster, was taking his way through the thin air on whirring wings. As he was flying over the sandy wastes of Libya, bloody drops from the Gorgon's head fell down, and the earth received them as they fell, and changed them into snakes of various kinds. And for this cause the land of Libya is full of deadly serpents. From there he was driven through the vast stretches of air by warring winds, and borne now hither, now thither, like a cloud of mist. He looked down from his great height upon the lands lying below, and flew over the whole world. Thrice did he see the cold bears, and thrice the crabs spreading claws. Time and again to the west, and as often back to the east, was he carried. And now, as daylight was fading, fearing to trust himself to flight by night, he alighted on the borders of the west, in the realm of Atlas. Here he sought a little rest until the morning star should wake the fires of dawn, and the dawn lead out the fiery car of day. Here, far surpassing all men in huge bulk of body, was Atlas, of the stock of Lapiths. He ruled this edge of the world, and the sea which spread its waters to receive the sun's panting horses and his weary car. 1,000 flocks he had, and as many herds, wandering at will over the grassy plains. And no other realm was near to him in his land. A tree he had, whose leaves were of gleaming gold, concealing golden branches and golden fruits. "Good sir," said Perseus, addressing him, "if glory of high birth means anything to you, Jove is my father, or if you admire great deeds, you surely will admire mine. I crave your hospitality and a chance to rest." But Atlas bethought him of an old oracle, which Timus of Parnassus had given. "Atlas, the time will come when your tree will be spoiled of its gold, and he who gets the glory of this spoil will be Jove's son." Fearing this, Atlas had enclosed his orchard with massive walls, and had put a huge dragon there to watch it. And he kept off all strangers from his boundaries. And now to Perseus too he said, "Hence, afar, lest the glory of your deeds, which you falsely brag of, and lest this Jupiter of yours be far from aiding you." He added force to threats, and was trying to thrust out the other, who held back and manfully resisted while he urged his case with soothing speech. At length, finding himself unequal in strength, for who would be a match in strength for Atlas, he said, "Well, since so small a favour you will not grant to me, let me give you a boon." And himself turning his back, he held out from his left hand the ghastly Medusa head. Straightway Atlas became a mountain, huge as the giant had been. His beard and hair were changed to trees, his shoulders and arms to spreading ridges. What had been his head was now the mountain's top, and his bones were changed to stones. Then he grew to monstrous size in all his parts, for so, O gods, ye had willed it, and the whole heaven with all its stars rested upon his head. Now Aeolus, the son of Hippotas, had shut the winds in their everlasting prison, and the bright morning star that wakes men to their toil had risen in the heavens. Then Perseus bound on both his feet the wings he had laid by, girt on his hooked sword, and soon in swift flight was cleaving the thin air. Having left behind countless peoples all around him and below, he spied at last the Ethiopians and Cepheus' realm. There unrighteous Ammon had bidden Andromeda, though innocent, to pay the penalty of her mother's words. As soon as Perseus saw her there, bound by the arms to a rough cliff, save that her hair gently stirred in the breeze and the warm tears were trickling down her cheeks, he would have thought her a marble statue, he took fire unwitting and stood dumb. Smitten by the sight of her exquisite beauty, he almost forgot to move his wings in the air. Then, when he alighted near the maiden, he said, "Oh, those are not the chains you deserve to wear, but rather those that link fond lovers together. Tell me, for I would know your country's name and yours, and why you are chained here." She was silent at first, for, being a maid, she did not dare address a man. She would have hidden her face modestly with her hands, but that her hands were bound. Her eyes were free, and these filled with rising tears. As he continued to urge her, she, lest she should seem to be trying to conceal some fault of her own, told him her name and her country, and what sinful boasting her mother had made of her own beauty. While she was yet speaking, there came a loud sound from the sea, and there, advancing over the broad expanse, a monstrous creature loomed up, breasting the wide waves. The maiden shrieked. The grieving father and the mother are at hand, both wretched, but she more justly so. They have no help to give, but only wailings and loud beatings of the breast, befitting the occasion, and they hang to the girl's chained form. Then speaks the stranger. "There will be long time for weeping by and by, but time for helping is very short. If I sought this maid as Perseus, son of Jove, and that imprisoned one whom Jove filled with his life-giving shower, if, as Perseus, victor over Gorgon of the snaky locks, and as he who has dared to ride the winds of heaven on fluttering wings, surely I should be preferred to all suitors as your son-in-law. But now I shall try to add to these great gifts the gift of service too, if only the gods will favor me. That she be mine if saved by my valor is my bargain. The parents accept the condition, for who would refuse, and beg him to save her, promising him a kingdom as dowry in addition. But see, as a swift ship with its sharp beak plows the waves, driven by stout rowers' sweating arms, so does the monster come, rolling back the water from either side as his breast surges through. And now he was as far from the cliff as is the space through which a Balearic sling can send its whizzing bullet, when suddenly the youth, springing up from the earth, mounted high into the clouds. When the monster saw the hero's shadow on the surface of the sea, he savagely attacked the shadow, and as the bird of Jove, when it has seen in an open field a serpent sunning its mottled body, swoops down upon him from behind, and lest the serpent twist back his deadly fangs, the bird buries deep his sharp claws in the creature's scaly neck, so did Perseus, plunging headlong in a swift swoop through the empty air, attack the roaring monster from above, and in his right shoulder buried his sword clear down to the curved hook. Smarting under the deep wound, the creature now reared himself high in air, now plunged beneath the waves, now turned like a fierce wild boar when around him a noisy pack of hounds give tongue. Perseus eludes the greedy fangs by help of his swift wings, and where the vulnerable points lie open to attack, he smites with his hooked sword, now at the back, thick set with barnacles, now on the sides, now where the tail is most slender, and changes into the form of fish. The beast belches forth waters mixed with purple blood. Meanwhile Perseus' wings are growing heavy, soaked with spray, and he dares not depend further on his drenched pinions. He spies a rock, whose top projects above the surface when the waves are still, but which is hidden by the roughened sea. Resting on this, and holding an edge of the rock with his left hand, thrice and again he plunges his sword into the vitals of the monster. At this the shores and the high seats of the gods re-echo with wild shouts of applause. Cassiope and Cepheus rejoice and salute the hero as son-in-law, calling him prop and saviour of their house. The maiden also now comes forward, freed from chains, she the prize as well as cause of his feat. He washes his victorious hands in water drawn for him, and that the Gorgon's snaky head may not be bruised on the hard sand, he softens the ground with leaves, strews seaweed over these, and lays on this the head of Medusa, daughter of Phorcys. The fresh weed twigs, but now alive and porous to the core, absorb the power of the monster and harden at its touch, and take a strange stiffness in their stems and leaves. And the sea nymphs test the wonder on more twigs, and are delighted to find the same thing happening to them all, and by scattering these twigs as seeds, propagate the wondrous thing throughout their waters. And even till this day the same nature has remained in coral, so that they harden when exposed to air, and what was a pliant twig beneath the sea is turned to stone above. Now Perseus builds to 3 gods 3 altars of turf, the left to Mercury, the right to thee, O warlike maid, and the central one to Jove. To Minerva he slays a cow, a young bullock to the winged god, and a bull to thee, thou greatest of the gods. Forthwith the hero claims Andromeda as the prize of his great deed, seeking no further dowry. Hymen and Love shake the marriage torch. The fires are fed full with incense, rich and fragrant. Garlands deck the dwellings, and everywhere lyre and flute and songs resound, blessed proofs of inward joy. The huge folding doors swing back and reveal the great golden palace hall with a rich banquet spread, where Cepheus' princely courtiers grace the feast. When they have had their fill of food, and their hearts have expanded with Bacchus' generous gift, then Perseus seeks to know the manner of the region thereabouts, its peoples, customs, and the spirit of its men. The prince who answered him then said, Now tell us, pray, O Perseus, by what wondrous valor, by what arts you won the Gorgon's snaky head. The hero, answering, told how beneath cold Atlas there was a place safe under the protection of the rocky mass. At the entrance to this place 2 sisters dwelt, both daughters of old Phorcys, who shared one eye between them. This eye by craft and stealth, while it was being passed from one sister to the other, Perseus stole away, and travelling far through trackless and secret ways, rough woods and bristling rocks, he came at last to where the Gorgons lived. On all sides, through the fields and along the ways, he saw the forms of men and beasts, changed into stone by one look at Medusa's face. But he himself had looked upon the image of that dread face reflected from the bright bronze shield his left hand bore, and while deep sleep held fast both the snakes and her who wore them, he smote her head clean from her neck, and from the blood of his mother swift-winged Pegasus and his brother sprang. The hero further told of his long journeys and perils past, all true, what seas, what lands he had beheld from his high flight, what stars he had touched on beating wings. He ceased, while they waited still to hear more. But one of the princes asked him why Medusa only of the sisters wore serpents mingled with her hair. The guest replied, "Since what you ask is a tale well worth the telling, hear then the cause. She was once most beautiful in form, and the jealous hope of many suitors. Of all her beauties her hair was the most beautiful, for so I learned from one who said he had seen her. 'Tis said that in Minerva's temple Neptune, lord of the ocean, ravished her. Jove's daughter turned away and hid her chaste eyes behind her aegis, and that the deed might be punished as was due, she changed the Gorgon's locks to ugly snakes, and now, to frighten her fear-numbed foes, she still wears upon her breast the snakes which she has made." End of Book 4. End of Section 5. Section 6 of the Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Book 5. While the heroic son of Danae is relating these adventures among the Ethiopian chiefs, the royal halls are filled with confused uproar, not the loud sound that sings a song of marriage, but one that presages the fierce strife of arms. And the feast, turned suddenly to tumult, you could liken to the sea, whose peaceful waters the raging winds lash to boisterous waves. First among them is Phineus, brother of the king, rash instigator of strife, who brandishes an ashen spear with bronze point. "Behold," says he, "here am I, come to avenge the theft of my bride. Your wings shall not save you this time, nor Jove, changed to seeming gold." As he was in the act of hurling his spear, Cepheus cried out, "What are you doing, brother? What mad folly is driving you to crime? Is this the way you thank our guest for his brave deeds? Is this the dower you give for the maiden saved? If 'tis the truth you want, it was not Perseus who took her from you, but the dread deity of the Nereids, but the horned Ammon, but that sea monster who came to glut his maw upon my own flesh and blood. 'Twas then you lost her, when she was exposed to die. Unless perchance your cruel heart demands this very thing, her death, and seeks by my grief to ease its own. It seems it is not enough that you saw her chained, and that you brought no aid, uncle though you were, and promised husband. Will you grieve besides that someone did save her, and will you rob him of his prize? If this prize seems so precious in your sight, you should have taken it from those rocks where it was chained. Now let the man who did take it, by whom I have been saved from childlessness in my old age, keep what he has gained by his deserving deeds and by my promise, and be assured of this, that he has not been preferred to you, but to certain death." Phineus made no reply, but looking now on him and now on Perseus, he was in doubt at which to aim his spear. Delaying a little space, he hurled it with all the strength that wrath gave at Perseus, but in vain. When the weapon struck and stood fast in the bench, then at last Perseus leapt gallantly up and hurled back the spear, which would have pierced his foeman's heart, but Phineus had already taken refuge behind the altar, and, shame, the wretch found safety there. Still was the weapon not without effect, for it struck full in Rhoetus' face. Down he fell, and, when the spear had been wrenched forth from the bone, he writhed about and sprinkled the well-spread table with his blood. And now the mob was fired to wrath unquenchable. They hurled their spears, and there were some who said that Cepheus ought to perish with his son-in-law. But Cepheus had already withdrawn from the palace, calling to witness justice, faith, and the gods of hospitality, that this was done against his protest. Then came warlike Pallas, protecting her brother with her shield, and making him stout of heart. There was an Indian youth, Athis by name, whom Limnae, a nymph of Ganges' stream, is said to have brought forth beneath her crystal waters. He was of surpassing beauty, which his rich robes enhanced, a sturdy boy of 16 years, clad in a purple mantle fringed with gold. A golden chain adorned his neck, and a golden circlet held his locks in place, perfumed with myrrh. He was well skilled to hurl the javelin at the most distant mark, but with more skill could bend the bow. When now he was in the very act of bending his stout bow, Perseus snatched up a brand which lay smouldering on the altar, and smote the youth, crushing his face to splintered bones. When Assyrian Lycabas beheld him, his lovely features defiled with blood, Lycabas, his closest comrade and his declared true lover, he wept aloud for Athis, who lay gasping out his life beneath that bitter wound. Then he caught up the bow which Athis had bent, and cried, "Now you have me to fight, and not long shall you plume yourself on a boy's death, which brings you more contempt than glory." Before he had finished speaking, the keen arrow fleshed from the bowstring, but it missed its mark and stuck harmless in a fold of Perseus' robe. Acresius' grandson quickly turned on him that hook which had been fleshed in Medusa's death, and drove it into his breast. But he, even in death, with his eyes swimming in the black darkness, looked round for Athis, fell down by his side, and bore to the shadows this comfort, that in death they were not divided. Then Phorbas of Syene, Meteon's son, and Libyan Amphimedon, eager to join in the fray, slipped and fell in the blood with which the floor was wet. As they strove to rise, the sword met them, driven through the ribs of one and through the other's throat. But Eurytus, the son of Actor, who wielded a broad two-edged battle-axe, Perseus did not attack with his hooked sword, but lifting high in both hands a huge mixing bowl, heavily embossed and ponderous, he hurled it crashing at the man. The red blood spouted forth as he lay dying on his back, beating the floor with his head. Then, in rapid succession, Perseus laid low Polydaemon, descended from Queen Semiramis, Caucasian Abaris, Lycidas, who dwelt by Spercheios, Helices of unshorn locks, Phlegias, and Clytus, treading the while on heaps of dying men. Phineus did not dare to come to close combat with his enemy, but hurled his javelin. This was ill-aimed, and struck Idas, who, all to no purpose, had kept out of the fight, taking sides with neither party. He, gazing with angry eyes upon cruel Phineus, said, "Since I am forced into the strife, O Phineus, accept the foeman you have made, and score me wound for wound." And he was just about to hurl back the javelin, which he had drawn out of his own body, when he fell fainting, his limbs all drained of blood. Then also Hodates, first of the Ethiopians after the king, fell by the sword of Clymenus. Hypsius smote Prothoenor, Lyncides Hypsius. Amid the throng was one old man, Emathion, who loved justice and revered the gods. He, since his years forbade warfare, fought with the tongue, and strode forward and cursed their impious arms. As he clung to the altar horns with age-enfeebled hands, Chromis struck off his head with his sword. The head fell straight on the altar, and there the still half-conscious tongue kept up its execrations, and the life was breathed out in the midst of the altar fires. Next fell two brothers by Phineus' hand, Broteus and Ammon, invincible with gauntlets, if gauntlets could but contend with swords, and Ampycus, Ceres' priest, his temples wreathed with white fillets. You too, Lampetides, not intended for such a scene as this, but for a peaceful task, to ply lute and voice, you had been bidden to grace the feast and sing the festal song. To him, standing apart and holding his peaceful quill, Petulus, mocking, cried, "Go sing the rest of your song to the Stygian shades. and pierced the left temple with his steel. He fell, and with dying fingers again assays the strings, and as he fell there was a lamentable sound. Nor did Lycormas, maddened at the sight, suffer him to perish unavenged, but tearing out a stout bar from the doorpost on the right, he broke the murderer's neck with a crashing blow, and Pentalus fell to the earth like a slaughtered bull. Cyniphian Pelotes essayed to tear away another bar from the left post, but in the act his right hand was pierced by the spear of Corythus of Marmarida, and pinned to the wood. There fastened, Abas thrust him through the side, nor did he fall, but, dying, hung down from the post to which his hand was nailed. Melanius, too, was slain, one of Perseus' side, and Dorylas, the richest man in the land of Nasomonia. Dorylas, rich in land, than whom none held a wider domain, none heaped so many piles of spices. Into his groin a spear hurled from the side struck. That place is fatal. When Bactrian Halcyonius, who hurled the spear, beheld him gasping out his life and rolling his eyes in death, he said, "This land alone on which you lie of all your lands shall you possess," and left the lifeless body. Against him Perseus, swift to avenge, hurled the spear snatched from the warm wound, which, striking the nose, was driven through the neck, and stuck out on both sides. And while fortune favoured him, he slew also Clytius and Clanis, both born of one mother, but each with a different wound. For through both thighs of Clytius went the ashen spear, hurled by his mighty arm. The other dart Clanis crunched with his jaw. There fell also Mendesian Celadon, Astrius too, whose mother was a Syrian, and his father unknown. Aethion, once wise to see what is to come, but now tricked by a false omen. Thoactes, armor-bearer of the king. Agyrtes, infamous for that he had slain his sire. Yet more remains, faint with toil though he is, for all are bent on crushing him alone. On all sides the banded lines assail him, in a cause that repudiated merit and plighted word. On his side, his father-in-law, with useless loyalty, and his bride and her mother range themselves, and fill all the hall with their shrieks. But their cries are drowned in the clash of arms and the groans of dying men, while Bellona drenches and pollutes with blood the sacred home, and ever renews the strife. Now he stands alone, where Phineus and 1,000 followers close round him. Thicker than winter hail fly the spears, past right side and left, past eyes and ears. He stands with his back against a great stone column, and so protected in the rear, faces the opposing crowds and their impetuous attack. The attack is made on the left by Chaonian Mulpius, and by Arabian Ethamon on the right. Just as a tigress, pricked by hunger, that hears the bellowing of 2 herds in 2 several valleys, knows not which to rush upon, but burns to rush on both, so Perseus hesitates whether to smite on right or left. He stops Mulpius with a wound through the leg, and was content to let him go, but Ethamon gives him no time, and comes rushing on, eager to wound him in the neck, and drives his sword with mighty power but careless aim, and breaks it on the edge of the great stone column. The blade flies off and sticks in its owner's throat. The stroke indeed is not deep enough for death, but as he stands there trembling and stretching out his empty hands, but all in vain, Perseus thrusts him through with Mercury's hooked sword. But when Perseus saw his own strength was no match for the superior numbers of his foes, he exclaimed, "Since you yourselves force me to it, I shall seek aid from my own enemy. Turn away your faces, if any friend be here." So saying, he raised on high the Gorgon's head. "Seek someone else to frighten with your magic arts," cried Thescalus, and raised his deadly javelin in act to throw. But in that very act he stood immovable, a marble statue. Next after him Ampyx thrust his sword full at the heart of the great-souled Perseus, But in that thrust his right hand stiffened, and moved neither this way nor that. But Nilius, who falsely claimed that he was sprung from the sevenfold Nile, and who had on his shield engraved the image of the stream's seven mouths, part silver and part gold, cried, "See, O Perseus, the source whence I have sprung! Surely a great consolation for your death will you carry to the silent shades, that you have fallen by so great a man." His last words were cut off in mid-speech. You would suppose that his open lips still strove to speak, but they no longer gave passage to his words. These two Eryx rebuked, saying, "'Tis from defect of courage, not from any power of the Gorgon's head, that you stand rigid. Rush in with me, and hurl to the earth this fellow and his magic arms." He had begun the rush, but the floor held his feet fast, and there he stayed, a motionless rock, an image in full armor. These indeed deserved the punishment they received. But there was one, Acontius, a soldier on Perseus' side, who, while fighting for his friend, chanced to look upon the Gorgon's face, and hardened into stone. Astyages, thinking him still a living man, smote upon him with his long sword. The sword gave out a sharp clanging sound, and, while Astyages stood amazed, the same strange power got hold on him, and he stood there, still with a look of wonder on his marble face. It would take too long to tell the names of the rank and file who perished. 200 men survived the fight. 200 saw the Gorgon and turned to stone. But now at last Phineus repents him of this unrighteous strife. But what is he to do? He sees images in various attitudes, and knows the men for his own. He calls each one by name, prays for his aid, and hardly believing his eyes, he touches those who are nearest him. Marble, all! He turns his face away, and so, stretching out sideways suppliant hands that confess defeat, he says, "Perseus, you are my conqueror. Remove that dreadful thing, that petrifying Medusa head of yours. Whosoever she may be, oh, take it away, I beg. It was not hate of you and lust for the kingly power that drove me to this war. It was my wife I fought for. Your claim was better in merit, mine in time. I am content to yield. Grant me now nothing, O bravest of men, save this my life. All the rest be yours." As he thus spoke, not daring to look at him to whom he prayed, Perseus replied, "Most craven Phineus, dismiss your fears. What I can give, and 'tis a great boon for your coward soul, I will grant. You shall not suffer by the sword. Nay, but I will make of you a monument that shall endure for ages, and in the house of my father-in-law you shall always stand on view, that so my wife may find solace in the statue of her promised lord." So saying, he bore the Gorgon head where Phineus had turned his fear-struck face. Then, even as he strove to avert his eyes, his neck grew hard, and the very tears upon his cheeks were changed to stone. And now in marble was fixed the cowardly face, the suppliant look, the pleading hands, the whole cringing attitude. Victorious Perseus, together with his bride, now returns to his ancestral city, and there, to avenge his grandsire, who little deserved this championship, he wars on Proteus. For Proteus had driven his brother out by force of arms, and seized the stronghold of Acrisius. But neither by the force of arms, nor by the stronghold he had basely seized, could he resist the baleful gaze of that dread snake-wreathed monster. But you, O Polydectes, ruler of little Seriphus, were not softened by the young man's valor, tried in so many feats, nor by his troubles, but you were hard and unrelenting in hate, and your unjust anger knew no end. You even refused him his honor, and declared that the death of Medusa was all a lie. "We will give you proof of that," then Perseus said. "Protect your eyes," this to his friends. And with the Medusa face he changed the features of the king to bloodless stone. During all this time, Tritonia, note, Athena, return to text, had been the comrade of her brother, born of the golden shower. But now, wrapped in a hollow cloud, she left Seriphus, and passing Cynthus and Gyarus on the right, by the shortest course over the sea, she made for Thebes and Helicon, home of the Muses. On this mountain she alighted, and thus addressed the sisters versed in song. The fame of a new spring has reached my ears, which broke out under the hard hoof of the winged horse of Medusa. This is the cause of my journey. I wished to see the marvellous thing. The horse himself I saw born from his mother's blood. Urania replied, Whatever cause has brought thee to see our home, O goddess, thou art most welcome to our hearts. But the tale is true, and Pegasus did indeed produce our spring. And she led Pallas aside to the sacred waters. She long admired the spring, made by the stroke of the horse's hoof, then looked round on the ancient woods, the grottos, and the grass, spangled with countless flowers. She declared the daughters of Mnemosyne to be happy alike in their favourite pursuits and in their home. And thus one of the sisters answered her, O thou, Tritonia, who wouldst so fitly join our band, had not thy merits raised thee to far greater tasks, thou sayest truth, and dost justly praise our arts and our home. We have indeed a happy lot, were we but safe in it, but, such is the license of the time, all things affright our virgin souls, and the vision of fierce Pyreneus is ever before our eyes, and I have not yet recovered from my fear. This bold king, with his Thracian soldiery, had captured Daulis from the Phocian fields, and ruled that realm which he had unjustly gained. It chanced that we were journeying to the temple on Parnassus. He saw us going, and feigning a reverence for our divinity, he said, O daughters of Mnemosyne, for he knew us, stay your steps, and do not hesitate to take shelter beneath my roof against the lowering sky and the rain, for rain was falling. Gods have often entered the humbler home. Moved by his words and by the storm, we yielded to the man and entered his portal. And now the rain had ceased, the south wind had been routed by the north, and the dusky clouds were in full flight from the brightening sky. We were fain to go on our way, but Pyreneus shut his doors and offered us violence. This we escaped by donning our wings. He, as if he would follow us, took his stand on a lofty battlement, and cried to us, What way you take, the same will I take also, and quite bereft of sense, he leaped from the pinnacle of the tower. Headlong he fell, crushing his bones, and dyeing the ground in death with his accursed blood. While the Muse was still speaking, the sound of whirring wings was heard, and words of greeting came from the high branches of the trees. Jove's daughter looked up, and tried to see whence came the sound, which was so clearly speech. She thought some human being spoke, but it was a bird. 9 birds, lamenting their fate, had alighted in the branches, magpies, which can imitate any sound they please. When Minerva wondered at the sight, the other addressed her, goddess to goddess. 'Tis but lately those creatures also, conquered in a strife, have been added to the throng of birds. Pierus, lord of the rich domain of Pella, was their father, and Euippe of Paeonia was their mother. 9 times brought to the birth, 9 times she called for help on mighty Lucina. Swollen with pride of numbers, this throng of senseless sisters journeyed through all the towns of Harmonia and all the towns of Achaia to us, and thus defied us to a contest in song. Cease to deceive the unsophisticated rabble with your pretence of song. Come, strive with us, ye Thespian goddesses, if you dare. Neither in voice nor in skill can we be conquered, and our numbers are the same. If you are conquered, yield us Medusa's spring and Boeotian Agonippe, or we will yield to you the Emathian plains, even to snow-clad Paeonia, and let the nymphs be judges of our strife. It was a shame to strive with them, but it seemed greater shame to yield. So the nymphs were chosen judges, and took oath by their streams, and they set them down upon benches of living rock. Then, without drawing lots, she who had proposed the contest first began. She sang of the battle of the gods and giants, ascribing undeserved honor to the giants, and belittling the deeds of the mighty gods. How Typhoeus, sprung from the lowest depths of earth, inspired the heavenly gods with fear, and how they all turned their backs and fled, until, weary, they found refuge in the land of Egypt and the seven-mouthed Nile. How even there Typhoeus, son of earth, pursued them, and the gods hid themselves in lying shapes. Jove thus became a ram, said she, the lord of flocks, whence Libyan Ammon even to this day is represented with curving horns. Apollo hid in a crow's shape, Bacchus in a goat, the sister of Phoebus in a cat, Juno in a snow-white cow, Venus in a fish, Mercury in an ibis bird. So far had she sung, tuning voice to harp. We, the Aeonian sisters, were challenged to reply. But perhaps you have not leisure, and care not to listen to our song? Nay, have no doubt, Pallas exclaimed, but sing now your song in due order. And she took her seat in the pleasant shade of the forest. The Muse replied, We gave the conduct of our strife to one, Calliope, who rose, and, with her flowing tresses bound in an ivy wreath, tried the plaintive chords with her thumb, and then, with sweeping chords, she sang this song. Ceres was the first to turn the glebe with the hooked ploughshare. She first gave corn and kindly sustenance to the world. She first gave laws. All things are the gift of Ceres. She must be the subject of my song. Would that I could worthily sing of her. Surely the goddess is worthy of my song. The huge island of Sicily had been heaped upon the body of the giant, and with its vast weight was resting on Typhoeus, who had dared to aspire to the heights of heaven. He struggles indeed, and strives often to rise again, but his right hand is held down by Ausonian Pelorus, and his left by you, Pechinus. Lilybaeum rests on his legs, and Aetna's weight is on his head. Flung on his back beneath this mountain, the fierce Typhoeus spouts forth ashes and vomits flames from his mouth. Often he puts forth all his strength to push off the weight of earth, and to roll the cities and great mountains from his body. Then the earth quakes, and even the king of the silent land is afraid lest the crust of the earth split open in wide seams, and lest the light of day be let in and affright the trembling shades. Fearing this disaster, the king of the lower world had left his gloomy realm, and, drawn in his chariot with its sable steeds, was traversing the land of Sicily, carefully examining its foundations. After he had examined all to his satisfaction, and found that no points were giving way, he put aside his fears. Then Venus Erycina saw him wandering to and fro, as she was seated on her sacred mountain, and embracing her winged son, she exclaimed, O son, both arms and hands to me, and source of all my power, take now those shafts, Cupid, with which you conquer all, and shoot your swift arrows into the heart of that god to whom the final lot of the triple kingdom fell. You rule the gods and Jove himself. You conquer and control the deities of the sea, and the very king that rules the deities of the sea. Why does Tartarus hold back? Why do you not extend your mother's empire and your own? The third part of the world is at stake, and yet in heaven, such is our long suffering, we are despised, and with my own the power of love is weakening. Do you not see that Pallas and huntress Diana have revolted against me? And Ceres' daughter too will remain a virgin if we suffer it, for she aspires to be like them. But do you, in behalf of our joint sovereignty, if you take any pride in that, join the goddess to her uncle in the bonds of love. So Venus spoke. The god of love loosed his quiver at his mother's bidding, and selected from his 1,000 arrows one, the sharpest and the surest and the most obedient to the bow. Then he bent the pliant bow across his knee, and with his barbed arrow smote Dis through the heart. Not far from Henna's walls there is a deep pool of water, Pergus by name. Not Caister on its gliding waters hears more songs of swans than does this pool. A wood crowns the heights around its waters on every side, and with its foliage, as with an awning, keeps off the sun's hot rays. The branches afford a pleasing coolness, and the well-watered ground bears bright-colored flowers. There spring is everlasting. Within this grove Proserpina was playing, and gathering violets or white lilies. And while with girlish eagerness she was filling her basket and her bosom, and striving to surpass her mates in gathering, almost in one act did Pluto see and love and carry her away, so precipitate was his love. The terrified girl called plaintively on her mother and her companions, but more often upon her mother, and since she had torn her garment at its upper edge, the flowers which she had gathered fell out of her loosened tunic, and such was the innocence of her girlish years, the loss of her flowers, even at such a time, aroused new grief. Her captor sped his chariot and urged on his horses, calling each by name, and shaking the dark-dyed reins on their necks and manes. Through deep lakes he galloped, through the pools of the Palissy, reeking with sulphur and boiling up from a crevice of the earth, and where the Bacchiadae, a race sprung from Corinth between two seas, had built a city between two harbors of unequal size. There is between Cyane and Picean Arethusa a bay of the sea, its waters confined by narrowing points of land. Here was Cyane, the most famous of the Sicilian nymphs, from whose name the pool itself was called. She stood forth from the midst of her pool as far as her waist, and, recognizing the goddess, cried to Dis, "No further shall you go. Thou canst not be the son-in-law of Ceres against her will. The maiden should have been wooed, not ravished. But if it is proper for me to compare small things with great, I also have been wooed by Anapis, and I wedded him too, yielding to prayer, however, not to fear like this maiden." She spoke, and stretching her arms on either side, blocked his way. No longer could the son of Saturn hold his wrath, and urging on his terrible steeds, he whirled his royal scepter with strong right arm, and smote the pool to its bottom. The smitten earth opened up a road to Tartarus, and received the down-plunging chariot in her cavernous depths. But Cyane, grieving for the rape of the goddess, and for her fountain's rights thus set at naught, nursed an incurable wound in her silent heart, and dissolved all away in tears. And into those very waters was she melted, whose great divinity she had been but now. You might see her limbs softening, her bones becoming flexible, her nails losing their hardness. And first of all melt the slenderest parts, her dark hair, her fingers, legs, and feet. For it is no great change from slender limbs to cool water. Next after these, her shoulders, back, and sides, and breasts vanish into thin, watery streams. And finally, in place of living blood, clear water flows through her weakened veins, and nothing is left that you can touch. Meanwhile, all in vain the affrighted mother seeks her daughter in every land, on every deep. Not Aurora rising with dewy tresses, not Hesperus sees her pausing in her search. She kindles 2 pine torches in the fires of Aetna, and wanders without rest through the frosty shades of night. Again, when the genial day had dimmed the stars, she was still seeking her daughter from the setting to the rising of the sun. Faint with toil and athirst, she had moistened her lips in no fountain, when she chanced to see a hut thatched with straw, and knocked at its lowly door. Then out came an old woman, and beheld the goddess, and when she asked for water, gave her a sweet drink with parched barley floating upon it. While she drank, a coarse, saucy boy stood watching her, and mocked her, and called her greedy. She was offended, and threw what she had not yet drunk, with the barley grains, full in his face. Straightway his face was spotted, his arms were changed to legs, and a tail was added to his transformed limbs. He shrank to tiny size, that he might have no great power to harm, and became in form a lizard, though yet smaller in size. The old woman wondered and wept, and reached out to touch the marvelous thing, but he fled from her and sought a hiding place. He has a name, note, i.e. stereo, a lizard or newt, return to text, suited to his offence, since his body is starred with bright-colored spots. Over what lands and what seas the goddess wandered, it would take long to tell. When there was no more a place to search in, she came back to Sicily, and in the course of her wanderings here she came to Cyane. If the nymph had not been changed to water, she would have told her all, but, though she wished to tell, she had neither lips nor tongue, nor aught wherewith to speak. But still she gave clear evidence, and showed on the surface of her pool what the mother knew well, Persephone's girdle, which had chanced to fall upon the sacred waters. As soon as she knew this, just as if she had then for the first time learned that her daughter had been stolen, the goddess tore her unkempt locks, and smote her breast again and again with her hands. She did not know as yet where her child was. Still she reproached all lands, calling them ungrateful and unworthy of the gift of corn, but Sicily above all other lands, where she had found traces of her loss. So there with angry hand she broke in pieces the ploughs that turned the glebe, and in her rage she gave to destruction farmers and cattle alike, and bade the ploughed fields to betray their trust, and blighted the seed. The fertility of this land, famous throughout the world, lay false to its good name. The crops died in early blade, now too much heat, now too much rain destroying them. Stars and winds were baleful, and greedy birds ate up the seed as soon as it was sown. Tares and thorns and stubborn grasses choked the wheat. Then did Arethusa, Alpheus' daughter, lift up her head from the Ilian pool, and brushing her dripping locks back from her brows, thus addressed the goddess: O thou mother of the maidens sought through all the earth, thou mother of fruits, cease now thy boundless toils, and do not be so grievously wroth with the land which has been true to thee. The land is innocent. Against its will it opened to the robbery. It is not for my own country that I pray, for I came a stranger hither. Pisa is my native land, and from Elis have I sprung. I dwell in Sicily a foreigner, but I love this country more than all. This is now my home, here is my dwelling place, and now I pray thee save it, O most merciful. Why I moved from my place, and why I came to Sicily through such wastes of sea, a fitting time will come to tell thee, when thou shalt be free from care, and of a more cheerful countenance. The solid earth opened a way for me, and passing through the lowest depths, I here lifted my head again, and beheld the stars that had grown unfamiliar. Therefore, while I was gliding beneath the earth in my Stygian stream, I saw Proserpina there with these very eyes. She seemed sad indeed, and her face was still perturbed with fear, but yet she was a queen, the great queen of that world of darkness, the mighty consort of the tyrant of the underworld. The mother, upon hearing these words, stood as if turned to stone, and was for a long time like one bereft of reason. But when her overwhelming frenzy had given way to overwhelming pain, she set forth in her chariot to the realms of heaven. There, with clouded countenance, with dishevelled hair, and full of indignation, she appeared before Jove, and said, I have come, O Jupiter, as suppliant on behalf of my child and your own. If you have no regard for the mother, at least let the daughter touch her father's heart, and let not your care for her be less because I am her mother. See, my daughter, sought so long, has at last been found, if you call it finding more certainly to lose her, or if you call it finding merely to know where she is. That she has been stolen I will bear, if only he will bring her back, for your daughter does not deserve to have a robber for a husband, if now she is not mine. And Jove replied, She is indeed our daughter, yours and mine, our common pledge and care. But if only we are willing to give right names to things, this is no harm that has been done, but only love. nor will he shame us for a son-in-law. Do you but consent, goddess? Though all else be lacking, how great a thing it is to be Jove's brother. But what that other things are not lacking, and that it does not yield place to me, save only by the lot. But if you so greatly desire to separate them, Proserpina shall return to heaven, but on one condition only: if in the lower world no food has as yet touched her lips, for so the fates decreed. He spoke, but Ceres was resolved to have her daughter back. Not so the fates, for the girl had already broken her fast, and while, simple child that she was, she wandered in the trim gardens, she had plucked a purple pomegranate hanging from a bending bough, and peeling off the yellowish rind, she had eaten 7 of the seeds. The only one who saw the act was Ascalaphus, whom Orphne, not the least famous of the Avernal nymphs, is said to have borne to her own Acheron within the dark groves of the lower world. The boy saw, and by his cruel tattling thwarted the girl's return to earth. Then was the queen of Erebus enraged, and changed the informer into an ill-omened bird. Throwing on his face a handful of water from the phlegethon, she gave him a beak and feathers and big eyes. Robbed of himself, he is now clothed in yellow wings. He grows into a head and long hooked claws, but he scarce moves the feathers that sprout all over his sluggish arms. He is become a loathsome bird, prophet of woe, the slothful scritch owl, a bird of evil omen to men. He indeed can seem to have merited his punishment because of his tattling tongue. But, daughters of Achelous, why have you the feathers and feet of birds, though you still have maiden's features? Is it because, when Proserpina was gathering the spring flowers, you were among the number of her companions, ye sirens skilled in song? After you had sought in vain for her through all the lands, that the sea might also know your search, you prayed that you might float on beating wings above the waves. You found the gods ready, and suddenly you saw your limbs covered with golden plumage. But that you might not lose your tuneful voices, so soothing to the ear, and that rich dower of song, maiden features and human voice remained. But now Jove, holding the balance between his brother and his grieving sister, divides the revolving year into 2 equal parts. Now the goddess, the common divinity of 2 realms, spends half the months with her mother, and with her husband half. Straightway the bearing of her heart and face is changed, for she who but lately even to Dis seemed sad, now wears a joyful countenance, like the sun, which, long concealed behind dark and misty clouds, disperses the clouds and reveals his face. Now kindly Ceres, happy in the recovery of her daughter, asks of you, Arethusa, why you fled, why you are now a sacred spring. The waters fall silent, while their goddess lifts her head from her deep spring, and dries her green locks with her hands, and tells the old story of the Elean river's love. I used to be one of the nymphs, she said, who have their dwelling in Achaia, and no other was more eager in scouring the glades or in setting the hunting nets. But although I never sought the fame of beauty, although I was brave, I had the name of beautiful. Nor did my beauty, all too often praised, give me any joy, and my dower of charming form, in which other maids rejoice, made me blush like a country girl, and I deemed it wrong to please. Wearied with the chase, I was returning, I remember, from the Stymphalian wood. The heat was great, and my toil had made it double. I came upon a stream flowing without eddy and without sound, crystal clear to the bottom, in whose depths you might count every pebble, waters which you would scarcely think to be moving. Silvery willows and poplars, fed by the water, gave natural shade to the soft sloping banks. I came to the water's edge, and first dipped my feet, then in I went up to the knees. Not satisfied with this, I removed my robes, and hanging the soft garments on a drooping willow, naked I plunged into the waters. and while I beat them, drawing them, and gliding in 1,000 turns, and tossing my arms, I thought I heard a kind of murmur deep in the pool. In terror I leaped on the nearer bank. Then Orpheus called from his waters, "Whither in haste, Arethusa? Whither in such haste?" Twice in his hoarse voice he called to me. As I was without my robes, I fled, for my robes were on the other bank. So much the more he pressed on and burned with love. Naked, I seemed readier for his taking. So did I flee, and so did he hotly press after me, as doves on fluttering pinions flee the hawk, as the hawk pursues the frightened doves. Even past Orchomenus, past Psophis and Cyllene, past the combs of Menalus, chill Erymanthus and Elis, I kept my flight. Nor was he swifter of foot than I. But I, being ill-matched in strength, could not long keep up my speed, while he could sustain a long pursuit. Yet through level plains, over mountains covered with trees, over rocks also and cliffs, and where there was no way at all, I ran. The sun was at my back. I saw my pursuer's long shadow stretching out ahead of me, unless it was fear that saw it, but surely I heard the terrifying sound of feet, and his deep panting breath fanned my hair. Then, forspent with the toil of flight, I cried aloud, "Oh, help me, or I am caught! Help thy armor-bearer, goddess of the nets, to whom so often thou hast given thy bow to bear, and thy quiver with all its arrows." The goddess heard, and threw an impenetrable cloud of mist about me. The river god circled around me, wrapped in the darkness, and at fault quested about the hollow mist. And twice he went round the place where the goddess had hidden me, unknowing, and twice he called, "Arethusa! Oh, Arethusa!" How did I feel then, poor wretch? Was I not as the lamb when it hears the wolves howling around the fold, or the hare which, hiding in the brambles, sees the dogs' deadly muzzles, and dares not make the slightest motion? But he went not far away, for he saw no traces of my feet further on. He watched the cloud and the place. Cold sweat poured down my beleaguered limbs, and the dark drops rained down from my whole body. Wherever I put my foot, a pool trickled out, and from my hair fell the drops, and sooner than I can now tell the tale, I was changed to a stream of water. But sure enough he recognized in the waters the maid he loved, and laying aside the form of a man which he had assumed, he changed back to his own watery shape to mingle with me. My Delian goddess cleft the earth, and I, plunging down into the dark depths, was borne hither to Ortygia, which I love because it bears my goddess' name, and this first received me to the upper air. With this Arethusa's tale was done. Then the goddess of fertility yoked her 2 dragons to her car, curbing their mouths with the bit, and rode away through the air midway between heaven and earth, until she came at last to Pallas' city. Here she gave her fleet car to Triptolemus, and bade him scatter the seeds of grain she gave, part in the untilled earth, and part in fields that had long lain fallow. And now, high over Europe and the land of Asia, the youth held his course, and came to Scythia, where Lincus ruled as king. He entered the royal palace. The king asked him how he came, and why, and what was his name and country. He said, "My country is far-famed Athens, Triptolemus my name. I came neither by ship over the sea, nor on foot by land. The air opened a path for me. I bring the gifts of Ceres, which, if you sprinkle them over your wide fields, will give a fruitful harvest and food not wild." The barbaric king heard with envy, and, that he himself might be the giver of so great a boon, he received his guest with hospitality, and, when he was heavy with sleep, he attacked him with the sword. Him, in the very act of piercing the stranger's breast, Ceres transformed into a lynx, and back through the air she bade the Athenian drive her sacred team. Our eldest sister here ended the song I have just rehearsed. Then the nymphs with one voice agreed that the goddesses of Helicon had won. When the conquered sisters retorted with reviling, I made answer, Since it was not enough that you have earned punishment by your challenge, and you add insults to your offence, and since our patience is not without end, we shall proceed to punishment and indulge our resentment." The Pierides mocked and scorned her threatening words, but as they tried to speak, and with loud outcries brandished their hands in saucy gestures, they saw feathers sprouting on their fingers, and plumage covering their arms. Each saw another's face stiffening into a hard beak, and new forms of birds added to the woods. And while they strove to beat their breasts, uplifted by their flapping arms, they hung in the air, magpies, the noisy scandal of the woods. Even now, in their feathered form, their old-time gift of speech remains, their hoarse garrulity, their boundless passion for talk. End of Book 5. End of Section 6. Section 7 of the Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Book 6. Tritonia had listened to this tale, and had approved of the Muses' song and their just resentment. And then to herself she said, "To praise is not enough. Let me be praised myself, and not allow my divinity to be scouted without punishment." So saying, she turned her mind to the fate of Maeonian Arachne, who she had heard would not yield to her the palm in the art of spinning and weaving wool. Neither for place of birth nor birth itself had the girl fame, but only for her skill. Her father, Idmund of Colophon, used to dye the absorbent wool for her with Phocian purple. Her mother was now dead, but she was low-born herself, and had her husband of the same degree. Nevertheless, the girl Arachne had gained fame for her skill throughout the Lydian towns, although she herself had sprung from a humble home and dwelt in the hamlet of Hypipa. Often, to watch her wondrous skill, the nymphs would leave their own vineyards on Tmolus slopes, and the water-nymphs of Pactolus would leave their waters. And 'twas a pleasure not alone to see her finished work, but to watch her as she worked. So graceful and deft was she. Whether she was winding the rough yarn into a new ball, or shaping the stuff with her fingers, reaching back to the distaff for more wool, fleecy as a cloud, to draw into long soft threads, or giving a twist with practised thumb to the graceful spindle, or embroidering with her needle, you could know that Pallas had taught her. Yet she denied it, and offended at the suggestion of a teacher ever so great, she said, "Let her but strive with me, and if I lose, there is nothing which I would not forfeit." Then Pallas assumed the form of an old woman, put false locks of grey upon her head, took a staff in her hand to sustain her tottering limbs, and thus she began. "Old age has some things, at least, that are not to be despised. Experience comes with riper years. Do not scorn my advice. Seek all the fame you will among mortal men for handling wool, but yield place to the goddess, and with humble prayer beg her pardon for your words, reckless girl. She will grant you pardon if you ask it." But she regarded the old woman with sullen eyes, dropped the thread she was working, and, scarce holding her hand from violence, with open anger in her face, she answered the disguised Pallas. "Doting in mind, you come to me, and spent with old age, and it is too long life that is your bane. Go talk to your daughter-in-law, or to your daughter, if such you have. I am quite able to advise myself. To show you that you have done no good by your advice, we are both of the same opinion. Why does not your goddess come herself? Why does she avoid a contest with me?" Then the goddess exclaimed, "She has come." And throwing aside her old woman's disguise, she revealed Pallas. The nymphs worshipped her godhead, and the Mygdonian women. Arachne alone remained unafraid, though she did start up, and a sudden flush marked her unwilling cheeks, and again faded. As when the sky grows crimson when the dawn first appears, and after a little while, when the sun is up, it pales again. Still she persists in her challenge, and, stupidly confident and eager for victory, she rushes on her fate. For Jove's daughter refuses not, nor again warns her, or puts off the contest any longer. They both set up the looms in different places without delay, and they stretch the fine warp upon them. The web is bound upon the beam, the reed separates the threads of the warp, the woof is threaded through them by the sharp shuttles which their busy fingers ply, and when shot through the threads of the warp, the notched teeth of the hammering sleigh beat it into place. They speed on the work with their mantles close girt about their breasts, and move back and forth their well-trained hands, their eager zeal beguiling their toil. There are interwoven the purple threads dyed in Tyrian kettles, and lighter colors insensibly shading off from these, as when, after a storm of rain, the sun's rays strike through, and a rainbow with its huge curve stains the wide sky. Though 1,000 different colors shine in it, the eye cannot detect the change from each one to the next. So like appear the adjacent colors, but the extremes are plainly different. There too they weave in pliant threads of gold, and trace in the weft some ancient tale. Pallas pictures the hill of Mars on the citadel of Cecrops, and that old dispute over the naming of the land. Note on the citadel of Cecrops. Ovid here confuses the Acropolis with the Areopagus. See Herodotus 8:55, Apollodorus 3:14-1. Return to text. There sit 12 heavenly gods on lofty thrones in awful majesty, Jove in their midst. Each god she pictures with his own familiar features. Jove's is a royal figure. There stands the god of ocean, and with his long trident smites the rugged cliff, and from the cleft rock sea-water leaps forth, a token to claim the city for his own. To herself the goddess gives a shield and a sharp-pointed spear, and a helmet for her head. The aegis guards her breast, and from the earth, smitten by her spear's point, upsprings a pale green olive tree, hanging thick with fruit. And the gods look on in wonder. Victory crowns her work. Then, that her rival may know by pictured warnings what reward she may expect for her mad daring, she weaves in the 4 corners of the web 4 scenes of contest, each clear with its own colors and in miniature design. One corner shows Thracian Rhodope and Hemus, now huge bleak mountains, but once audacious mortals who dared assume the names of the most high gods. A second corner shows the wretched fate of the Pygmaean queen, whom Juno conquered in a strife, then changed into a crane, and bade her war upon those whom she once ruled. Again she pictures how Antigone once dared to set herself against the consort of mighty Jove, and how Queen Juno changed her into a bird. Ilium availed her nothing, nor Laomedon her father. Nay, she is clothed in white feathers, and claps her rattling bill, a stork. The remaining corner shows Cinyras, bereft of his daughters. There, embracing the marble temple steps, once their limbs, he lies on the stone and seems to weep. The goddess then wove around her work a border of peaceful olive wreath. This was the end, and so with her own tree her task was done. Arachne pictures Europa cheated by the disguise of the bull, a real bull and real waves you would think them. The maid seems to be looking back upon the land she has left, calling on her companions, and, fearful of the touch of the leaping waves, to be drawing back her timid feet. She wrought Asteri, held by the struggling eagle. She wrought Leda beneath the swan's wings. She added how in a satyr's image hidden, Jove filled lovely Antiope with twin offspring, how he was Amphitryon when he cheated thee, Alcmena, how in a golden shower he tricked Danae, Aegina as a flame, Mnemosyne as a shepherd, Dio's daughter as a spotted snake. Thee also, Neptune, she pictured, changed to a grim bull with the Aeolian maiden. Now as Enipeus thou dost beget the Aloidae, as a ram deceivedst Bisaltis. The golden-haired mother of corn, most gentle, knew thee as a horse. The snake-haired mother of the winged horse knew thee as a winged bird. Melantho knew thee as a dolphin. To all these Arachne gave their own shapes and appropriate surroundings. Here is Phoebus like a countryman, and she shows how he wore now a hawk's feathers, now a lion's skin, how as a shepherd he tricked Macarius' daughter, Isse, how Bacchus deceived Erigone with the false bunch of grapes, how Saturn in a horse's shape begot the centaur Chiron. The edge of the web with its narrow border is filled with flowers and clinging ivy intertwined. Not Pallas nor Envy himself could find a flaw in that work. The golden-haired goddess was indignant at her success, and rent the embroidered web with its heavenly crimes. And as she held a shuttle of Chaitorian boxwood, thrice and again she struck Idmonian Arachne's head. The wretched girl could not endure it, and put a noose about her bold neck. As she hung, Pallas lifted her in pity, and said, "Live on, indeed, wicked girl, but hang thou still, and let this same doom of punishment, that thou mayst fear for future times as well, be declared upon thy race, even to remote posterity." So saying, as she turned to go, she sprinkled her with the juices of Hecate's herb, and forthwith her hair, touched by the poison, fell off, and with it both nose and ears, and the head shrank up. Her whole body also was small, the slender fingers clung to her side as legs, the rest was belly. Still from this she ever spins a thread, and now as a spider she exercises her old-time weaver art. All Lydia is in a tumult. The story spreads throughout the towns of Phrygia, and fills the whole world with talk. Now Niobe, before her marriage, had known Arachne, when as a girl she dwelt in Maeonia, near Mount Sipylus. And yet she did not take warning by her countrywoman's fate to give place to the gods and speak them reverently. Many things gave her pride, but in truth neither her husband's art, nor the high birth of both, and their royal power and state, so pleased her, although all those did please, as her children did. And Niobe would have been called most blessed of mothers, had she not seemed so to herself. For Manto, daughter of Tiresias, whose eyes could see what was to come, had fared through the streets of Thebes, inspired by divine impulse, and proclaiming to all she met, "Women of Thebes, go throng Latona's temple, and give to her and to her children twain incense and pious prayer, wreathing your hair with laurel. By my mouth Latona speaks." They obey. All the Theban women deck their temples with laurel wreaths, and burn incense in the altar flames with words of prayer. But lo, comes Niobe, thronged about with a numerous following, a notable figure in Phrygian robes, wrought with threads of gold, and beautiful as far as anger suffered her to be, and she tosses her shapely head with the hair falling on either shoulder. She halts, and, drawn up to her full height, casts her haughty eyes around, and cries, "What madness this, to prefer gods whom you have only heard of to those whom you have seen? Or why is Latona worshipped at these altars, while my divinity still waits for incense? I have Tantalus to my father, the only mortal ever allowed to touch the table of the gods. My mother is a sister of the Pleiades. Most mighty Atlas is one grandfather, who supports the vault of heaven on his shoulders. My other grandsire is Jove himself, and I boast him as my father-in-law as well. The Phrygian nations hold me in reverent fear. I am queen of Cadmus' royal house, and the walls of Thebes, erected by the magic of my husband's lyre, together with its people, acknowledge me and him as their rulers. Wherever I turn my eyes in the palace, I see great stores of wealth. Besides, I have beauty worthy of a goddess. Add to all this that I have 7 daughters and as many sons, and soon shall have sons and daughters-in-law. Ask now what cause I have for pride, and then presume to prefer to me the Titaness Latona, daughter of Coeus, whoever he may be, Latona, to whom the broad earth once refused a tiny spot for bringing forth her children. Neither heaven nor earth nor sea was open for this goddess of yours. she was outlawed from the universe, until Delos, pitying the wanderer, said to her, "You are a vagrant on the land, I on the sea," and gave her a place that stood never still. And there she bore 2 children, the 7th part only of my offspring. Surely I am happy, who can deny it? And happy I shall remain. This also who can doubt? My very abundance has made me safe. I am too great for fortune to harm. Though she should take many from me, still many more will she leave to me. My blessings have banished fear. Even suppose that some part of this tribe of children could be taken from me, not even so despoiled would I be reduced to the number of 2, Latona's throng, with which how far is she from childlessness? Away with you, hasten, you have sacrificed enough, and take off those laurels from your hair. They take off the wreaths and leave the sacrifice unfinished, but, as they may, they still worship the goddess with unspoken words. The goddess was angry, and on the top of Cynthus she thus addressed Apollo and Diana. Lo, I, your mother, proud of your birth, and willing to yield place to no goddess save Juno only, I have had my divinity called in question, and through all coming ages I shall be denied worship at the altar unless you, my children, come to my aid. Nor is this my only cause for resentment. This daughter of Tantalus has added insult to her injuries. She has dared to prefer her own children to you, and has called me childless. May that fall on her head, and by her impious speech has displayed her father's unbridled tongue. To this story of her wrongs Latona would have added prayers, but here Phoebus cried, "Have done. A long complaint is but delay of punishment." Phoebe said the same. Then, swiftly gliding through the air, they alighted on Cadmus' citadel, covered in clouds. There was a broad and level plain near the walls, beaten by the constant tread of horses, where a host of wheels and the hard hoof had levelled the clods beneath them. There some of Amphion's 7 sons mounted their strong horses, sitting firm on their backs bright with Tyrian purple, and guided them with rich gold-mounted bridles, while one of these, Ismenus, who was his mother's firstborn son, was guiding his charger's course round the curving track, and pulling hard on the foaming bit. "Ah me!" he cried, and with an arrow fixed in his breast, he dropped the reins from his dying hands, and slowly sank sidewise down to the earth over his horse's right shoulder. Next, hearing through the void air the sound of the rattling quiver, Sibyllus gave full rein, as when a shipmaster, conscious of an approaching storm, flees at the sight of a cloud, and crowds on all sail, that he may catch each passing breeze. He gave full rein, and as he gave it, the arrow, that none may escape, overtook him, and the shaft stuck quivering in his neck, while the iron point showed from his throat in front. He, leaning forward, as he was, pitched over the galloping horse's mane and legs, and stained the ground with his warm blood. Unhappy Phydamus and Tantalus, who bore his grandsire's name, when they had finished their wonted task, had passed to their youthful exercise of the shining wrestling match. And now they were straining together breast to breast in close embrace, when an arrow, sped from the drawn bow, pierced them both just as they stood clasped together. They groaned together. Together they fell, writhing in pain, to the ground. Together, as they lay, they moved their dying eyes. Together they breathed their last. Alphino saw them die, and beating his breast in agony, he ran to lift up their cold bodies in his arms, and in this pious duty he fell, for Apollo pierced him through the midriff with death-dealing steel. When this was removed, a piece of his lungs was drawn out, sticking to the barbs, and his life-blood came rushing forth into the air. But one wound was not all that pierced youthful Damasichthon. He was struck where the lower leg just begins, and where the sinews of the hock give a soft spot. And while he was trying to draw out the fatal shaft with his hand, a second arrow was driven clear to the feathers through his throat. The blood drove it forth, and gushing out, spurted high in air in a long slender stream. Ilioneus was the last, Stretching out his arms in prayer, doomed to be vain, he cried, "Oh, spare me, all ye gods," not knowing that he need not pray to them all. The archer god was moved to pity, but too late to recall his shaft. Still the youth fell smitten by a slight wound only, since the arrow did not deeply pierce his heart. Rumor of the trouble, the people's grief, and the tears of her own friends informed the mother of this sudden disaster, amazed that it could have happened, and angry because the gods had dared so far that they should have such power. For the father, Amphion, had already driven a dagger through his heart, and so in dying had ended his grief and life together. Alas, how different now was this Niobe from that Niobe who had but now driven the people from Latona's altar, and had walked proudly through the city streets, enviable then to her friends, but now one for even her enemies to pity. She threw herself upon the cold bodies of her sons, wildly giving the last kisses to them all. From them she lifted her bruised arms to high heaven, and cried, "Feed now upon my grief, cruel Latona, feed, and glut your heart on my sorrow, yes, glut your bloodthirsty heart. In my 7 sons have I suffered 7-fold death. Exult and triumph in your hateful victory. But why victory? In my misery I still have more than you in your felicity. After so many deaths I triumph still." She spoke, and the taut bowstring twanged, which terrified all save Niobe alone. Misery made her bold. The sisters were standing about their brother's biers, with loosened hair and robed in black. One of these, while drawing out the shaft fixed in her brother's vitals, sank down with her face upon him, fainting and dying. A second, attempting to console her grieving mother, ceased suddenly, and was bent in agony by an unseen wound. She closed her lips till her dying breath had passed. One fell while trying in vain to flee. Another died upon her sister. One hid, and one stood trembling in full view. And now 6 had suffered various wounds and died. The last remained. The mother, covering her with her crouching body and her sheltering robes, cried out, "Oh, leave me one, the littlest. Of all my many children, the littlest, I beg you, spare just one." And even while she prayed, she for whom she prayed fell dead. Now does the childless mother sit down amid the lifeless bodies of her sons, her daughters, and her husband, in stony grief. Her hair stirs not in the breeze, her face is pale and bloodless, and her eyes are fixed and staring in her sad face. There is nothing alive in the picture. Her very tongue is silent, frozen to her mouth's roof, and her veins can move no longer. Her neck cannot bend, nor her arms move, nor her feet go. Within also her vitals are stone. But still she weeps, and caught up in a strong whirling wind, she is rapt away to her own native land. There, set on a mountain's peak, she weeps, and even to this day tears trickle from the marble. Then truly do all men and women fear the wrath of the goddess so openly displayed, and all, more zealously than ever, worship the dread divinity of the twin gods' mother. And as usual, stirred by the later, they tell over former tales. Then one of them begins. So also in the fertile fields of Lycia, peasants of olden times scorned the goddess and suffered for it. The story is little known because of the humble estate of the men concerned, but it is remarkable. I myself saw the pool and the place made famous by the wonder. For my father, who at that time was getting on in years, and too weak to travel far, had bidden me go and drive down from that country some choice steers which were grazing there, and had given me a man of that nation to serve as guide. While I fared through the grassy glades with him, there in the midst of a lake an ancient altar was standing, black with the fires of many sacrifices, surrounded with shivering reeds. My guide halted, and said with awestruck whisper, "Be merciful to me. and in like whisper I said, "Be merciful." Then I asked my guide whether this was an altar to the Naiads, or Faunus, or some deity of the place, and he replied, "No, young man, no mountain deity dwells in this altar. She claims its worship whom the Queen of Heaven once shut out from all the world, whom wandering Delos would scarce accept at her prayer, when it was an island lightly floating on the sea. There, reclining on the palm and pallas tree, note, i.e. the olive, return to text, in spite of their stepmother, she brought forth her twin babes. Even thence the new-made mother is said to have fled from Juno, carrying in her bosom her infant children, both divine. And now, having reached the borders of Lycia, home of the Chimera, when the hot sun beat fiercely upon the fields, the goddess, weary of her long struggle, was faint by reason of the sun's heat, and parched with thirst, and the hungry children had drained her breasts dry of milk. She chanced to see a lake of no great size down in a deep vale. Some rustics were there gathering bushy osiers, with fine swamp grass and rushes of the marsh. Latona came to the water's edge, and kneeled on the ground to quench her thirst with a cooling draught. But the rustic rabble would not let her drink. Then she besought them, "Why do you deny me water? The enjoyment of water is a common right. Nature has not made the sun private to any, nor the air, nor soft water. This common right I seek, and yet I beg you to give it to me as a favor. I was not preparing to bathe my limbs or my weary body here in your pool, but only to quench my thirst. Even as I speak, my mouth is dry of moisture, my throat is parched, and my voice can scarce find utterance. A drink of water will be nectar to me, and I shall confess that I have received life with it. Yes, life you will be giving me if you let me drink. These children, too, let them touch your hearts, who from my bosom stretch out their little arms." And it chanced that the children did stretch out their arms. Who would not have been touched by the goddess' gentle words? Yet for all her prayers they persisted in denying with threats if she did not go away. They even added insulting words. Not content with that, they soiled the pool itself with their feet and hands, and stirred up the soft mud from the bottom, leaping about, all for pure meanness. Then wrath postponed thirst, for Coeus' daughter could neither humble herself longer to those unruly fellows, nor could she endure to speak with less power than a goddess, but stretching up her hands to heaven, she cried, "Live then forever in that pool." It fell out as the goddess prayed. It is their delight to live in water, now to plunge their bodies quite beneath the enveloping pool, now to thrust forth their heads, now to swim upon the surface. Often they sit upon the sedgy bank, and often leap back into the cool lake. But even now, as of old, they exercise their foul tongues in quarrel, and all shameless, though they may be under water, even under the water they try to utter maledictions. Now also their voices are hoarse, their inflated throats swell up, and their constant quarreling distends their wide jaws. They stretch their ugly heads, the necks seem to have disappeared. Their backs are green, their bellies, the largest part of the body, are white, and as new-made frogs they leap in the muddy pool. Then, when this unknown storyteller had told the destruction of the Lycian peasants, another recalled the satyr whom the son of Latona had conquered in a contest on Pallas Reed, and punished. "Why do you tear me from myself?" he cried. "Oh, I repent! Oh, a flute is not worth such price!" As he screams, his skin is stripped off the surface of his body, and he is all one wound. Blood flows down on every side. The sinews lie bare, his veins throb and quiver with no skin to cover them. You could count the entrails as they palpitate, and the vitals showing clearly in his breast. The country people, the sylvan deities, fauns and his brother satyrs, and Olympus, whom even then he still loved, the nymphs, all wept for him, and every shepherd who fed his woolly sheep or horned kine on those mountains. The fruitful earth was soaked, and soaking, caught those tears and drank them deep into her veins. Changing these then to water, she sent them forth into the free air. Thence the stream within its sloping banks ran down quickly to the sea, and had the name of Marsyas, the clearest river in all Phrygia. Straightway the company turns from such old tales to the present, and mourns Amphion dead with his children. They all blame the mother, but even then one man, her brother Pelops, is said to have wept for her, and drawing aside his garments from his breast, to have revealed the ivory patch on the left shoulder. This, at the time of his birth, had been of the same color as his right, and of flesh. But later, when his father had cut him in pieces, they say that the gods joined the parts together again. They found all the others, but one part was lacking where the neck and upper arm unite. A piece of ivory was made to take the place of the part which could not be found, and so Pelops was made whole again. Now all the neighboring princes assembled, and the nearby cities urged their kings to go and offer sympathy. Argos and Sparta and Peloponnesian Mycenae, Calydon, which had not yet incurred Diana's wrath, fertile Orchomenos, and Corinth, famed for works of bronze, warlike Messene, Patrae and low-lying Cleonae, Neleon, Pylos, and Troezen, not yet ruled by Pythias, and all the other cities which are shut off by the isthmus between its two seas, and those which are outside, visible from the isthmus between its two seas. Note, that is, the Peloponnese and northern Greece. Return to text. But of all cities, who could believe it, you, Athens, alone did nothing. War hindered this friendly service, and barbaric hordes from oversea held the walls of Mosopia in alarm. Note, Athens, from King Mosopius. Now Tereus of Thrace had put these to flight with his relieving troops, and by the victory had a great name. And since he was strong in wealth and in men, and traced his descent, as it happened, from Gratius, Pandion, king of Athens, allied him to himself by wedding him to Procne. But neither Juno, bridal goddess, nor Hymen, nor the Graces were present at the wedding. The Furies lighted them with torches stolen from a funeral. The Furies spread the couch, and the uncanny scritch owl brooded and sat on the roof of their chamber. Under this omen were Procne and Tereus wedded. Under this omen was their child conceived. Thrace indeed rejoiced with them, and they themselves gave thanks to the gods. Both the day on which Pandion's daughter was married to their illustrious king, and that day on which Itys was born, they made a festival. Even so is our true advantage hidden. Now Titan through 5 autumnal seasons had brought round the revolving years, when Procne coaxingly to her husband said, "If I have found any favor in your sight, either send me to visit my sister, or let my sister come to me. You will promise my father that after a brief stay she shall return. If you give me a chance to see my sister, you will confer on me a precious boon." Tereus accordingly bade them launch his ship, and plying oar and sail, he entered the Cecropian harbor, and came to land on the shore of Piraeus. As soon as he came into the presence of his father-in-law, they joined right hands, and the talk began with good wishes for their health. He had begun to tell of his wife's request, which was the cause of his coming, and to promise a speedy return should the sister be sent home with him, when lo, Philomela entered, attired in rich apparel, but richer still in beauty, such as we are wont to hear the Naiads described, and Dryads when they move about in the deep woods. If only one should give to them refinement and apparel like hers. The moment he saw the maiden, Tereus was inflamed with love, quick as if one should set fire to ripe grain, or dry leaves, or hay stored away in the mow. Her beauty indeed was worth it, but in his case his own passionate nature pricked him on, and besides the men of his clime are quick to love. His own fire and his nation's burnt in him. His impulse was to corrupt her attendant's care and her nurse's faithfulness, and even by rich gifts to tempt the girl herself, even at the cost of all his kingdom, or else to ravish her and to defend his act by bloody war. There was nothing which he would not do or dare, smitten by this mad passion. His heart could scarce contain the fires that burnt in it. Now, impatient of delay, he eagerly repeated Procne's request, pleading his own cause under her name. Love made him eloquent, and as often as he asked more urgently than he should, he would say that Procne wished it so. He even added tears to his entreaties, as though she had bidden him to do this too. Ye gods, what blind night rules in the hearts of men! In the very act of pushing on his shameful plan, Tereus gets credit for a kind heart, and wins praise from wickedness. Ay, more, Philomela herself has the same wish. Winding her arms about her father's neck, she coaxes him to let her visit her sister. By her own welfare, yes, and against it too, she urges her prayer. Tereus gazes at her, and as he looks, feels her already in his arms. As he sees her kisses and her arms about her father's neck, all this goads him on, food and fuel for his passion. And whenever she embraces her father, he wishes that he were in the father's place. Indeed, if he were, his intent would be no less impious. The father yields to the prayers of both. The girl is filled with joy. She thanks her father, and, poor unhappy wretch, she deems that success for both sisters, which is to prove a woeful happening for them both. Now Phoebus' toils were almost done, and his horses were pacing down the western sky. A royal feast was spread, wine and cups of gold. Then they lay them down to peaceful slumber. But although the Thracian king retired, his heart seethes with thoughts of her. Recalling her look, her movement, her hands, he pictures at will what he has not yet seen, and feeds his own fires, his thoughts preventing sleep. Morning came, and Pandion, wringing his son-in-law's hand as he was departing, consigned his daughter to him with many tears, and said, "Dear son, since a natural plea has won me, and both my daughters have wished it, and you also have wished it, my Tereus, I give her to your keeping, and by your honor and the ties that bind us, by the gods, I pray you guard her with a father's love, and as soon as possible. It will seem a long time in any case to me. Send back to me this sweet solace of my tedious years. And do you, my Philomela, if you love me, come back to me as soon as possible. It is enough that your sister is so far away." Thus he made his last requests, and kissed his child good-bye, and gentle tears fell as he spoke the words. And he asked both their right hands as pledge of their promise, and joined them together, and begged that they would remember to greet for him his daughter and her son. His voice broke with sobs. He could hardly say farewell, as he feared the forebodings of his mind. As soon as Philomela was safely embarked upon the painted ship, and the sea was churned beneath the oars, and the land was left behind, Tereus exclaimed, "I have won! In my ship I carry the fulfillment of my prayers." The barbarous fellow triumphs. He can scarce postpone his joys, and never turns his eyes from her, as when the ravenous bird of Jove has dropped in his high eyrie some hare caught in his hooked talons. The captive has no chance to escape. The captor gloats over his prize. And now they were at the end of their journey. Now, leaving the travel-worn ship, they had landed on their own shores. When the king dragged off Pandion's daughter to a hut, deep hidden in the ancient woods, and there, pale and trembling and all fear, begging with tears to know where her sister was, he shut her up. Then, openly confessing his horrid purpose, he violated her, just a weak girl and all alone, vainly calling, often on her father, often on her sister, but most of all upon the great gods. She trembled like a frightened lamb, which, torn and cast aside by a grey wolf, cannot yet believe that it is safe, and like a dove, which, with its own blood all smeared over its plumage, still palpitates with fright, still fears those greedy claws that have pierced it. Soon, when her senses came back, she dragged at her loosened hair, and like one in mourning, beating and tearing her arms, with outstretched hands, she cried, "Oh, what a horrible thing you have done, barbarous, cruel wretch! Do you care nothing for my father's injunctions, his affectionate tears, my sister's love, my own virginity, the bonds of wedlock? You have confused all natural relations. I have become a concubine, my sister's rival, you a husband to both. Now Procne must be my enemy. Why do you not take my life, that no crime may be left undone, you traitor? I would that you had killed me before you wronged me so. Then would my shade have been innocent and clean. If those who dwell on high see these things, nay, if there are any gods at all, if all things have not perished with me, sooner or later you shall pay dearly for this deed. I will myself cast shame aside and proclaim what you have done. If I should have the chance, I would go where people throng and tell it. If I am kept shut up in these woods, I will fill the woods with my story, and move the very rocks to pity. The air of heaven shall hear it, and if there is any God in heaven, he shall hear it too. The savage tyrant's wrath was aroused by these words, and his fear no less. Pricked on by both these spurs, he drew his sword, which was hanging by his side in its sheath, caught her by the hair, and, twisting her arms behind her back, he bound them fast. At sight of the sword, Philomela gladly offered her throat to the stroke, filled with the eager hope of death. But he seized her tongue with pincers, as it protested against the outrage, calling ever on the name of her father and struggling to speak, and cut it off with his merciless blade. The mangled root quivers, while the severed tongue lies palpitating on the dark earth, faintly murmuring. And as the severed tail of a mangled snake is wont to writhe, it twitches convulsively, and with its last dying movement it seeks its mistress's feet. Even after this horrid deed, one would scarce believe it, the monarch is said to have worked his lustful will again and again upon the poor mangled form. With such crimes upon his soul, he had the face to return to Procne's presence. She, on seeing him, at once asked where her sister was. He groaned in pretended grief, and told a made-up story of death. His tears gave credence to the tale. Then Procne tore from her shoulders the robe gleaming with a broad golden border, and put on black weeds. She built also a cenotaph in honor of her sister, brought pious offerings to her imagined spirit, and mourned her sister's fate, not meet so to be mourned. Now through the 12 signs, a whole year's journey, has the sun-god passed. And what shall Philomela do? A guard prevents her flight, stout walls of solid stone fence in the hut. Speechless lips can give no token of her wrongs, but grief has sharp wits, and in trouble cunning comes. She hangs a Thracian web on her loom, and skilfully weaving purple signs on a white background, she thus tells the story of her wrongs. This web, when completed, she gives to her one attendant, and begs her with gestures to carry it to the queen. The old woman, as she was bid, takes the web to Procne, not knowing what she bears in it. The savage tyrant's wife unrolls the cloth, reads the pitiable tale of her misfortune, and, a miracle that she could, says not a word. Grief chokes the words that rise to her lips, and her questing tongue can find no words strong enough to express her outraged feelings. Here is no room for tears, but she hurries on to confound right and wrong, her whole soul bent on the thought of vengeance. It was the time when the Thracian matrons were wont to celebrate the biennial festival of Bacchus. Night was in their secret. By night, Mount Rhodope would resound with the shrill clash of brazen cymbals. So, by night, the queen goes forth from her house, equips herself for the rites of the god, and dons the array of frenzy. Her head was wreathed with trailing vines, a deerskin hung from her left side, a light spear rested on her shoulder. Swift she goes through the woods with an attendant throng of her companions, and, driven on by the madness of grief, Procne, terrific in her rage, mimics thy madness, O Bacchus. She comes to the secluded lodge at last, shrieks aloud, and cries, "Yoi!" breaks down the doors, seizes her sister, arrays her in the trappings of a bacchante, hides her face with ivy leaves, and dragging her along in amazement, leads her within her own walls. When Philomela perceived that she had entered that accursed house, the poor girl shook with horror, and grew pale as death. Procne found a place, and took off the trappings of the Bacchic rites, and uncovering the shame-blanched face of her wretched sister, folded her in her arms. But Philomela could not lift her eyes to her sister, feeling herself to have wronged her, and with her face turned to the ground, longing to swear and call all the gods to witness that that shame had been forced upon her, she made her hand serve for voice. But Procne was all on fire, could not contain her own wrath, and chiding her sister's weeping, she said, "This is no time for tears, but for the sword, for something stronger than the sword, if you have such a thing. I am prepared for any crime, my sister, either to fire this palace with the torch, and to cast Tyreus, the author of our wrongs, into the flaming ruins, or to cut out his tongue and his eyes, to cut off the parts which brought shame to you, and drive his guilty soul out through 1,000 wounds. I am prepared for some great deed, but what it shall be, I am still in doubt." While Procne was thus speaking, Itys came into his mother's presence. His coming suggested what she could do, and regarding him with pitiless eyes, she said, "Ah, how like your father you are." Saying no more, she began to plan a terrible deed, and boiled with inward rage. But when the boy came up to her and greeted his mother, put his little arms around her neck, and kissed her in his winsome, boyish way, her mother heart was touched, her wrath fell away, and her eyes, though all unwilling, were wet with tears that flowed in spite of her. But when she perceived that her purpose was wavering through excess of mother love, she turned again from her son to her sister, and gazing at both in turn, she said, "Why is one able to make soft, pretty speeches, while her ravished tongue dooms the other to silence? Since he calls me mother, why does she not call me sister? Remember whose wife you are, daughter of Pandion. Will you be faithless to your husband? But faithfulness to such a husband as Tyreus is a crime." Without more words, she dragged Itys away, as a tigress drags a suckling fawn through the dark woods on Ganges' banks. And when they reached a remote part of the great house, while the boy stretched out pleading hands as he saw his fate, and screamed, "Mother, mother!" and sought to throw his arms around her neck, Procne smote him with a knife between breast and side, and with no change of face. This one stroke sufficed to slay the lad, but Philomela cut the throat also, and they cut up the body, still warm and quivering with life. Part bubbles in brazen kettles, part sputters on spits, while the whole room drips with gore. This is the feast to which the wife invites Tyreus, little knowing what it is. She pretends that it is a sacred feast after their ancestral fashion, of which only a husband may partake, and removes all attendants and slaves. So Tyreus, sitting alone in his high ancestral banquet chair, begins the feast, and gorges himself with flesh of his own flesh, and in the utter blindness of his understanding he cries, "Go, call me Itys hither." Procne cannot hide her cruel joy, and, eager to be the messenger of her bloody news, she says, "You have within him whom you want?" He looks about and asks where the boy is, and then, as he asks and calls again for his son, just as she was, with streaming hair and all stained with her mad deed of blood, Philomela springs forward and hurls the gory head of Itys straight into his father's face. Nor was there ever any time when she longed more to be able to speak, and to express her joy in fitting words. Then the Thracian king overturns the table with a great cry, and invokes the snaky sisters from the Stygian pit. Now, if he could, he would gladly lay open his breast, and take thence the horrid feast, and vomit forth the flesh of his son. Now he weeps bitterly, and calls himself his son's most wretched tomb. Then with drawn sword he pursues the two daughters of Pandion. As they fly from him, you would think that the bodies of the two Athenians were poised on wings. They were poised on wings. One flies to the woods, the other rises to the roof, and even now their breasts have not lost the marks of their murderous deed. Their feathers are stained with blood. Tereus, swift in pursuit because of his grief and eager desire for vengeance, is himself changed into a bird. Upon his head a stiff crest appears, and a huge beak stands forth instead of his long sword. He is the hoopoe, with the look of one armed for war. This woe shortened the days of old Pandion, and sent him down to the shades of Tartarus before old age came to its full term. His sceptre and the state's control fell to Erechtheus, equally famed for justice and for prowess in arms. 4 sons were born to him, and 4 daughters also. Of these daughters 2 were of equal beauty, of whom thou, Procris, didst make happy in wedlock Cephalus, the grandson of Aeolus. Boreas was not favoured because of Tereus and the Thracians. Note, since the home of Boreas was in the north, he was included in the hatred felt at Athens for Tereus and the Thracians. Return to text. And so the god was long kept from his beloved Orythia, while he wooed and preferred to use prayers rather than force. But when he could accomplish nothing by soothing words, rough with anger, which was the north wind's usual and more natural mood, he said, "I have deserved it. For why have I given up my own weapons, fierceness and force, rage and threatening moods, and had recourse to prayers, which do not at all become me? Force is my fit instrument. By force I drive on the gloomy clouds. By force I shake the sea, I overturn gnarled oaks, pack hard the snow, and pelt the earth with hail. So also when I meet my brothers in the open sky, for that is my battleground, I struggle with them so fiercely that the mid-heavens thunder with our meeting, and fires leap bursting out of the hollow clouds. So also when I have entered the vaulted hollows of the earth, and have set my strong back beneath her lowest caverns, I fright the ghosts, and the whole world too, by my heavings. By this means I should have sought my wife. I should not have begged Erechtheus to be my father-in-law, but made him to be so." With these words, or others no less boisterous, Boreas shook his wings, whose mighty flutterings sent a blast over all the earth, and ruffled the broad ocean. And, trailing along his dusty mantle over the mountain-tops, he swept the land. And wrapped in darkness, the lover embraced with his tawny wings his Orythia, who was trembling sore with fear. As he flew, his own flames were fanned and burned stronger. Nor did the robber check his airy flight until he came to the people and the city of the Cicones. There did the Athenian girl become the bride of the cold monarch, and mother when she brought forth 2 sons, who had all else of their mother but their father's wings. Yet these wings, they say, were not born with their bodies. While the beard was not yet to be seen beneath their yellow locks, both Callis and Zetes were wingless. But soon, and at the same time, wings began to spring out on either side, after the fashion of birds, and the cheeks began to grow tawny. So these 2 youths, when boyhood was past, and they had grown to man's estate, went with the minions over an unknown sea in that first ship to seek the bright, gleaming fleece of gold. End of Book 6. End of Section 7. Section 8 of the Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Book 7. And now the minions were ploughing the deep in their Thessalian ship. They had seen Phineus, spending his last days helpless in perpetual night, and the sons of Boreas had driven the Harpies from the presence of the unhappy king. Having experienced many adventures under their illustrious leader Jason, they reached at last the swift waters of muddy Phasis. There, while they were approaching the king and demanding the fleece that Phrixus had given to him, while the dreadful condition with its great tasks was being proposed to the minions. Meanwhile the daughter of King Aeetes conceived an overpowering passion. Long she fought against it, and when by reason she could not rid her of her madness, she cried, "In vain, Medea, do you fight. Some god or other is opposing you. I wonder if this is not what is called love, or at least something like this. For why do the mandates of my father seem too harsh? They certainly are too harsh. Why do I fear lest he perish, whom I have but now seen for the first time? What is the cause of all this fear? Come, thrust from your maiden breast these flames that you feel, if you can, unhappy girl. Oh, if I could, I should be more myself. But some strange power holds me down against my will. Desire persuades me one way, reason another. I see the better, and approve it, but I follow the worse. Why do you, a royal maiden, burn for a stranger, and think upon marriage with a foreign world? This land also can give you something to love. Whether he live or die is in the lap of the gods. Yet may he live. This I may pray for, even without loving him. For what has Jason done? Who that is not heartless would not be moved by Jason's youth, his noble birth, his manhood? Who, though the rest were lacking, would not be touched by his beauty? Certainly he has touched my heart. But unless I help him, he will be breathed on by the bull's fiery breath, and he will have to meet an enemy of his own sowing, sprung from the earth, or he will be given as prey like any wild beast to the greedy dragon. If I permit this, then shall I confess that I am the child of a tigress, and that I have iron and stone in my heart. But why can I not look on as he dies? And why is such a sight defilement for my eyes? Why do I not urge on the bulls against him, and the fierce earth-born warriors, and the sleepless dragon? Heaven forfend! And yet that is not matter for my prayers, but for my deeds. Shall I then betray my father's throne? And shall an unknown stranger be preserved by my aid, that when saved by me he may sail off without me, and become another's husband, while I, Medea, am left for punishment? If he can do that, if he can prefer another woman to me, let him perish, ungrateful man. But no, his look, his loftiness of soul, his grace of form are not such that I need fear deceit or forgetfulness of my service. And you shall give me his pledge beforehand, and I will compel the gods to be witnesses of our troth. Why do you fear when all is safe? Now for action, and away with all delay. Jason shall always owe himself to you. He shall join you to himself in solemn wedlock. Then you shall be hailed as his deliverer through the cities of Greece by throngs of women. And shall I then sail away, and leave my sister here, my brother, father, gods, and native land? Indeed, my father is a stern man. Indeed, my native land is barbarous. My brother is still a child. My sister's goodwill is on my side, and the greatest God is within me. I shall not be leaving great things, but going to great things, the title of Saviour of the Achaean youth, acquaintance with a better land, cities, whose fame is mighty even here, the culture and arts of civilized countries, and the man I would not give in exchange for all that the wide world holds, the son of Aeson. With him as my husband, I shall be called the beloved of heaven, and with my head shall touch the stars. But what of certain mountains, which they say come clashing together in mid-sea, and Charybdis, the sailors dread, who now sucks in and again spews forth the waves, and greedy Scylla, girt about with savage dogs, baying in the Sicilian seas? Nay, holding that which I love, and resting in Jason's arms, I shall fare over the long reaches of the sea. In his safe embrace I shall fear nothing, or if I fear at all, I shall fear for my husband only. But do you call it marriage, Medea? And do you give fair seeming names to your fault? Nay, rather look ahead, and see how great a wickedness you are approaching, and flee it while you may." She spoke, and before her eyes stood righteousness, filial affection, and modesty, and love, defeated, was now on the point of flight. She took her way to an ancient altar of Hecate, the daughter of Perse, hidden in the deep shades of a forest. And now she was strong of purpose, and the flames of her vanquished passion had died down, when she saw the son of Aeson, and the dying flame leaped up again. Her cheeks grew red, then all her face became pale again, and as a tiny spark, which has lain hidden beneath the ashes, is fed by a breath of wind, then grows and regains its former strength as it is fanned to life, so now her smouldering love, which you would have thought all but dying, at sight of the young hero standing before her, blazed up again. It chanced that the son of Aeson was more beautiful than usual that day. You could pardon her for loving him. She gazed upon him and held her eyes fixed on his face, as if she had never seen him before. And in her infatuation she thought the face she gazed on more than mortal, nor could she turn herself away from him. But when the stranger began to speak, grasped her right hand, and in low tones asked for her aid and promised marriage in return, she burst into tears and said, "I see what I am about to do, nor shall ignorance of the truth be my undoing, but love itself. You shall be preserved by my assistance, but when preserved, fulfill your promise." He swore he would be true by the sacred rites of the threefold goddess, by whatever divinity might be in that grove, by the all-beholding father of his father-in-law who was to be, by his own successes and his mighty perils. She believed, and straight he received the magic herbs and learnt their use, then withdrew full of joy into his lodging. The next dawn had put to flight the twinkling stars. Then the throngs gathered into the sacred field of Mars, and took their stand on the heights. In the midst of the company sat the king himself, clad in purple, and conspicuous with his ivory sceptre. See, here come the brazen-footed bulls, breathing fire from nostrils of adamant. The very grass shrivels up at the touch of their hot breath, and as full furnaces are wont to roar, or as limestones burned in the lime-kiln hiss and grow hot when water is poured upon them, so did the bulls' chests and parched throats rumble with the fires pent up within. Nevertheless the son of Aeson went forward to meet them. As he came towards them, the fierce beasts turned upon him terrible faces, and sharp horns tipped with iron, pawed the dusty earth with their cloven feet, and filled the place with their fiery bellowings. The minions were stark with fear. He went up to the bulls, not feeling their hot breath at all, so great is the power of charmed drugs, and stroking their hanging dewlaps with fearless hand, he placed the yoke on their necks, and made them draw the heavy plough, and cut through the field that had never felt steel before. The Colchians are amazed, but the minions shouted aloud and increased their hero's courage. Next he took from a brazen helmet the serpent's teeth, and sowed them broadcast into the ploughed field. The earth softened these seeds, steeped in virulent poison, and the sown teeth swelled up and took on new forms. And just as in its mother's body an infant gradually assumes human form, it is perfected within through all its parts, and does not come forth to the common air until it is fully formed, so when the forms of men had been completed in the womb of the pregnant earth, they rose up on the teeming soil, and what is yet more wonderful, each clashed weapons that had been brought forth with him. When the Greeks saw them preparing to hurl sharp-pointed spears at the head of the Thessalian hero, their faces fell with fear, and their hearts failed them. She also, who had safeguarded him, was sore afraid, and when she saw him, one man, attacked by so many foes, she grew pale, and sat there suddenly cold and bloodless. And lest the charmed herbs which he had given him should not be strong enough, she chanted a spell to help them, and called in her secret arts. But he hurled a heavy rock into the midst of his enemies, and so turned their fury away from him upon themselves. The earth-born brethren perished by each other's wounds, and fell fighting in internecine strife. Then did the Greeks congratulate the victorious youth, catching him in their arms and clinging to him in eager embraces. You also, barbarian maiden, would gladly have embraced the victor. Your modesty stood in the way. Still, you would have embraced him, but respect for common talk held you back. What was allowed, you did, gazing on him with silent joy, and thanking your spells and the gods who gave them. There remained the task of putting to sleep the ever-watchful dragon with magic herbs. This creature, distinguished by a crest, a three-forked tongue, and hooked fangs, was the awful guardian of the golden tree. After Jason had sprinkled upon him the Lethean juice of a certain herb, and thrice had recited the words that bring peaceful slumber, which stay the swollen sea and swift-flowing rivers, then sleep came to those eyes which had never known sleep before, and the heroic son of Aeson gained the golden fleece. Proud of this spoil, and bearing with him the giver of his prize, another spoil, the victor and his wife in due time reached the harbor of Iolcus. The Thessalian mothers and aged fathers bring gifts in honor of their son's safe return, and burn incense heaped on the altar flames, and the victim with gilded horns, which they have vowed, is slain. But Aeson is absent from the rejoicing throng, being now near death, and heavy with the weight of years. Then says the son of Aeson, O wife, to whom I freely own my deliverance is due, although you have already given me all, and the sum of your benefits has exceeded all my hopes, still, if your spells can do this, and what can they not do, take some portion from my own years of life, and give this to my father. And he could not restrain his tears. Medea was moved by the petitioner's filial love, and the thought of Aeetes deserted came into her mind. How different from Jason's! Still, not confessing such feelings, she replied, What impious words have fallen from your lips, my husband? Can I then transfer to any man, think you, a portion of your life? Neither would Hecate permit this, nor is your request right. But a greater boon than what you ask, my Jason, will I try to give. By my art, and not your years, I will try to renew your father's long span of life, if only the three-formed goddess will help me, and grant her present aid in this great deed which I dare attempt. There were yet 3 nights before the horns of the moon would meet and make the round orb. When the moon shone at her fullest, and looked down upon the earth with unbroken shape, Medea went forth from her house, clad in flowing robes, barefoot, her hair unadorned and streaming down her shoulders. And all alone she wandered out into the deep stillness of midnight. Men, birds, and beasts were sunk in profound repose. There was no sound in the hedgerow. The leaves hung mute and motionless. The dewy air was still. Only the stars twinkled. Stretching up her arms to these, she turned thrice about, thrice sprinkled water caught up from a flowing stream upon her head, and thrice gave tongue in wailing cries. Then she kneeled down upon the hard earth and prayed, O night, faithful preserver of mysteries, and ye bright stars, whose golden beams with the moon succeed the fires of day, thou three-formed Hecate, who knowest our undertakings, and comest to the aid of the spells and arts of magicians, and thou, O earth, who dost provide the magicians with thy potent herbs, ye breezes and winds, ye mountains and streams and pools, all ye gods of the groves, all ye gods of the night, be with me now. With your help, when I have willed it, the streams have run back to their fountainheads, while the banks wondered. I lay the swollen and stir up the calm seas by my spell. I drive the clouds and bring on the clouds. The winds I dispel and summon. I break the jaws of serpents with my incantations. Living rocks and oaks I root up from their own soil. I move the forests. I bid the mountains shake, the earth to rumble, and the ghosts to come forth from their tombs. Thee also, Luna, do I draw from the sky, though the clanging bronze of Temesa strive to aid thy throes. Note, at an eclipse it was usual to make a noise in order to frighten away the malignant influence. Return to text. Even the chariot of the sun, my grandsire, pales at my song. Aurora pales at my poisons. You dulled the bull's flames at my command. You pressed under the curved plough those necks which had endured no weight. You turned the savage onslaught of the serpent-born band against themselves. You lulled the watcher who knew no sleep, and beguiling the defender, sent the golden prize back to the cities of Greece. Now I have need of juices by whose aid old age may be renewed, and may turn back to the bloom of youth and regain its early years. And you will give them, for not in vain have the stars gleamed in reply, not in vain is my car at hand, drawn by winged dragons. There was the car sent down from the sky. When she had mounted therein, and stroked the bridled necks of the dragon team, shaking the light reins with her hands, she was whirled aloft. She looked down on Thessalian Tempe lying below, and turned her dragons towards regions that she knew. All the herbs that Ossa bore, and high Pelion, Othrys, and Pindus, and Olympus greater than Pindus, she surveyed. And those that pleased her, some she plucked up by the roots, and some she cut off with the curved blade of a bronze pruning hook. Many grasses also she chose from the banks of the Apidanus, many from Amphrysus. Nor were you, Enipius, left without toll. Peneus also and Sperchius gave something, and the reedy banks of Boebe. From Euboean Anthedon she culled a grass that gives long life, a herb not yet made famous by the change which it produced in Glaucus' body. And now 9 days and 9 nights had seen her traversing all lands, drawn in her car by her winged dragons, when she returned. The dragons had not been touched, save by the odor of the herbs, and yet they sloughed off their skins of many long years. As she came, Medea stopped this side of the threshold and the door. Covered by the sky alone, she avoided her husband's embrace, and built 2 turf altars, one on the right to Hecate, and one on the left to Youth. She wreathed these with boughs from the wild wood. Then, hard by, she dug 2 ditches in the earth, and performed her rites. Plunging her knife into the throat of a black sheep, she drenched the open ditches with his blood. Next, she poured upon it bowls of liquid wine, and again bowls of milk still warm, while at the same time she uttered her incantations, called up the deities of the earth, and prayed the king of the shades with his stolen bride not to be in haste to rob the old man's body of the breath of life. When she had appeased all these divinities by long, low-muttered prayers, she bade her people bring out under the open sky old Aeson's worn-out body. And having buried him in a deep slumber by her spells, like one dead, she stretched him out on a bed of herbs. Far hence she bade Jason go, far hence all the attendants, and warned them not to look with profane eyes upon her secret rites. They retired as she had bidden. Medea, with streaming hair after the fashion of the Bacchantes, moved round the blazing altars, and, dipping many cleft sticks in the dark pools of blood, she lit the gory sticks at the altar flames. Thrice she purified the old man with fire, thrice with water, thrice with sulphur. Meanwhile the strong potion in the bronze pot is boiling, leaping and frothing white with the swelling foam. In this pot she boils roots cut in a Thessalian veil, together with seeds, flowers, and strong juices. She adds to these ingredients pebbles sought for in the farthest Orient, and sands which the ebbing tide of ocean laves. She adds hoar frost gathered under the full moon, the wings of the uncanny scritch owl with the flesh as well, and the entrails of a werewolf, which has the power of changing its wild beast features into a man's. There also in the pot is the scaly skin of a slender Cyniphian water snake, the liver of a long-lived stag, to which she adds also eggs and the head of a crow 9 generations old. When with these, and 1,000 other nameless things, the barbarian woman had prepared her more than mortal plan, she stirred it all up with a branch of the fruitful olive, long since dry, and well mixed the top and bottom together. And lo, the old dry stick, when moved about in the pot broth, grew green at first, in a short time put forth leaves, and then suddenly was loaded with teeming olives. And wherever the froth bubbled over from the hollow pot, and the hot drops fell upon the ground, the earth grew green, and flowers and soft grass sprang up. When she saw this, Medea unsheathed her knife, and cut the old man's throat. Then, letting the old blood all run out, she filled his veins with her brew. When Aeson had drunk this in part through his lips and part through the wound, his beard and hair lost their hoary grey, and quickly became black again. His leanness vanished, away went the pallor and the look of neglect, the deep wrinkles were filled out with new flesh, his limbs had the strength of youth. Aeson was filled with wonder, and remembered that this was he 40 years ago. Now Bacchus had witnessed this marvel from his station in the sky, and learning from this that his own nurses might be restored to their youthful years, he obtained this boon from the Colchian woman. That malice might have its turn, the Phasian woman feigned a quarrel with her husband, and fled as a suppliant to the house of Publius. There, since the king himself was heavy with years, his daughters gave her hospitable reception. These girls the crafty Colchian in a short time won over by a false show of friendliness, and while she was relating among the most remarkable of her achievements the rejuvenation of Aeson, dwelling particularly on that, the daughters of Publius were induced to hope that by skill like this their own father might be made young again. And they begged this boon, bidding her name the price, no matter how great. She made no reply for a little while, and seemed to hesitate, keeping the minds of her suppliants in suspense by feigned deep meditation. When she had at length given her promise, she said to them, "That you may have the greater confidence in this boon, the oldest leader of the flock among your sheep shall become a lamb again by my drugs." Straightway a woolly ram, worn out with untold years, was brought forward, his great horns curving round his hollow temples. When the witch cut his scrawny throat with her Thessalian knife, barely staining the weapon with his scanty blood, she plunged his carcass into a kettle of bronze, throwing in at the same time juices of great potency. These made his body shrink, burnt away his horns, and with his horns his years. And now a thin bleating was heard from within the pot, and even while they were wondering at the sound, out jumped a lamb, and ran frisking away to find some udder to give him milk. Peleus' daughters looked on in amazement, and now that these promises had been performed, they urged their requests still more eagerly than before. 3 times had Phoebus unyoked his steeds after their plunge in Ebro's stream, and on the 4th night the stars were shining bright in the sky, when the treacherous daughter of Aeetes set some clear water over a hot fire, and put therein herbs of no potency. And now a death-like sleep held the king, his body all relaxed, and with the king his guards, sleep which incantations and the potency of magic words had given. The king's daughters, as they were bid, entered his chamber with the Colchian, and stood around his bed. "Why do you hesitate now, you laggards?" Medea said. "Come, draw your swords, and let out his old blood, that I may refill his empty veins with young blood again. In your own hands rests your father's life and youth. If you have any filial love, and if the hopes are not vain that you are cherishing, come, do your duty by your father. Drive out age at your weapon's point. Let out his enfeebled blood with the stroke of the steel." Spurred on by these words, as each was filial, she became first in the unfilial act, and that she might not be wicked, did the wicked deed. Nevertheless, none could bear to see her own blows. They turned their eyes away, and so with averted faces they blindly struck with cruel hands. The old man, streaming with blood, still raised himself on his elbow, and half mangled tried to get up from his bed. And with all those swords round him he stretched out his pale arms and cried, "What are you doing, my daughters? What arms you to your father's death?" Their courage left them, their hands fell. When he would have spoken further, the Colchian cut his throat and plunged his mangled body into the boiling water. But had she not gone away through the air, drawn by her winged dragons, she would not have escaped punishment. High up she sped over shady Pelion, the home of Chiron, over Othrys and the regions made famous by the adventure of old Carambas. He, by the aid of the nymphs borne up into the air on wings, at the time when the heavy earth had sunk beneath the overwhelming sea, escaped Deucalion's flood undrowned. Aeolian Pitane she passed by on the left, with its huge serpent image made of stone, and Ida's grove, where Paucus, to conceal his son's theft, changed the bullock into the seeming form of a stag, where the father Corythus lay buried beneath a small mound of sand, where Mera spread terror through the fields by her strange barking, over the city of Eurypylus, where the women of Cos wore horns what time the band of Hercules withdrew, over Rhodes, beloved of Phoebus, and the Telchines of Ialysus, whose eyes, blighting all things by their very glance, Jupiter in scorn and hatred plunged beneath his brother's waves. She passed also the walls of ancient Carthia, on the island of Sia, where Father Alcidamas was sometime to marvel that a peaceful dove could have sprung from his daughter's body. Next Hyres lake she saw, and Tempe, which sickness' sudden change into a swan made famous. For there Phileus, at the command of a boy, had tamed and brought him wild birds and a savage lion. Being commanded to tame a wild bull also, he had tamed him, but angry that so often his love was spurned, he withheld the last gift of the bull from the boy who asked it, whereupon the boy in anger said, "You will wish you had given it," and leaped forthwith from a cliff. They all thought that he had fallen, but changed to a swan, he remained floating in the air on snowy wings. But Hyre, his mother, not knowing that her son was saved, melted away in tears and became a pool of the same name. Near these regions lies Pleuron, where Combe, the daughter of Orpheus, escaped death at the hands of her sons on fluttering wings. After that she sees the fertile island of Calauria, sacred to Latona, the island that saw the king and his wife both changed into birds. On her right lies Selene, which Menaphron was doomed to defile with incest after the wild beasts' fashion. Far off from here she looks down on the Cephasus, bewailing the fate of his grandson changed by Apollo into a plump sea-calf, and upon the home of Eumedes, who lamented that his son now dwelt in air. At length, upborne by the snaky wings, she reached Corinth of the sacred spring. Here, according to ancient tradition, in the earliest times men's bodies sprang from mushrooms. But after the new wife had been burnt by the Colchian witchcraft, and the two seas had seen the king's palace aflame, she stained her impious sword in the blood of her sons. And then, after this horrid vengeance, the mother fled Jason's sword. Borne hence by her dragons, sprung from Titan's blood, she entered the citadel of Pallas, which beheld you, most righteous Phene, and you, old Periphas, flying side by side, and the granddaughter of Polypemon, note Alcyone, return to text, upborne by new-sprung wings. Aegeus received her, that one deed enough to doom him. But he was not content with hospitality. He made her his wife as well. End of Book 7, Part 1. End of Section 8. Section 9 of the Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Book 7, Part 2. And now came Theseus, a son that his father knew not, who by his manly prowess had established peace on the isthmus between its two seas. Bent on his destruction, Medea mixed in a cup a poison which she had brought long ago from the Scythian shores. This poison, they say, came from the mouth of the Echidnian dog. There is a cavern with a dark yawning throat and a way down-sloping, along which Hercules, the hero of Tiryns, dragged Cerberus with chains wrought of adamant, while the great dog fought and turned away his eyes from the bright light of day. He, goaded on to mad frenzy, filled all the air with his threefold howls, and sprinkled the green fields with white foam. Men think that these flecks of foam grew, and drawing nourishment from the rich rank soil, they gained power to hurt, and because they spring up and flourish on hard rocks, the country folk call them aconite. Note, i.e. growing without soil. Return to text. This poison, through the treachery of his wife, Father Aegeus himself presented to his son as though to a stranger. Theseus had taken and raised the cup in his unwitting hand, when the father recognized the tokens of his own family on the ivory hilt of the sword which Theseus wore, and he dashed the vile thing from his lips. But Medea escaped death in a dark whirlwind her witch songs raised. But the father, though he rejoiced at his son's deliverance, was still horror-struck that so monstrous an iniquity could have been so nearly done. He kindled fires upon the altars, made generous gifts to the gods. His axes struck at the brawny necks of bulls with ribbons about their horns. It is said that no day ever dawned for the Athenians more glad than that. The elders and the common folk made merry together. Together they sang their songs with wit inspired by wine. You, O most mighty Theseus, Marathon extols for the blood of the Cretan bull, and that the farmer of Crommyon may till his fields without fear of the sow is your gift and your deed. Through you the land of Epidaurus saw Vulcan's club-wielding son, note Periphates, return to text, laid low. The banks of Cephisus saw the merciless Procrustes slain. Eleusis, the town of Ceres, beheld Chersion's death. By your hand fell that Sinus of great strength turned to evil uses, who could bend the trunks of trees and force down to earth the pine tops to shoot men's bodies far out through the air. A way lies safe and open now to Alcathoi and the Lelegian walls, now that Scyron is no more. To this robber's scattered bones both land and sea denied a resting place, but long tossed about, it is said that in time they hardened into cliffs, and the cliffs still bear the name of Scyron. If we should wish to count your praises and your years, your deeds would exceed your years. For you, brave hero, we give public thanks and prayers. To you we drain our cups of wine. The palace resounds with the applause of the people and the prayers of the happy revelers. Nowhere in the whole city is there any place for gloom. And yet, so true it is that there is no pleasure unalloyed, and some care always comes to mar our joys, Aegeus' rejoicing over his son's return was not unmixed with care. Minos was threatening war. Strong in men and ships, he was yet most strong in fatherly resentment, and with just arms was seeking to avenge the death of his son Androgeus. But first he sought for friendly aid for his warfare, and he scoured the sea and the swift fleet in which his chief strength lay. He joined to his cause Anaphe and Astipelea, the first by promises, the second by threats of war. The low-lying Myconus and the chalky fields of Tmolus, Scyros covered with wild thyme, level Seriphos, Paros of the marble cliffs, and that place which impious Sithonian Arne betrayed, and, having received the gold which she in her greed had demanded, was changed into a bird which even now delights in gold, a black-footed, black-winged doll. But Olearos and Didymi, Tenos, Andros, Gearos, and Viparathos, rich in glossy olives, gave no aid to the Cretan fleet. Sailing thence to the left, Minos sought Oenipia, the realm of the Aeacidae. Men of old time had called the place Oenipia, but Aeacus himself styled it Aegina by his mother's name. At his approach a rabble rushed forth, eager to see and know so famous a man. Him Telamon met, and Peleus, younger than Telamon, and Phocus, third in age. Aeacus himself came also, slow with the weight of years, and asked him what was the cause of his coming. Reminded of his fatherly grief, the ruler of 100 cities sighed, and thus made answer: I beg you aid the arms which for my son's sake I have taken up, and be a part of my pious warfare. Repose for the dead, I ask. To him Aeacus replied, You ask in vain that which my city cannot give, for no land is more closely linked to the Athenians than this. So strong are the treaties between us. The other, disappointed, turned away, saying, Your treaty shall cost you dear. For he thought it were better to threaten more than to wage it, and to waste his strength there untimely. Still the Cretan fleet could be seen from the Oenipian walls, when, driven on under full sail, an Attic ship arrived and entered the friendly port, bringing Cephalus and his country's greetings. The men of the house of Aeacus, though it was long since they had seen Cephalus, yet knew him, grasped his hand, and brought him into their father's house. The hero advanced, the centre of all eyes, retaining even yet the traces of his old beauty and charm, bearing a branch of his country's olive, and, himself the elder, flanked on right and left by 2 of lesser age, Cleitos and Butes, sons of Pallas. After they had exchanged greetings, Cephalus delivered the message of the Athenians, asking for aid and quoting the ancestral league and treaty between their 2 nations. He added that not alone Athens, but the sovereignty over all Greece was Minos' aim. When thus his eloquence had commended his cause, Aeacus, his left hand resting on the scepter's hilt, exclaimed, Ask not our aid, but take it, Athens, and boldly count your own the forces which this island holds, and all things which the state of my affairs supplies. Warlike strength is not lacking. I have soldiers enough for myself and for my enemy. Thanks to the gods, the times are happy, and without excuse for my refusal. May it prove even so, said Cephalus, and may your city multiply in men. In truth, as I came hither, I was rejoiced to meet youth so fair, so matched in age, and yet I miss many among them whom I saw before when last I visited your city. Aeacus groaned, and with sad voice thus replied, It was an unhappy beginning, but better fortune followed. Would that I could tell you the last without the first. Now I will take each in turn, and, not to delay you with long circumlocution, they are but bones and dust whom with kindly interest you ask for, and oh, how large a part of all my kingdom perished with them. A dire pestilence came on my people, through angry Juno's wrath, who hated us, for that our land was called by her rival's name. So long as the scourge seemed of mortal origin, and the cause of the terrible plague was still unknown, we fought against it with the physician's art. But the power of destruction exceeded our resources, which were completely baffled. At first heaven rested down upon the earth in thick blackness, and held the sluggish heat confined in the clouds. And while the moon 4 times waxed to a full orb with horns complete, and 4 times waned from that full orb, hot south winds blew on us with pestilential breath. Consistently with this, the baleful infection reached our springs and pools. Thousands of serpents crawled over our deserted fields, and defiled our rivers with their poison. At first, the swift power of the disease was confined to the destruction of dogs and birds, sheep and cattle, or among the wild beasts. The luckless ploughman marvels to see his strong bulls fall in the midst of their task, and sink down in the furrow. The woolly flocks bleat feebly while their wool falls off of itself, and their bodies pine away. The horse, once of high courage and of great renown on the race-course, has now lost his victorious spirit, and, forgetting his former glory, groans in his stall, doomed to an inglorious death. The boar forgets his rage, the hind to trust his fleetness, the bears to attack the stronger herds. Lethargy holds all. In woods and fields and roads foul carcasses lie, and the air is defiled by the stench. And, strange to say, neither dogs nor ravenous birds nor grey wolves did touch them. The bodies lie rotting on the ground, blast with their stench, and spread the contagion far and near. At last, now grown stronger, the pestilence attacks the wretched countryman, and lords it within the great city's walls. As the first symptoms, the vitals are burnt up, and a sign of the lurking fire is a red blush and panting, feverish breath. The tongue is rough and swollen with fever. The lips stand apart, parched with hot respiration, and catch gasping at the heavy air. The stricken can endure no bed, no covering of any kind, but throw themselves face down on the hard ground. But their bodies gain no coolness from the ground. Rather is the ground heated by their bodies. No one can control the pest, but it fiercely breaks out upon the very physicians, and their arts do but injure those who use them. The nearer one is to the sick, and the more faithfully he serves them, the more quickly is he himself stricken unto death. And as the hope of life deserts them, and they see the end of their malady only in death, they indulge their desires, and they have no care for what is best, for nothing is best. Everywhere shameless they lie, in fountain basins, in streams and roomy wells. Nor by drinking is their thirst quenched, so long as life remains. Many of these are too weak to rise, and die in the very water. And yet others drink even that water. To many poor wretches, so great is the irksomeness of their hateful beds, that they jump out, or, if they have not strength enough to stand, they roll out on the ground. They flee from their own homes, for each man's home seems a place of death to him. Since the cause of the disease is hidden, that small spot is held to blame. You might have seen them wandering half dead along the ways, while they could keep on their feet, others lying on the ground and weeping bitterly, turning their dull eyes upward with a last weak effort, and stretching out their arms to the sky that hung over them like a pall. Here, there, wherever death has caught them, breathing out their lives. What were my feelings then? Was it not natural that I should hate life and long to be with my friends? Wherever I turned my eyes, there was a confused heap of dead, as mellow apples fall when the boughs are shaken, and acorns from the wind-tossed oak. You see a temple yonder, raised on high, approached by a long flight of steps. It is sacred to Jupiter. Who did not bear his fruitless offerings to those altars? How often a husband for his wife's sake, a father for his son, while still uttering his prayer, has died before the implacable altars, and in his hand a portion of the incense was unused. How often the sacrificial bulls brought to the temples, while yet the priest was praying and pouring pure wine between their horns, have fallen without waiting for the stroke. While I myself was sacrificing to Jove, on my own behalf and for my country and my 3 sons, the victim uttered dreadful bellowings, and suddenly, falling without any stroke of mine, it barely stained the knife with its scanty blood. The diseased entrails also had lost the marks of truth and the warnings of the gods. For to the very vitals does the grim pest go. Before the temple doors I saw the corpses cast away, nay, before the very altars, that their death might be even more odious. Some hung themselves, driving away the fear of death by death, and going out to meet their approaching fate. The dead bodies were not borne out to burial in the accustomed way, for the gates would not accommodate so many funerals. They either lie on the ground unburied, or else they are piled high on funeral pyres without honors. And by this time there is no reverence for the dead. Men fight for pyres, and with stolen flames they burn. There are none left to mourn the dead. Unwept they go wandering out. the souls of matrons and of brides, of men both young and old. There was no more space for graves, nor wood for fires. Dazed by such an overwhelming flood of woe, I cried to Jove, "O Jove, if it is not falsely said that thou didst love Aegina, daughter of Ossipus, and if thou, great father, art not ashamed to be our father, either give me back my people, or consign me also to the doom." He gave a sign with lightning and a peal of thunder in assent. "I accept the sign," I said, "and may those tokens of thy mind towards us be happy signs. The omen which thou givest me I take as pledge." It chanced there was an oak near by, with branches unusually widespread, sacred to Jove and of Dodona's stock. Here we spied a swarm of grain-gathering ants in a long column, bearing heavy loads with their tiny mouths, and keeping their own path along the wrinkled bark. Wondering at their numbers, I said, "O most excellent father, grant thou me just as many subjects, and fill my empty walls." The lofty oak trembled and moved its branches, rustling in the windless air. My limbs were horror-smit with quaking fear, and my hair stood on end. Yet I kissed the earth and the oak tree, nor did I own my hopes to myself, and yet I did hope, and I cherished my desires within my mind. Night came, and sleep claimed our careworn bodies. Before my eyes the same oak tree seemed to stand, with just as many branches, and with just as many creatures on its branches, to shake with the same motion, and to scatter the grain-bearing column on the ground below. These seemed suddenly to grow larger, and ever larger, to raise themselves from the ground and stand with form erect, to throw off their leanness, their many feet, their black color, and to take on human limbs and a human form. Then sleep departed. Once awake, I thought lightly of my vision, bewailing that there was no help in the gods. But there was a great confused noise in the palace, and I seemed to hear the voices of men, to which I was long unused. And while I half believed that this also was a trick of sleep, Telamon came running, and throwing open the door, exclaimed, "O father, more than you believed or hoped for shall you see. Come out." I went without, and there, just such men as I had seen in my dream, I now saw and recognized with my waking eyes. They approached and greeted me as king. I gave thanks to Jove, and to my new subjects I portioned out my city and my fields, forsaken by their former occupants, and I called them Myrmidons, note, fancifully derived from Myrmex, an ant. Return to text. Nor did I cheat the name of its origin. You have seen their bodies. The habits which they had before they still keep, a thrifty race, inured to toil, keen in pursuit of gain, and keeping what they get. These men will follow you to the wars, well matched in years and courage, as soon as the east wind, which brought you so fortunately hither, for the east wind it was that brought him, shall have changed to the south. With such and other talk they filled the lingering day. The last hours of the day were given to feasting, the night to sleep. When the golden sun had shone his light, the east wind was still blowing, and kept the sails from the homeward voyage. The sons of Pallas came to Cephalus, who was the older, and Cephalus with the sons of Pallas went together to the king. But deep sleep still held the king. Phocus, son of Aeacus, received them at the threshold, for Telamon and his brother were marshalling the men for war. Into the inner court and beautiful apartments Phocus conducted the Athenians, and there they sat them down together. There Phocus noticed that Cephalus carried in his hand a javelin with a golden head, and a shaft made of some strange wood. After some talk he said abruptly, "I am devoted to the woods and the hunting of wild beasts. Still, I have for some time been wondering from what wood that weapon you hold is made. Surely, if it were of ash, it would be of deep yellow hue. If it were of cornel wood, there would be knots upon it. What wood it is made of I cannot tell, but my eyes have never seen a javelin for throwing more beautiful than that." And one of the Athenian brothers replied, "You will admire the weapon's use more than its beauty. It goes straight to any mark, and chance does not guide its flight, and it flies back all bloody, with no hand to bring it. Then indeed young Phocus was eager to know why it was so, and whence it came, who was the giver of so wonderful a gift. Cephalus told what the youth asked, but he was ashamed to tell at what price he gained it. He was silent. Then, touched with grief for his lost wife, he burst into tears and said, "It is this weapon makes me weep, thou son of a goddess. Who could believe it? And long will it make me weep, if the fates shall give me long life. This destroyed me and my dear wife together, and oh, that I had never had it. My wife was Procris, or, if by more likely chance the name of Orythia has come to your ears, the sister of the ravished Orythia. If you could compare the form and bearing of the two, Procris herself is the more worthy to be ravished away. It is she that her father Erechtheus joined to me. It is she that love joined to me. I was called happy, and happy I was, but the gods decreed it otherwise, or perchance I should be happy still. It was in the 2nd month after our marriage rites. I was spreading my nets to catch the antlered deer, when, from the top of ever-blooming Hymettus, the golden goddess of the dawn, having put the shades to flight, beheld me and carried me away against my will. May the goddess pardon me for telling the simple truth, but as truly as she shines with the blush of roses on her face, as truly as she holds the portals of the day and night, and drinks the juices of nectar, it was Procris I loved. Procris was in my heart. Procris was ever on my lips. I kept talking of my wedding and its fresh joys of love, and the first union of my now deserted couch. The goddess was provoked, and exclaimed, "Cease your complaints, ungrateful boy. Keep your Procris. But if my mind can foresee it all, you will come to wish that you had never had her." And in a rage she sent me back to her. As I was going home, and turned over in my mind the goddess' warning, I began to fear that my wife herself had not kept her marriage vows. Her beauty and her youth made me fear unfaithfulness, but her character forbade that fear. Still, I had been absent long, and she from whom I was returning was herself an example of unfaithfulness, and besides, we lovers fear everything. I decided to make a cause for grievance, and attempt her chaste faith by gifts. Aurora helped me in this jealous undertaking, and changed my form. I seemed to feel the change, and so, unrecognizable, I entered Athens, Pallas' sacred city, and went into my house. The household itself was blameless, showed no sign of aught amiss, was only anxious for its lost lord. With much difficulty, and by 1,000 wiles, I gained the presence of Erechtheus' daughter, and when I looked upon her my heart failed me, and I almost abandoned the test of her fidelity which I had planned. I scarce kept from confessing the truth, from kissing her as was her due. She was sad, but no woman could be more beautiful than was she in her sadness. She was all grief with longing for the husband who had been torn away from her. Imagine, Phocus, how beautiful she was, how that grief itself became her. Why should I tell how often her chastity repelled my temptations? To every plea she said, "I keep myself for one alone. Wherever he is, I keep my love for one." What husband in his senses would not have found that test of her fidelity enough? But I was not content, and strove on to my own undoing. By promising to give fortunes for her favour, and at last by adding to my promised gifts, I forced her to hesitate. Then, victor to my sorrow, I exclaimed, "False one, he that is here is a feigned adulterer. I was really your husband. By my own witness, traitress, you are detected." She, not a word, only in silence, overwhelmed with shame, she fled her treacherous husband and his house. In hate for me, loathing the whole race of men, she wandered over the mountains, devoted to Diana's pursuits. Then in my loneliness the fire of love burned more fiercely, penetrating to the marrow. I craved pardon, owned that I had sinned, confessed that I too might have yielded in the same way under the temptation of gifts, if so great gifts were offered to me. When I had made this confession, and she had sufficiently avenged her outraged feelings, she came back to me, and we spent sweet years together in harmony. She gave me besides, as though she had given but small gifts in herself, a wonderful hound, which her own Cynthia had given, and said as she gave, "He will surpass all other hounds in speed." She gave me a javelin also, this one which, as you see, I hold in my hands. Would you know the story of both gifts? Hear the wonderful story. You will be moved by the strangeness of the deed. Oedipus, the son of Laius, had solved the riddle which had been inscrutable to the understanding of all before. Fallen headlong she lay, the dark prophet, forgetful of her own riddle. Straightway a second monster was sent against Aeonian Thebes, and surely kind Themis does not let such things go unpunished, and many country dwellers were in terror of the fierce creature, fearing both for their own and their flock's destruction. We, the neighbouring youths, came and encircled the broad fields with our hunting nets. But that swift beast leaped over the nets, over the very tops of the toils which we had spread. Then we let slip our hounds from the leash, but she escaped their pursuit, and mocked the 100 dogs with speed like any bird. Then all the hunters called upon me for my Lilaps, that is the name of the hound my wife had given me. Long since he had been struggling to get loose from the leash, and straining his neck against the strap that held him. Scarce was he well released when we could not tell where he was. The warm dust kept the imprint of his feet. He himself had quite disappeared from sight. No spear is swifter than he, nor leaden bullets thrown by a whirled sling, or the light reed shot from a Gortinian bow. There was a high hill near by, whose top overlooked the surrounding plain. Thither I climbed, and gained a view of that strange chase, in which the beast seemed now to be caught, and now to slip from the dog's very teeth. Nor does the cunning creature flee in a straight course off into the distance, but it eludes the pursuer's jaws and wheels sharply round, so that its enemy may lose his spring. The dog presses him hard, follows him step for step, and, while he seems to hold him, does not hold, and snaps at the empty air. I turned to my javelin's aid. As my right hand was balancing it, while I was fitting my fingers into the loop, I turned my eyes aside for a single moment, and when I turned them back again to the same spot, oh, wonderful, I saw 2 marble images in the plain. The one you would think was fleeing, the other catching at the prey. Doubtless some god must have willed, if there was any god with them, that both should be unconquered in their race. Thus far he spoke, and fell silent. "But what charge have you to bring against the javelin itself?" asked Phocas. The other thus told what charge he had against the javelin. "My joys, Phocas, were the beginning of my woe. These I will describe first. Oh, what a joy it is, son of Aeacus, to remember the blessed time when during those first years I was happy in my wife, as I should be, and she was happy in her husband. Mutual cares and mutual love bound us together. Not Jove's love would she have preferred to mine, nor was there any woman who could lure me away from her, no, not if Venus herself should come. An equal passion burned in both our 2 hearts. In the early morning, when the sun's first rays touched the tops of the hills, with a young man's eagerness I used to go hunting in the woods. Nor did I take attendants with me, or horses, or keen-scented dogs, or knotted nets. I was safe with my javelin. But when my hand had had its fill of slaughter of wild creatures, I would come back to the cool shade and the breeze that came forth from the cool valleys. I wooed the breeze, blowing gently on me in my heat. The breeze I waited for. She was my labour's rest. "Come, Aura," I remember I used to cry, "come, soothe me, come into my breast, most welcome one, and, as indeed you do, relieve the heat with which I burn. Perhaps I would add, for so my fates drew me on, more endearments, and say, Thou art my greatest joy, thou dost refresh and comfort me, thou makest me to love the woods and solitary places. It is ever my joy to feel thy breath upon my face. Some one, overhearing these words, was deceived by their double meaning, and thinking that the word aura, so often on my lips, was a nymph's name, was convinced that I was in love with some nymph. Straightway the rash telltale went to Procris with the story of my supposed unfaithfulness, and reported in whispers what he had heard. A credulous thing is love. Smitten with sudden pain, as I heard the story, she fell down in a swoon. Reviving at last, she called herself wretched, victim of cruel fate, complained of my unfaithfulness, and, excited by an empty charge, she feared a mere nothing, feared an empty name, and grieved, poor girl, as over a real rival. And yet she would often doubt and hope in her depth of misery that she was mistaken. She refused to believe the story she had heard, and unless she saw it with her own eyes, would not think her husband guilty of such sin. The next morning, when the early dawn had banished night, I left the house and sought the woods. There, successful, as I lay on the grass, I cried, Come, Aura, come and soothe my toil, and suddenly, while I was speaking, I thought I heard a groan. Come, dearest one, I cried again, and as the fallen leaves made a slight rustling sound, I thought it was some beast, and hurled my javelin at the place. It was Procris, and clutching at the wound in her breast, she cried, Oh, woe is me! When I recognized the voice of my faithful wife, I rushed headlong towards the sound, beside myself with horror. There I found her dying, her disordered garments stained with blood, and, oh, the pity, trying to draw the very weapon she had given me from her wounded breast. With loving arms I raised her body, dearer to me than my own, tore open the garment from her breast, and bound up the cruel wound, and tried to staunch the blood, praying that she would not leave me stained with her death. She, though strength failed her, with a dying effort forced herself to say these few words, By the union of our love, by the gods above and my own gods, by all that I have done for you, and by the love that still I bear you in my dying hour, the cause of my own death, I beg you, do not let this Aura take my place. And then I knew at last that it was a mistake in the name, and I told her the truth. But what availed then the telling? She fell back in my arms, and her last faint strength fled with her blood. So long as she could look at anything, she looked at me, and breathed out her unhappy spirit on my lips. But she seemed to die content, and with a happy look upon her face. This story the hero told with many tears. And now Aeacus came in with his 2 sons and his new levied band of soldiers, which Cephalus received with their valiant arms. End of Book 7, Part 2. End of Section 9.